cold, the light starts to fade. And I'm feeling worried about where this leads to. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. Keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? Is it hard to make up your mind? Doesn't the fun that we have make it easy? Is it true? Do you still need time? Or are you scared to commit and be with me? 'Cause what we have is real hard to find. And all I want you to be is happy. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. I keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses?
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to
to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. Vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, come back swinging. It all comes crashing down on us. Stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down.
Touchdown in a new place, try to escape.
it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is gone when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. My hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living.
Tides push pulling me so deep, but I still won't let you drown. Can you feel me? You believe me? Do you need me? Yeah. Heartbeat kicking in my sleep, but I still won't make a sound. Can you feel me? You believe me? Do you need me? The truth is, I'm scared to lie. This feeling's all I've known. Can you feel me? You believe me? Do you need me? And you know how hard I tried to fight this on my own. Can you feel me? You believe me? 'Cause I need you by my side. Listen.
I pull the trigger, try to break your glass, but it ricochets on me. But I feel you, I believe you, and I need you. Full throttle looking in the past, but I still don't think you see that I feel you, I believe you, and I need you.
The truth is, I'm scared to lie. This feeling's all I know. Can you feel me? You believe me? Do you need me? And you know how hard I tried to fight this on my own. Can you feel me? You believe me? 'Cause I need you by my side.
Guys. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're ready for some European Halo as we get into it for EHL Summer Cup number dose. I'm Hal Monkey Man in the booth, alongside one of the greatest faces in your spaces. It is Tudors who's joining us as we go into some awesome EU Halo excellence. Changes have been happening. People continue to compete, and roster changes along with map changes are happening out there. Tudors, I need to know, is your summer as brutal as mine? Because it started to cool off, but I mean, it's starting to heat right back up. How you doing, man?
Well, here's the thing. I'm actually glad about the fact that it's starting to heat up, because for almost the last month, it's just been raining cats and dogs absolutely nonstop. So I'm glad about the fact that it's bumping up to like 27 degrees, but I don't know what that is in freedom units. Either way, I got my shorts on, and I'm ready to have a fun time on broadcast, because it's actually been quite a long time since anyone's basically seen me. I've kind of been out and about, but I'm back, and I'm really, really excited. And given the fact that I've been away from Halo for so damn long, I know that there's also been quite a couple of changes that you're a lot more familiar with than I am. So why don't you go ahead and lay it out for me?
I mean, that's been very recent, too. So, apparently, the rains bring the hermit from off of the mountain. That's exactly what we get with Tudors coming back to us. But changes are happening. So, we've got some weapons, and we've got some maps that have been moved around. If you were a fan of Street Ball, we're going to have to put the basketball away and the shoes back in the box, because Oddball on Streets is gone, and same for King of the Hill on Solitude. That latter map mode combo actually might not be missed as much. I'm a big King of the Hill fan on Solitude, but maybe I'm in kind of a isolated fanship. But adding into the combo to fill out more of those objective-based map mode combos is, in fact, Lattice. Some of you have named it things like Iceberg and Romaine. So, you know, whatever your salad ends up being, Lattice is joining us. It will be there for King of the Hill, Strongholds, and Oddball. So I hope you've been practicing since Tuesdays. So that's a very short amount of time, trying to kind of immediately get into the rotation. It's hitting us here with the EHL Summer Cup number 2, because all the main participants also kind of hit into HCS. So with a very short practice time, they're going to have to turn around and really heat this one up.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, speaking from experience from my days casting back in Counter-Strike as well as Rainbow Six Siege, every single time that there is a new map that has just been introduced, players and teams are usually really quick to start immediately scrimming those, developing call-outs, and it's more or less just technically a community effort. And when it comes to seeing these new maps, especially in a competitive setting, it really just is not necessarily a proving ground, but it also is an experimental hub first and foremost. So we're going to be seeing, I guess, a lot of new and interesting things, and I'm going into this cautiously optimistic into the new map that is Lattice. Just basically what you also kind of said before we even went live. We got to treat this as a bit of an educational experience.
Very true. And as well as that, there's going to be another weapon that's added to it as we bring in the carbine. So some people have been praising it. They get another alien weapon finally, and that will add to the sandbox that has been tentatively loved a little bit more into this overall HCS season, but we're not HCS yet. This is purely into the EHL Cup and combo. So we are going to be going into our first set of maps, and we do have our first set of teams as well, as we don't have to have Lattice first. That's round number 2. We've got Charge as Recharge Strongholds will be coming at you, and right after that, as our midpoint, will be Slayer on Aquarius. If we go the distance, CTF Fortress, and that's one of the faster CTFs pretty much in the game at this point, but this will be Across the Pond versus Genesium. So gonna be going out. It won't be quick, because Recharge Strongholds is one of those that it's an immediate measure of how your team sets up to lock the other team down.
Yeah, definitely. Recharge, it's basically been here with us since day one. If you don't already know it like the back of your hand after, well, Christ, how long has this game been out for? 3 years, something like that, and counting? Well, then you're going to have a couple of issues. But for two teams like this, Across the Pond and Genesium, I don't really suspect that we'll be running into any kind of issues, neither on map 2 as well. That's going to be a little bit more telling as well, because if you're unable to immediately come out of the gate swinging and dictate the pace on Stronghold's Recharge, then Slayer might not necessarily be the redemption arc that you're looking for either. So we're not necessarily looking at this first map as who has the most fragility, who's the most lethal in the server. We're kind of just taking a look at overall team composition. If you're able to spread yourself across the map, capitalize on those respawns as well, and really dictate the pace, then Slayer might already be a foregone conclusion, if you ask me.
That's very true. Yeah, you see some of that happen really from that first objective-based map type, and sometimes it really lends itself into that Slayer. But it's also a change of like kind of a more asynchronous style map. You can basically perimeter run the outside of recharge, but eventually you jump into the pit, and that first jump is going to be for that camo to really establish kind of pace and push. But Aquarius, it'll be there. It'll be a foregone conclusion. We've got our players as well that for each one of these teams. And I think that this is going to be a nice round one banger because for the side of across the pond, you got EU Assault, Herc, Gion, and Moss. For Genesium, right, with Brainiac, Voetti, Callie, and Garrico. I feel like this is like a really good meeting ground, and it has to be reestablished and said. The reason we're getting these Summer Cups is for the big EU LAN that's going to be happening, November? So trying to get that point spread. So we're jumping into what was a kind of a nice overall outcome last week. It was Ascending Baseline that took it over Pokemon at the end into that grand final. Didn't get to see the GF that time. I'm hoping everyone kind of sticks around for it this time. But either way, you got I feel like some little lifts and shifts to see who can hold their points a little bit higher. So this Summer Cup number 2 is really impactful in this first round, much the same.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of going into this treating it almost just like any other kind of major qualification that we've seen for the HCS circuit as well. You know, locking in those points as early as possible, and with the reward of going to a LAN at the very, very end of it. We know going into this that there are going to be a couple of teams that are basically mainstays and have been European mainstays for a very, very long time. And they don't necessarily have to worry about, you know, booking their ticket to a LAN event as much nowadays. We're going to be looking towards those desperate up-and-comers that really want to, what's the best way that I can put this? Let's say, set their imprint in the European scene.
Yeah, dig those heels in. Get your feet like right up in the dirt and make sure that everyone is ready to go. That makes a lot of sense too. And also, there's still the movement that you get in between of a couple of these players. Like EU Assault, they were playing actually with Alex Shock, Zove, and Treasure over onto Overly It's Interesting last, or I guess 2 weeks ago. So seeing them kind of move around now, hanging out with Perk and Gion, that's going to be a pretty powerful team. So maybe kind of a new, not a changing of the guard, but like, all right, this is my club for right now before I properly put on my work shirt and we're all uniform going into that land. So, definitely. So as we kind of go into the first round, you obviously have let's see, what's across this bracket. And you've got Kusamo that's holding our number 1 spot. They're waiting on Mooj and SMLV to play. Vicious and Delicious. That's going to be a fun one to cast if we get to see that name. But we're going to go over to Strongholds, Recharge. Like you mentioned, 2 doors. This thing is old grandpappy when it comes to the multiple years of Halo Infinite. You got the batteries, you have the unloved grappler. If you can be able to use that to go and get your shock rifle, then you may be sniping some heads and doing it while looking like Tarzan, which happened a couple times the other tournament.
No, definitely. My mind just immediately fleets back to, well, Mighty when he was still on Navi a couple of years ago as well, and that was kind of like his mainstay playstyle as well. Get that grapple, get that shock rifle, and just mobilize as much as possible. Just zip-zap zooming around like Spidey and clicking on heads like it's absolutely nothing. Back in the day, I used to call him the simple of Halo for a goddamn reason, but we're going to immediately hop into the action, and we're going to hop straight back out of it.
Well, that's one way to be able to see the map real quick. All right, so it looks like we got a quick crash. Hey, it happened at the start. That's way easier to reset, gang, than having to do it midway through. But zip zap zop, that actually kind of depicts this map. Because we're not having to do anything like oddball, right? Or at least with this right now, you get to have much more of that mid-pit play. And I know that a lot of teams end up getting just super frustrated, having to basically chase down the long haul pathway that so many teams kind of have to go down, and then eventually you get the ball reset. So when it's on strongholds, though, it can be just as frustrating because you're gonna have the constant resets. B is always under fire, and I like that we immediately saw them go that A to C sprint. You often see that C to B of kind of move over from that outside of Whirlpool, and then you have our Hydro rather, and then going over across that top bridge over towards C. I love that immediate pressure because it forces that challenge straight off rip, but that can be a numbers game, especially right off the start of the game.
No, exactly. Immediately trying to establish control of that verticality towards the commando spawn. It's basically a tactic that's as old as time as well, because once you've got control of that, you don't necessarily, like you said, you're not necessarily worrying for applying pressure towards that battery side and really prepping it for a capture. You're looking for that active camo, and the moment you've got that vertical control set up by that commando spawn, you can clear up and make a lot of space for the rest of your team to capitalize from down below, potentially even just divide and conquer by sending one person over towards batteries to apply a little bit of lateral pressure as well towards that C side. Long, not necessarily corridor, but long line of fire as well. So if that particular introduction to recharge is anything to go off of, then I would definitely love to see it actually played out in full, because I think, once again, you know, when it comes to recharge, the team that comes out of the gate swinging the most, and they're able to establish that early vertical map control, keyword being vertical, then you can potentially get yourself up to about 125 points, give or take the midpoint of the match, relatively uncontested, because, like you said, batteries looks a little bit more like a bloodbath nowadays.
It's one of those that holds well when it comes to like A, or even if you're kind of a weirdo and you like peek out C if you want to be able to have B like that. But it's more of kind of an A to C interlude if you kind of get that whatever version of your triangle you like to have. But you have so much sneak thief style that can work with going under into blue pipes, and you can kind of run all the way around C. But I feel like that happens to be the worst spot in recharge to have to stiff for strongholds. You got AB. You can literally just kind of peek around the corner and say, hey, you still good? And they go, yeah, I'm fine. And if you're over on C, you're just like constantly thrown down into blue. And you're like, all right, I hate it here. I don't want to be here anymore at all. And I've been at the behest of people definitely locking me down. So I can understand if they want to be on a high ground position way sooner. And plus, you can only otherwise head peek if you're like looking upwards. It's like the old man looking to the sky gif. Just it's
from
not
what
great.
Film was that? It was I know exactly the one that you're talking about. It's a Leo film. It was a Leo DiCaprio film, wasn't it? With bear and everything like that.
I think so. Hold on, I'm looking up where this is from. Because I've always seen this and I've never known what. All right, one day.
We'll look into it afterwards.
At Eternity's Gate? Question mark. Willem Dafoe. That's not right. All right,
that's
Google,
not the one.
No, that's the wrong one. All right. Either way, we'll know our memes here in just a little bit, and we may be here a hot minute too, because. For all intents and purposes, all y'all been being angry about Neutral Bomb. That's not in the list today, but these types of maps can actually last about 14 minutes. This is the initial duel. Garrico escaping with what little life they had left off the nade. That will be an assist, and they're trying to immediately challenge here on Elevator.
Yeah, 3 dead already for Genesium, and the active camo has been picked up by Moss as well. So across the pond, immediately putting that tactic that we saw a glimpse of earlier to good use. Early control established, and sure, they might have lost B, but B isn't really their focus right now, and they're just completely okay with holding on to these power weapons, farming up a couple of extra kills. Moss narrowly manages to find one, and he's got to deliver with what's left of this active camo.
He's hit a couple targets, but I don't feel like he was doing it at the greater premium. They will efficiently be able to get rid of one, so they reestablish some level of control. Love the slide off that. Good double. It's going to not get the medal, but it gets the job done.
Definitely.
So Moss gets quite a collection of kills. That's actually 8, nearly doubling up the immediate lethality output of Genesium.
100%. Now pressure being applied towards C. All 4 players of Genesium, they're stuck towards that C side, so map control heftily established right now by across the pond. A decent little trade coming out as that shock rifle goes into the hands of Jion as well. So we're going to be looking for some crisp headshots right now. If they're looking to potentially stick it to Genesium. A little bit of contention being seen right now, but we're going to have to listen to a little bit of silence before these two teams lock horns again.
That shock rifle is going to do some work, especially in the hands of Jion. Jion has really been proving himself to just be a slayer. If you get him with a hot hand, it begins to roll. Now, it's a medium triple cap for all of a moment as Genesium begins to at least start kind of challenging across the pond here, across this map. Can't land the first target, but he was able to get at least one on his own follow-up. Batteries will be under control. Gonna lock Genesium away. They're over in the corner, trying to vie for at least some level of pressure over onto Elevator. And Jion with that killing spree is that first life didn't really matter. He's been rolling ever since.
Damn, okay. Grapple swapped out for the camel, but doesn't get to slap it on his chest in time. It's actually out in the wild, and now Moss is trying to rectify the situation. Does get traded off, and EU Assault narrowly managed to actually pick it up, but no, it actually goes into the hands of CQ instead. Would he be able to potentially put up a performance that Moss did with this camo? Only time will tell.
They finished off their own extra damage, so Callie's going to be sitting on 2 batteries for the time being, but it's a BC trade. That will give them yet another trip cap. This one limited to just a couple functionally. And this is the first moment for a long while, Two Doors, that we've had a moment of peace, of respite.
Exactly.
There's a couple of key, like, little pivs that are happening. You had one over towards glass as they let that attic side kind of go away. There is at least a couple of points that are being picked up as they use that camo follow-up from the grapple just to be able to get themselves some high ground trade-off. Jion looking for the wiggles, but they're going to lose that one out to Callie as Callie's starting to roll up as well.
Callie with the shields back up now as well, narrowly manages to get the trade off as well onto Perk, but it doesn't necessarily work out. And now immediately going towards that elevator side, but it actually, that wasn't a stick. That was just behind Perk instead, so my eyes definitely did deceive me.
They were like, you're gonna fall to the splash damage. I'm gonna try and walk away, and they said, nah, I've got extra, I got extra liquid cleaner on this armor today. That's not gonna happen. Right around batteries, Perk trying to get involved. Definitely fell behind the old battle curve for the rest of his team in the way that they were putting it out, but he was getting a lot of assists, 8 assists for his 5 lives that were ultimately happening. And now he gets to be able to add to that kill column. So about a 20 to 30 point stretch right now, as this has been a very frisky few opening minutes here for Strongholds.
Definitely so. Brainiac, whoa. I'm surprised that he managed to win that one himself, and now Jion as well, hopping on with him, has no idea that the active camo was on his 9 o'clock, so Brainiac definitely putting up a performance, delivering what is necessary for the time being, but now the question is, how does he sow unrest into the A across the pond camp? Well, apparently not too well with that trade.
Unfortunately, as soon as he got the info, he was being sandwiched from high and from low, then in control room. And that is the last couple of active camos that have gone to Genesium, yet they are falling behind by about 10 and 15 points at a time. So when Across the Pond starts getting points, they really do collect. C is under fire, A is under duress. So Jericho trying to at least even the keel here. They have pushed Across the Pond. When it comes to getting those trip caps, forcing them to make a choice so that Genesium is nipping at the heels of Across the Pond to at least keep within competitive distance. They do narrow the gap just a little bit, but Across the Pond is going to establish control one more time.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have to see a play being made for A, and that, by the looks of these silhouettes, that's what's about to happen as well. The defense needs to be insurmountable from EU Assault, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out, so Genesium can almost safely get this A back, but no, instead, Perk has something to say about it. He will not let Across the Pond be defied like that, and neither will Moss either, but a hefty effort, a valiant one, I should say, instead. And it does seem that A eventually falls to Genesium, so this could be the inflection point of this game right now, Monkey.
I mean, you got Jion, Moss, and EU Assault. They're all in that double-digit range, but you got Perk that is keeping them up with that wingman medal. They got 10 assists to help out the entirety of that triplicate of lethal killers. On the side of Genesium, you've got Jericho and Brainiac trying to kind of push that envelope, give Woody and Callie another chance. Oh, EU Assault just moonwalks his way out. Now even 2-2 with the amount of active camos, but they're getting a little back tap, good back smack, and they're getting that one now finally up to triple digits, looking for the triple kill.
EU Assault was so fortunate to have his his comrades bail him out so he could actually get that active camo online, and he is definitely putting it to good use right now. That little sequence from there, that's just the chef's kiss that we're seeing right now from EU Assault, and I'm not mad about the fact that he's gone down. He's top fragging in the server thus far, and that active camo definitely played a massive role in them being able to establish a triple cap in this stronghold matchup. But unfortunately for Across the Pond Genesium, they do clap back with a B conversion as well. EU Assault now back into the swing of things. They're going to see if they can establish this triple cap yet again, but it's, for the time being, chaos across Recharge.
They are using paint thinner to peel off what little armor exists on the top edge of Genesium. They were able to get that B for just a whole of a moment. C then was kind of their fledgling retraction backwards, but as soon as they did, Across the Pond took that inch and turned it into a kilometer. Converting all the way in from Imperial to Metric, Genesium sees themselves a losing round and losing moments as we're over halfway for Across the Pond to try and take this first map.
Interesting conversion you put over there. I would have never expected that. That's like the most British thing ever, where you somehow borrow from both systems and you just end up confusing yourself along the way. But let's see. Nice little headshot being picked up by Perk as well, as he's locking down this C site as well. 2 dead for Genesium means that Across the Pond they can start to mobilize a little bit better and a little bit more towards this A side. Perk has to duck out, unfortunately. That is a massive defense coming out from Brainiac as well, and now with that C is converted, this 70-point gap might start to falter a little bit, but Across the Pond they are so quick to react.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for them because they had a great trip cap, but it was off of the spawns that they were able to get both A and B turned around, trying to whip a stick. They got a double kill, couldn't quite collect the third body. That's 3 down right now for Across the Pond. Genesium is, in fact, giving them the backhand smack, trying to clap it back into this map because right now, as many times as they've hit a trip cap, that has just spread the field a little bit too much, and Across the Pond has been able to respond almost immediately.
Yeah, both. It's just back and forth. The moment that one team has any wind underneath their sails, snails? No. It immediately just gets swept out from underneath them, and now with 3 dead on the side of Across the Pond, Genesium should be making a play towards that seaside as they are. Perk tried to go for that A conversion, but Voody just immediately resets it back. So now, once again, Genesium, they hold onto the control, but the question is for how long this time?
They've about a 50-point down, but they've been able to slowly but surely get something happening. Jericho is holding this team aloft, hoping that the shaken baby settles his skull. You got Across the Pond just waiting, seeing where they're going to have to push up. Since C is now their primary spawn, they're going to be running in from that long haul. So they're going to go 2-2. They go in from control room, and they're going to be over towards attic. So they want to get up towards gold and see if they can win some of those duels. As we're online with Voedes, kind of on the back end of this interaction, he actually ends up winning the first one. That's why you send a couple. You got to win the numbers game.
Yeah, exactly. Wonderful team shots coming out from Across the Pond. Conversion does come on through as well. It's an absolute massacre towards this elevator side, and now Jion walking into a room filled with corpses as Across the Pond are now thinking about moving over potentially towards that B side to try to capitalize, because C, it's out of their reach, unfortunately, for the time being. So Moss is going to be the first person to make a stand, and we will have Jericho try to contest, but immediately shut down by Jion. That is proper team play coming out from Across the Pond.
That is so sweaty right there, Two Doors. Like, he was right there on the edge of batteries, and I swore that that was going to get popped because they were still trying to cap it. And unfortunately for the side of Genesium, they actually were able to turn that around, which turns this battleground into a disadvantage. As they continue to stream in, they cannot get control. 200 points right now for Across the Pond. That is 3 down. Genesium is much the same, so it's basically a Brainiac versus Perk kind of duel, but they get taken from behind. So no longer will they continue to convert.
No, exactly, and that was a statement from Perk as well. Sends Brainiac's corpse flying, just get out of my B sites. You have no business being here. But now Perk, he's got another player in tow, and they're immediately going to start applying pressure right where it hurts towards this elevator side. And Brainiac does eventually go down. Can Perk potentially capitalize? He doesn't quite know where Voody is hiding, and he's going to potentially reveal his hand a little bit too early. Clambers back on, and now the ball, it's in Voody's court to try to make a play. Shields are down, so now's the optimal time to push, and he knows he's tossing out those nades, but somehow he gets away with the A-cap, but it won't last for long.
I was wondering why they were letting him go. That's got to be some communication that you've got at least a 2-shot onto a player that's up on elevator with 3 and now 4 down temporarily for across the pond. That is a true trip cap, so they're catching up with some points. Only down by about 40 or so, and that is quickly being diminished. And as I know that all the focus was on to C, they've done this about 5 or 6 times. You got a handful and more right now, Tudor, and they're starting to clean up. Genesium could begin to surmount this what was a huge differential. They finally are able to at least get A. They'll surrender that for now. They have a high ground perch to look down upon this one from control room. Can't quite get that kill, and they're going to die off the blast.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Voodie needed to stay alive in that instance, as Brainiac does eventually come back for a trade as well. So that gap that it once existed at about 50 to 60 points has been narrowed all the way down to just 4, and no points are counting because there's a lot of contention going on right now. Jericho with the active camo, at the very least right now, his game is not to get frags, it's to get intel, and he's already spotted out EU Assault. Easy peasy for him, and he knows there's a second person over towards that heaven side. Perk goes down, Mo's as well in his line of sight, but can't quite capitalize. He'll have to rely on one of his teammates to get that kill cleaned up as he sets his sights towards Jion, and this is so brilliant coming out from Genesium, specifically Jericho just giving his team exactly what they require at the right moment in time.
Hero's moment has to happen. You have 5 seconds. The entire game was yours, and suddenly this is going to go the way of Genesium. They're on C. It doesn't matter. You had to get 2, and that's going to be it. Across the pond, held that game all the way till the 217 mark. It was that triple cap right around 170 to 180 that Genesium was looking to take that big moment, and that the first time was the only time that they had a lead in this game, and they held on to it to complete map 1.
Yeah, that was quite the turnaround coming from Genesium. At a certain point, I was starting to lose a little bit of hope, and my expectations, they started to falter, but I'm glad that we got this series off on the right foot. Quite the introduction, quite the competitive opening map that it has been, and I seriously have to applaud Jericho as well towards the very end. That was quite some magic. Quite the rabbit that he was able to pull out of the hat as well. Top fragger within the server, and it was absolutely brilliant. Let's go ahead and relive some of these hot moments, shall we?
I mean, you had the opening killing spree that was off of Jion, and we thought that this was going to be pretty much par for the course for the entirety of this recharge map. And, you know, for a long while, it was. But something about Genesium just never said die, Tudor. As this team continued to just get those big chunks of points when they absolutely needed it, especially in the form of trip caps. They just consistently told across the pond, we're not going away.
Yeah, definitely. They did not want to roll over and just get kicked while they were down. That was a lot of perseverance, a lot of devotion to the cause, I should say, as well. And this makes me even so a lot more excited for our second map, which is going to be Aquarius Slayer, because as far as I'm concerned, Monkey, these two teams so even when it comes to how lethal they are in the fragging department as well. Sure, we had a couple of absolutely stellar performances, but once again, that opening map has proved to us that it's never going to be as one-sided as we initially thought. It was a war of attrition, and now we're going to see it actually be put to the test in map number 2.
Gotta wonder if it's going to be as slow of a start as it was before. You can suffer a little bit on strongholds with like kind of an early trip up, especially if you don't get the initial kind of the team fragging, and then if you just stay consistent, you can stay in the game. When it comes to Slayer, you fall down a bit too far, trays just become too punishing, and then ultimately you may end up out of the race. So Genesium does not want to start slow. They have the leniency to at least have this done in a game number 3, but they want to get this done in 2 and move on to the next round.
Definitely. So opening 2 frags going to favor of Genesium. So immediately they're setting the pace, but across the pond, not willing to back down without a fight. Jericho does confirm another for his team. And the BR will be picked up, and he's going to try to mobilize a little bit further and help apply some extra pressure, but he does eventually go down. But Moving over towards Brainiac, this could be interesting. Once again, he finds himself holding onto that active camo, and he did such a brilliant job of it last time around, and I'm expecting more or less the same. Finds Jion, and he's immediately going to just turn his sights back over towards, well, the opposite end. 3 blue silhouettes moving, and this could potentially just get ugly right now.
Oh, you got 2 very hurt Spartans over into this utility pit, and suddenly all 4 of Across the Pond goes down. You had seen them through, you know, the good old X-ray, so they're hanging in the corner. As soon as you have everyone collectively in one spot, it just takes one good bit of information call out, and suddenly things will go sideways. Unfortunately, for Brainiac, they end up in a blue man sandwich, so Genesium will lose a couple, but they won't lose this lead as they build it up to 5.
Blue Man Sandwich, that would be an interesting song title for the Blue Man group. I'd love to hear that.
It's just sandwich, 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 sandwich.
Are you hungry by any chance?
I am, like a little bit. I need second breakfast.
Same, I haven't even had first yet.
Oh no, get that.
Yeah. Active camo, about 12 seconds from being online. Voody as well is trying to establish control of this mid side and potentially just immediately rush and sprint his way towards it. No contention coming on through. EO Assault has almost no business in the matter, and he gets taken down. That is such a vital kill being picked up by Voody.
It's 2 separate active camos, a nice double kill, and a killing spree here for Voetti. He's looking for even more. He's figuring out that they're basically caught over into this corner. He's going to get an unofficial triple. That's several seconds later, but continues to just rack up bodies into his collective closet. Genesium, nearly a double-digit lead, and they will be so here for just temporarily. And you're feeling like Across the Pond has just not been able to give themselves a moment of retreat.
No, not at all. Voetti is kicking so much ass that he forgot to take names entirely, and to be fair, I don't blame him either. It's been an absolutely stellar performance from him thus far. 8 kills, top fragger within the server thus far as we hop on with Jericho, who's just getting battered left, right, and center. But Genesium quick to respond yet again, getting a trade back in their favor, and that's good use of, well, the dash to get out of harm's way, but unfortunately out of the frying pan and into boiling water.
Spidey sense was kicking, as they knew that Across the Pond was eventually trying to invade from the backside of that base. So Genesium, knowing that they don't want to get caught in the same corners that they've seen and done onto Across the Pond, who goes 3 down again, and it's an 11-point lead. Now this begins to scream a little bit rough. Obviously, for Across the Pond, the frustration from the end of that recharge stronghold might be kind of sitting into that frontal lobe.
Yeah.
Genesium knows that they need to ride this momentum, this wave from that first map, and see if they can just continue to shut them down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's necessary in this case to get rid of the bad juju. Since you said frontal lobe, the only thing that I was thinking of was an ice pick lobotomy, but you can't really do that in a Halo setting. But yeah, at the very least, we are starting to see a little bit of a response come out from Across the Pond, but the gap still remains at 11 right now. So how do you suddenly manage to flip that switch in your brain and start getting back to your winning ways? How do we get back to that version of Across the Pond that just came out of the gate swinging in map 1?
It feels like they're just losing on every single numbers game. You're seeing them go in straight up into a 1-1, and they eventually get a trade, but they're relying on trades. It's not that they're being proactive. They're not able to take Genesium and kind of ram their face into the wall. They're the ones that are being bullied into the locker, maybe lobotomized and zombified, because we're seeing them act so much slower than they were on recharge, and suddenly we're within 11 points before Genesium walks this one into a 2-0.
Sad truth about this is, even with the active camo Across the Pond, they won't be able to establish a lead. They might be able to get back on even footing, and that's the goal for right now, as Genesium only need 10 more kills to close this one off, and trades are not gonna cut it for Across the Pond. They need to be taking more team fights, and sure, with 3 players down on the side of Genesium as the respawns come on through, they do manage to get back and establish some sort of footing, but Genesium once again just continuously running away with it. 7 kills left.
Seems inevitable, and it feels impossible if you are Across the Pond to try and catch this one up, especially being this far down. 5 points to go. Genesium had themselves a scare, but the dare was to stay in the game on the previous map. This one, they dared to dream, and Genesium has just put them to bed with ultimate nightmares. That's going to be a fantastic frontal assault. A nice double kill by Voetti. They got a couple points before they're going to round 2.
Yeah, that should be the final nail in the coffin for Across the Pond. Losing out on a team fight, 2 players going down at the hands of 1, not exactly what you can accept in this case. And with the final kill coming on through, that I have to dig deep into my thesaurus to find the best description for how one-sided that Slayer game ended up being.
I feel like dominance is not as thesaurus-y, but I feel like it also was just about puppeteering and controlling what was happening from across the pond. They looked just like a shadow of their former selves from the beginning of that previous recharge map.
Yeah.
And Voetti turned it up. That was a player that was kind of in that midline about whenever we saw them on to recharge, and eventually when they got online, they were scary. 17-9 is a great way to walk into your Slayer, and especially when you're pumping out that kind of damage.
Yeah, definitely so. That was quite the performance being put up. In map number 1, it was Jericho who was the knight in shining armor. This time Voetti stepped it up, and he stepped it up big. And that will close off our opening game for the day. A quick little short opening morning for Genesium, but the day in the office certainly is not done just yet.
Not at all. They're going to be walking into Cat Smile Gaming, so that'll be a fun one to possibly have to ramp things up. That suspense, Outcasted, Nixeni, and Fenners. So you go from just a little bit of heat, and suddenly the walk is going to be fried up. But that is just our first round. There's so many more coming up here for the EHL Summer Cup number 2. You don't want to miss it, as we'll be back in just a little bit with more EU Halo action.
You've seen me here before, above the mountain tops. With every step I take, I show the world what I heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. Let's go out of the dark. Out of the Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into more EHL Summer Cup number 2. Again, I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside Two Doors. And, Two Doors, when one door opens or closes, another door opens, and it's into a new, fresh map. Hope you guys are ready for your salad. We've got Lattice coming up online as our first map. King of the Hill into round number 2 with Live Fire, Slayer, and some Charge Ball that I mentioned a little bit earlier if we end up going to map number 3. But Two Doors, I've been kind of looking forward to this question mark to kind of see what the flavor and the pace is going to be on our brand new map.
Same, and to carry on with the metaphor, I'm really hoping that this map number 1 is going to start off with one of these two teams just kicking the damn door down. I would expect nothing less. It's going to be quite interesting. I have no idea how the hills are actually even laid out, but I've heard from the grapevine that some of them are a little bit nightmarish.
Yeah, this first one is pretty exposed. So it's over towards your Shroud spawn. It's on the southern side of the map, and it's basically more exposed, apparently, than the open pit of Solitude of what it once was. May Solitude King of the Hill rest in peace. And apparently the pit side of Recharge, which may come up later in the day. So on this map, you've got the Carbine. You've got top end north side of the map with the Sniper. So if you're trying to take this first hill early, you have a choice. You can either go for it and just directly assault it, or you can put some pressure on the big power weapon. You do have a QT that's in the middle of the map as well to try and kind of get in, get out, and play maybe a bit of more cat and mouse. But we're running it down. We're running it up. As we head into it, hey everyone, it's time to go and look for the big power weapon. That hallway right there, as they're fighting around underneath the Sniper, is exactly why it's so exposed.
Yeah, I already don't like the layout of this map personally. It doesn't seem like there's any good hiding spots. No single place to seemingly catch your breath or let your shields recharge. But we are going to be hopping on with Voetti, who we saw put up some absolute numbers in our opening game as well. 3 kills to his name thus far, as he's immediately going to be trying to apply some pressure towards this first hill. And so, thus far, he's doing a pretty damn good job of it as well.
This is also a Cat Smile gaming group of, actually, I think that we're on opposite names and sides, so we'll fix that for you here in just a little bit. Blue side is, in fact, Genesium. Cat Smile is on the red side, but it looks like that Genesium is actually picking up this first hill, which means that you're going to be setting up for hill number 2, and that goes back towards that red side spawn, or sorry, that blue side spawn. So Genesium will be coming back from whence they came as they lock this down and lock it out.
Brainiac with the S7, unable to find a connection onto Outcasted, and that is punishing as all hell. So the S7 available for pickup on the side of Cat Smile as well. And now we're going to be hopping back on with Voetti, looking to potentially pick up a second kill right here. But unfortunately, we gave him a water gun and he couldn't take on the Hells of Inferno, the Inferno of Hells, I should say, instead. And it is going to be Cat Smile now looking to see if they can equalize the scoreline.
Cat Smile basically having to deal with the catwalks. There are so many pieces of open verticality. We talked about that earlier on Recharge, but this one is exposed directly underneath kind of a short form bridge from this side of Blue Spawn. I love that off corner for Outcast, that as soon as they begin to walk up, they can be able to put some damage directly into them. But as much as they've zoned people away, you're also still right there in the middle of that doorway. So you don't have a really safe spot to kind of go to. So they have to basically lip and dip and trade and rope-a-dope. But you see how they're catching them from behind as well. Just as soon as they start getting pressured from off of those nades, they can start to run out.
Outcasted putting up quite a performance in that little sequence as well. For a hot second, it looked like things weren't very live, laugh, love for him, but he did manage to make the best out of a bad situation. So Cat Smile seems like they finally start to hit their stride as well, tying up the scoreline in a bit of a blood-soaked bow as well. And now they're moving over towards this green crystal side. Yeah, I'm gonna be coining that the call out for this particular hill.
I think some people have been calling that one Ben 10. I think if I remember what we've said in the green room, they're like, yeah, this one kind of it's like the alien gem. So this again is Cat Smile. They were maybe not caught off guard, but just not wanting to have to work too hard for that first hill. Killing Frenzy here for Outcasted. That first death mattered not. They found double digits that fast.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. And what's even crazier actually is one of our star players, Jericho, we saw him put up quite the performance in the opening map, and he's just now only been able to find his first kill. Outcasted probably should have cleaned him up with the DMR instead, but opted to, yeah, get those brass knuckles on instead, and that cost him a trade. So Jericho's now finally starting to come back online as well. Voetti potentially managing to get away, but unfortunately he gets shut down quite imminently as well. With Cat Smile now halfway to the finish line, we need Genesium to start waking up again.
This is a very difficult hill to have to capture. It is obviously on this bridge right outside of that snipe, and so you don't want to have to deal with this one for too long, and that's why you have that big power weapon to basically have that full exposure. Oh, trying to just level a couple of 50 cal bullets into a very tight corridor to have to walk away from it instead. None of them have landed. The fourth one does, though. So the last one in the old mag does pay off. Now, beyond the first 3 hills, this is often on any King of the Hill where things begin to slow down because teams have finally caught their footing and caught their breath.
Cat Smile potentially trying to be the first to get a little bit of extra time on this nightmarish hill as well. And I'm glad that we're still on with Outcasted as well. Not necessarily because of the fact that I'm a little bit biased in the fact that we have to support one of our own Monkey, because he has worked with us as well, but he's just been putting up one hell of a performance thus far. And he's chasing down Voetti as well, narrowly managing to confirm that frag as well. It gets super duper messy and he goes under.
It's one of those that you fight around that clear platform, and you're like, all right, I can see you, I can't quite kill you, and that's that little bit of extra information and trade ends up just paying off, but in opposite against Outcast. And you know, shout out to casters knowing how to be able to get in the game and go deep. Nice pickup, suspenseful fall. That's gonna be Voetti doing much the same. And this hill is lasting for a long time. They're starting to get the tiniest toe tip onto this bridge, but you're being caught from all angles. It's just a wide open window to get shot from.
Definitely. Oh, that's a big frag that Cat Smile have now just found onto Jericho. That gives Outcasted the space that he needs to just get a little bit of extra time on that hill. Voetti now looking to contest as well, as Suspens is managing to get that hill confirmed as well. Genesium just couldn't find the head of Suspense to be able to stick it to him either, and that is massive for Cat Smile. Genesium, they've got a lot to make up for now.
Gonna be a long one as well, because you're gonna be going over to those cargo boxes, and that gives some time. You're gonna be playing basically around this QT. You can pick up that quick utility, but off of this corner, you have a nice escape route to have to go to. A couple of extra boxes trying to be able to slip their way in. They have a chance to pick up another, as Cali was very, very low, but a third man approaches in the form of Genesium, and Voetti, 13 and 7. Looking great, but the rest of Genesium has not been the same. Cat Smile has been really laying down the gavel, and judgment being brought down upon him. They have a power weapon just nearby. Gotta finish that fight! That was a scare.
Yeah, it seemed like Voetti was chasing Outcasted down for a good 30 seconds. I didn't know man was so elusive. But now Genesium moments away from potentially being able to capture their second point. Voetti tries to deliver, but the hill goes back to Cat Smile, and if they're able to hold off, they won't just necessarily stick it to Genesium, but they'll take the entirety of this first opening map. So at this certain point, Genesium, they can't afford any more mistakes.
If Cat Smile has to learn anything from not playing that previous round, Genesium does not go away easily. This is a team that literally pulled it out of the gutter and took a straight, I think it was like 45 to 50 seconds to end it out on a Strongholds of Recharge when they were down but not out. However, it will not be a reliance on Tenades. You do have a one very hurt Genesium player, Cat Smile with a two-man hold. There's about 10 seconds left to go. QT is up and online. They've got a second life, a second limb. They got an S7 in the pocket as well, as they're trying to be able to flood onto this site.
Oh, damn, that is a collapse and a half coming out from Genesium, but still Cat Smile, they narrowly managed to try and get that hill secured, but no, it goes into the favor of Genesium as the entirety of Cat Smile was wiped off the server. So, as you mentioned, Genesium, they now have a lifeline to work with.
And now you go back to the most exposed hill in the game. They've run out of S7 shots, so it will be everything about medium range. This one's going to rely a lot on each of these duels for these open corridors, as they're just trying to hide it and fight from behind a rock. This rock is small, but it is Cali's, and they will be bear hugging it as much as they can to try and force a 7th hill.
Yeah, let's see, 2 kills already locked out for Cali as well, and that is a statement and a half. A solo defense to potentially lock in a 3rd point, and none of Cat Smile are anywhere near this hill. The rest of the squad of Genesium has been doing a brilliant job of keeping Cat Smile at an arm's length, and they haven't confirmed in that point just yet. Moments away, but they wanted to try to get those spawns on lock, and Cali, doesn't matter if you go down, you have done your job. You can clock out and punch out.
That was very smart overall map management. They were trying to make sure that they, one, had the spawns, two, also were upending where Cat Smile was putting themselves into the 7th hill. But now, Hill 7 is online. Plenty of time for both teams to work with it. Outcasted, we're online with them again. They've gone a lot slower since that opening 10. Brainiac going to be caught in the corner, and Baby put beyond the gate cage. They end up getting an assist from that instead as points begin to climb. We're nearly halfway for Cat Smile to try and end this one out.
S7 is back up as well, so this is going to be a heated little battle, and that frag goes awry, and that is unfortunate for Outcasted. He has to head for the hills, tail tucked between his legs to try to reinforce this 7th hill, and Cat Smile, well, they've actually got their priorities completely straight, and Genesium has barely managed to establish any kind of presence, and it needs to happen now rather than later, because Cat Smile, they're just a couple of seconds away from locking this one out.
One big team fight is probably going to be the last one that ends up having this, because you're fighting from just around this wall as they continue to zone them out with all these frags. Callie finds one, the brave Spartan that could, and they start walking it forward. A trade here will be huge, gives them some extra time. But again, caught from behind Finners. The S7's in the corner. They're going to go and pick that one up, and they're going to finally get some hill time. You've got Cat Smile. They're going to have one solid respawn. If they take this next fight, Genesium may be sent packing, and they're going to try and play this one from a top level here with this S7, see if they can catch them as they spawn up.
Oh, this is not good for Jericho, being peppered down to a shred of health by Outcasted, and now Callie's looking to pick up the reins. That's a good defense coming out as well. Another player, I think that's Nixeni, now tagged to one shot, and it will be cleaned up by Voetti. So look at this stellar comeback that Genesium have been able to put up. It's just about as stellar as that opening map versus across the pond. Now the question is, can they close it out yet again? Just moments away, and Cat Smile, they're looking to flood the gates, but no, Jericho immediately dishes out 3 as the stars align perfectly to lock out this Stronghold's gain 4-3 when they were 3 hills down.
Down, but never out. What an extreme performance. They go down 3-1, take 3 hills in a row, and my man Jericho laid 3 heads to rest on a very uncushioned, uncomfortable pillow, tracking them from behind, running it back to the hill. I want to see this swing kablamo one way and finishing off the next with a killing spree. Wow!
It genuinely almost looked like that first S7 shot pierced 2 players. That's how insane it was, and I don't even know if that's possible in this game, but still, what a nasty little sequence coming out from Jericho, who, bear in mind, basically was asleep at the wheel for the start of this game as well. It was a while until he got his opening kill, and look where we've ended off once again. Is this the Genesium that we can come to expect? The kind of team that just gets off on a bit of a snoozer start and then immediately just at the snap of their fingers, at the whim of their will, is able to turn things back around? If I'm Cat Smile, I might be shaking in my little bootsies a little bit.
Yeah, this is a 2-0 thief. This is the kind of team that just lulls you into a false sense of security until the 11th hour. Slower to power up than Gone from Hunter x Hunter. They just take their time, and then they just put you down into a Jajunkin, and then you get the rock straight to the face. We go over to Slayer on live fire, and Cat Smile, they need to be able to put their boots up and tie them up as quick as they can.
Definitely so. This is the time to lock in. S7 recovered by Voetti, and now we're going to be looking over towards Finners, I believe, who they've managed to get in a corner. So this is going to be quite nasty for him to come out of. Wonderful little flick onto the head of Finners by Voetti, and that's 3 down already for Cat Smile, and the active camo recovered in tow with the S7. I am so fearful for Cat Smile.
This is not the kind of phantom, the kind of ghost that you want to have to be dealing with. They will be walking around, and you will be put good night very quickly. And it's just the middle of the day. Gotta still get lunch. Oh, there goes one. Trying to find another. They were hoping that some party favors were left behind, but 2 doors. Cat Smile is being hunted down.
Yeah, but it's not curtains for them just yet either. Still a little bit of time left on that active camo, and he has got the repulsor as well. That's one onto Outcasted. Voetti definitely delivering with the S7 thus far, and oh my goodness, this man, oh, he is just ripping and tearing through Cat Smile. The Doomslayer himself is being put to shame.
All of hell and its demons are saying, okay, Doom guy's cool, but Voetti, we don't want to deal with Voetti. In opposite, Brainiac has kind of walked straight into every fray and walked out with a kill in their life. So they go 5-5. Voetti living the perfect start with a killing spree, and they still got a bullet left in the chamber. They're hoping to put through a Spartan skull.
That's not the one onto Outcast. It just narrowly manages to dodge his way out of harm, but it won't last for long. Voetti, he is this entire team's strategy. Voetti, go kill. Or be killed right there. First death, though, but that just goes to show exactly what kind of statement Genesium are trying to put forward.
WK Warrior, a stick-forward mover. Cat Smile Gaming realizes that they cannot be caught unawares. This is a team that did pretty decently in our previous Cup number 1, but they came up short into a game number 5. So this is a team that does get exposed, at least, for having longer series to have to play and establish themselves. But Woody's still 7-1, sees the numbers kind of roll against them right underneath this ledge, and eventually they get bopped and stopped. Still, only a point of difference. This one a lot different than the last Aquarius Slayer that we got to see them kind of play onto. And Genesium, they're still keeping just heads and tails in front of Cat Smile to keep them at kind of arm's reach. They're hoping to get this camo. Finners, it looks like he's able to get it. Burn through that for at least a moment. So no extra utility kind of in the back line. 9-9 for all of the efficiency we've seen out of Voetti. Brainiac is just kind of going in there. He's like, you know what? As long as I'm good for one, I'm good for one. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Don't die over there.
We're all good, though.
Good,
We're all good, and I'll tell you what's better, Genesium.
Real.
For real.
Especially by 8 points. This was what, 23-22 at one point, and then there was just a mighty fast stretch of Cat Smile Gaming going, what in the world is going on?
Yeah, and at this certain point, I'm starting to get a little bit of PTSD from that opening map that we saw as well, where Genesium, they ended things off with a 14-kill lead in their Slayer, and it seems as if we're going to be having a repeat of that exact game. The only, different subtext is the backdrop of Livefire versus Aquarius, and Cat Smile, they're just really struggling to find any kind of footing right now as well. Players going down left, right, and center, swatted down like flies as Finners unfortunately gets perfected by Jericho.
Outcasted, looking like outcasted from Lattice, but Voetti and Brainiac are living large. Brainiac, again, continuing to just be the first man entering and taking at least one life. Voetti living their efficiency. Jericho had the hero's moment. They've got the S7. They might be able to do it again. That one eventually runs out of 50 cal bullets, and that was the most violent explosion I've seen of a Spartan body. That thing just came down blasted from the attic.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy what the Slipspace engine can do sometimes, honestly.
Right through,
active camo coming up, though.
The platform life. I thought we were playing Super Meat Boy. Oh my gosh.
Haven't played that one personally.
It's fun. Really good. You should try it.
Okay.
10 points between these two. Genesium, they're kind of cruising at this point.
Yeah, they only need 6 more to close this one off, and that doesn't quite spell reassurance for Cat Smile. Now only 5. And 45-36, basically one more team wipe for Genesium, and they can lock this one out and progress forward. But Jericho, a mistake made, capitalized by Cat Smile, and that was a great little bait and switch for them to get a very necessary kill back. But Genesium, they are so quick to respond. If one man goes down, well, you know the old saying, cut off one head and 2 shall take its place. Genesium, 2 kills away now.
They should be able to close this one out. 10-point lead, and that's all they need. Cat Smile Gaming could not undo the 2-0 Slayers and Stealers. These thieves in the night in the form of Genesium, they always keep you on your toes, as drama always is at the end of map 1 and follows into a dominant game number 2. This one took a little bit of extra cooking, but eventually they fried just well.
Yeah, and I think the key thing that we can take away from this game, and when we compare and contrast it to that first game that we saw from Genesium, their Slayer is so on point, but the objective-based game modes, those could use a little bit of ironing out as well. And at this certain point, I really feel for Catsmile as well, because as we saw on that score sheet as well, Outcasted, he played his heart out. The engine that could 15 kills to his name, but unfortunately the rest of Catsmile could not show up. And I'm starting to see a pattern. When Genesium basically just takes away that objective mode when they had absolutely no business to do so to begin with, suddenly resetting that mental in the Slayer, it just becomes quite the mountain to climb.
Yeah, this Genesium team knows how to run with all that adrenaline after having just heroic ends to their opening map, and they know how to completely just shut down a team that they completely exposed at the end of it, slamming Spartans in proper form. And you don't want to be caught on their end of it. If there's going to be a measurement of a team that's going to take down Genesium, especially in the fine fighting form that they're showing us right now, is that they're not going to let that game 1 run away. So, Voetti and the gang, they're here to stay. We'll see how that round number 3 is going to be treating them.
Yeah, definitely. They're vibing pretty hard today. And as you mentioned, that momentum that they carry over from previous games, I can only imagine the amount of let's goes that are going through their team speak, because it's been quite the treat to watch thus far as we close off our second game.
Let's see, who are they gonna be walking into? Let me use my grand thing called the internet to see where they end
wizard
up.
skills?
Well, there's a few. Look, my arcane books are left for later as I charge up my magic. So, Genesium will be going into the Sponge Avengers version 2. Do we walk in with them? Do we see another one? You guys have so much on your plate here for some good old EHL Halo. And so far, this cup number 2 has been absolutely delicious. That may be a clue for you guys as we'll be going to a short break. More of the EHL Summer Cup number 2. We'll be back in just a moment.
It's funny how the world keeps turning. Stars like ladders in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging. And I'm here trying to keep my heart from aching. It's funny how the world keeps turning. But here with you, it's like my life's returning. Whoa, it's crazy. easy, I don't feel the pressure. So take me with you on a new adventure. Starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment with you. One day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars. We could be together. We could be together. And starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment with you. One day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Welcome back, everyone. It's EHL Summer Cup number 2. I'm Hail Monkey Man alongside Two Doors, and we've already gone through 2 rounds. So that means round number 3 is live and online, and that means we're also progressing from round 3 beyond BO3 into BO5 land. So they're guaranteed 3 out here, Two Doors, as we go into our next big match.
Yeah, this one is going to be a pretty interesting one. As you like to call it, we're going to be starting off with Street Ball. Then we're going to have Origin Slayer, the Coliseum remake, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Live Fire Strongholds, Forbidden CTF, and to close things off, if absolutely necessary, Recharge Slayer.
And for some of you, you're like, why are we still here? And to those of you that are irking about that, Street Ball is still fun, alright? It was taken out of the HCS map pool, but it was maintained alongside Solitude King of the Hill here for the EHL Summer Cup. I know none of you are unpracticed. You literally were playing it last week, so calm down. We go to Street Ball. This is still going to be your BO3 outside of your BO3s into the beginning of your BO5. A lot of tendency these days has been to lean towards Pink Street, beyond over towards Cafe, and then if ultimately needing to be on that upper stairwell of Tram. It's kind of crazy how it's literally just been on the opposite side of things from what it was last year, where it was a lot more arcadey, going towards PD, and I don't know if it's just like a weird street meta, but that's where we've been, and that's where we're going.
Oh, it definitely could be. It's been a hot moment since I've seen this particular map in action, because I actually have been rewatching a little bit of Salt Lake City to refamiliarize myself with the game. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's some different tendencies that we're seeing these days on streets. But it is going to be the side of Beer and Donuts to get the skull first, and that's a nice little kill being picked up by Zove, but he has to duck out before you can recontest. Oh.
Yeah, we've also seen that happening a few different times. If you can get the thruster and you're able, or not the thruster, but the repulsor, and then you get onto about this coffee line, then you immediately go upwards. It was used a couple times by Woodham, actually. So everyone's been like, you know what? That's a clever twist. Early points being gathered here by Beer and Donuts.
Yeah, and we're going to be hopping on with Franklin to see if he can potentially sow some chaos into the BND camp. He does find one. The second, not quite on the docket just yet, but that is going to be picked up instead by one of his comrades. He will pick up another one, and now with 3 players down on the side of Beer and Donuts, well, it's going to take quite the effort for them to regain control of that skull.
Beer and Donuts, we have not seen them a lot on stream in particular. This is actually a quad set of players that, I mean, I've seen a lot of the Vicious and Delicious game. You get Baxter, Franklin, Zove, and Ninja, and right now they're seeing a whole lot of Beer and Donuts, but what was kind of a 12-point deficit has quickly been equalized. You get the Carbine, my love, coming back online as that one's brought onto the map. Vicious and Delicious seeing this one stolen right out of their hands.
So, remind me super duper quickly, do we still have the red gun on this map as well, or is it just the carbine?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that this might have been put in place of red gun, so whenever we run red room, we'll have to check that one out. But that is a very fast-firing carbine and immediately lays down that kind of pressure that, for some reason, hits Diffie versus red gun. I could never wield that thing. The power was just too much.
Yeah, definitely. So it's not for the faint of heart, the red gun, unfortunately. And if you get those body shots, well, you're not really taking away at anyone's health bar anyway. So it really did require some precision in the right hands as well. But Franklin picking up one, he knows of a second that just went up and above. That's Hex, who's going to try to apply a little bit of pressure, but he's going to go down at least with a fight. And it is still Vicious and Delicious now in possession of the ball, but they've got quite some mileage to make up for.
Gonna run this all the way up into that street side, so they're gonna be pushing off of this corner. You have that one collectively hanging out with Tram. They're gonna go and get the Shroud. Franklin, this is actually good overall, just push to try and take over Beer and Donuts from their spawn. However, they just don't win that duel. PD under fire, and if you actually overrun from the outside of the spawn, they're trying to make this map as long as possible for Beer and Donuts to have to run up. You might get yourself spawn flipped, and now because they have that exposed back line, they're relying on Ninja to basically defend themselves, but no one can defend themselves from the blast of being stuck.
No, definitely not. And we saw he just put the controller down, accepted his fate, and let that plasma tear him to shreds as well. Lots of action taking place as we do have Vicious and Delicious establishing a lead. I should say, not for the first time because it's been re-established, but that skull is out in the open. It will be picked up by Light Axel before having a chance to even reset. Chains down by Zove, but he's under a ton of pressure, and he can't see this one out.
Right around that 40 mark. Remember, we have a neutral clock that's ticking. I don't think that's going to ultimately be kind of the end call, but it will be Beer and Donuts hanging on to a very thin lead. This is one of those hot resets. You don't really have a reset. It's strictly put into Streets, but when you're able to just consistently keep it rolling off of that top side of stairs, you never really get to hold on to it for too long. Trying to throw at least a plasma up to anyone that wants to come and challenge their teammate. Hex is gathering a lot of points, sitting on that ball for at least a hot second as they begin to move forward. That one gets thrown out into mid-trees. And as the courtyard we go, Vicious and Delicious, they're getting some kills, but suddenly they find themselves 20 points behind.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the gap that they'll need to close off as well. Spedder, top fragger within the server, now looking to apply some pressure towards Franklin as well. And he's going to have the benefit of that Shroud screen as well to make a move, but he doesn't quite catch out Franklin instead, and he does go down, unfortunately. And at the exact same time, we are going to be hopping off with Kusamo versus the Villain Arc as their first round of Oddball has also concluded. And for those of you guys that maybe didn't catch it, Oddball is being played to 100 points, I should say, instead of the historical 80. So these Oddball rounds are going to be just a tad bit longer than we were accustomed to some time back.
Hey, you know, I like seeing kind of the picture-in-picture that we've gotten over the last few weeks because we get to see that the quickness with which some of these teams are doing it. Kusamo is, I believe, is coming in as our #1 seed for today. So the fact that they got their oddball round done that fast is really showing kind of the evenness that we have from Vicious and Delicious and Beer and Donuts. 3 fallout for Beer and Donuts. The main man that needs it is buffed with the extra points. They drop out after throwing that one to Dumpster. But there's a lot of points that Vicious and Delicious need to make up, and this ball has to go right back to the tramway.
And this is the best opportunity for them to do it as well, because just a moment ago, Beer and Donuts were completely flatlining with all 4 players down. So Zove trying to reestablish mid-map control doesn't work out, unfortunately. And Franklin, he does have that red gun. That stalker rifle could potentially pay some dividends, but I think the priority now is just staying alive. BG style, he's able to get not 1 but 2 as well. Absolutely insane scenes coming out from Franklin.
It's an alien invasion. They're zapping them down, hitting them with the old plasma. So that hot streak of red makes them dead and runs through them immediately. That ball is going to be just nearby, but you don't want to put it in with your camo, man. Got to get information. And this has been a quick trade back and forth with these leads. 15, 16 points right now before Vicious and Delicious ends up with round #1, and that's why you keep your man invisible, to be able to take him from behind. 10 points to go. Zove looking for heads to roll, and I think they have just enough time before Beer and Donuts can even get to this ball.
Yeah, definitely. I was about to also point out, with 4 players down and the respawn time in this game, that's just 10 seconds of free ball time for Vicious and Delicious to close off this first round. But yeah, that sequence from Franklin, I think that really says it all.
That was magical. Love seeing that. So we go to round #2. We do have 2 of these going on at the exact same time, so if it feels like NFL Red Zone, well, welcome to the baller pit, baby. Early pressure and early pickups. They're trying to find what they can get, and look, some extra repulsor play. The verticality, no one's looking up. These Spartans, it's a tough time craning those very, very heavy heads and necks. So if you can use that to full effect, I mean, my God, run with it.
Yeah, honestly, my mind kind of just sort of goes back to when Infection was first introduced into this game some time ago, and obviously, you know, if you're playing Infection, you're just going to be looking for any kind of high ground by any means necessary. So it's fun to see the repulsor get utilized like that in this instance. But I think we should get back to more important matters. Beer and Donuts specifically, a 25-point uncontested lead, and Spedder himself winning a gunfight that seemed entirely against his favor.
It was a neat one too. They've been running around with at least a half camo, and they get another double kill. This is a good exposure point to try and get his team into it, but I thought that they were going to get that pancake as well. Quick melee, separate them. Oh my goodness. Spinal cord, meat fist, and dragged out of the body.
It's
Picking
just
up
rude.
and doing everything. 22 and 15 right now, and they're also getting their team's points.
Yeah, Spedder is just having a bit of a fun time cyberbullying Vicious and Delicious in the server right now, and he's putting up quite some numbers, but this 2v1 unfortunately wasn't in the cards for him. Vicious and Delicious now have an opportunity to potentially get some of their first points in this game, but it's still a bit of a bloodbath now that they have a little bit of time to breathe with 3 players down and respawning on the side of Beer and Donuts. They can maybe start to claw their way back into this.
E&D keeping this one easy for the most part. They were just limiting each of those duels into 2v2s. They were not letting it be basically full team fights. Love that high ground reposition out of Ninja. He goes onto that balcony side outside of PD, knowing that they want to try and round that one from top side of that A platform. Oh, he's seeing ghosts. He's got a sixth sense and he goes ghost busting.
Either that or the schizophrenic episode wasn't what it seemed to be at all. Light Axel doing a good job of sniffing out any danger, and that active camo no longer a factor in this equation either. Zove, no shields, and he will get obliterated as well. So Beer and Donuts now looking to potentially claw their way back. The Carbine doesn't bear any fruit whatsoever. Ninja tries to, well, press and see where it hurts, but it doesn't work out for him either.
Yeah, the Carbine's a nice, fluid fighting weapon, but it also suffers from having a lot of TTK, and in this game that has really become a premium that is tough to afford. Unable to clamber and climb with the oddball, so end up kind of just short of that platform going up to the stairs, but we burned a lot of neutral time. By the time we were at this point of the clock in our first round, I think it was like 40 each. Finally, Vicious and Delicious have moved over towards Tram, and they're trying to keep this one defensible as they go over back to this bridge side. Now, as you're outside of Dumpster, this becomes basically a pit of no return. They throw that away from their teammate. They wanted it to be exposed, but V&D goes down 4.
Yeah, exactly. The entire team wiped out, so that should be 10 uncontested seconds for Beer and Donuts right now. And despite the fact that Vicious and Delicious maybe tried to rotate that skull towards the arcade side, it unfortunately didn't happen. The rest of the team just went down a little bit too easily. But now the defense is starting to stick a little bit better for Beer and Donuts. But as I say that, Vicious and Delicious, well, they're right back on the horse as well.
There we go. Not quite the perfect, but it's tough to do when they fire so fast. That one, that is over towards the same spawn side, or at least lane, opposite of Red Gun, over towards that PD, or replace that AR. So that's why you're seeing that a little bit more frequently, especially because it's a bit more powerful of a weapon to have in hand than good old AR, which it was nice. It burns, but you kind of yearn for a little bit more. B&D, trying to keep them at bay. It looks like they're just having to chase them down. They rope-a-dope them. The cat and mouse game worked.
Definitely so. Buffed didn't know what he was getting himself into until the very last moment. And at the 11th hour when the clock strikes, it unfortunately resulted in his demise. A nice little perfect coming out from Ninja as well. Vicious and Delicious in control of the skull. Now the question is, what can Ninja do with what's left of this camo?
Gonna wait it out. He's got that nice little thin rail line to see when people spawn up, and as soon as they do, he's gonna try and work from behind for maybe a back tap if they go to Red Gun room. They run this corner. Did they see that tiny little pixel? They at least get one touch, and they are able to finish him off. They hit him with a double. Might as well BXB'd him, and he's gonna try and walk off this top railway. That does mean the ball is flipped over into Beer and Donut hands. They can try and get them. They throw it right back in the corner. They're like, take this back.
That is an unfortunate little exchange of the skull that should not have resulted in Zove's death, I believe it was, but still. Light Axel, no chance he's getting out of that one alive, unfortunately.
And finally, for the first time this round, it was so back and forth in round number 1, it's dead even. This one is 61 all. Franklin has been very lethal so far on the Vicious side of this Vicious Delicious combination, but he ends up falling out by a big blast to the kneecaps. But still, V&D will walk this up to Arcade. This may take one last team fight to eventually get the job done. They snap it out of hands Franklin from around this window position. They're playing from off of the squats. I'm hoping that everyone has those solid thighs because they've got to be able to have that foundation. Now Beer and Donuts, as they fall out at least a couple down, they're trying to keep Vicious and Delicious with their hands off the rock.
Yeah, Spedder's been absolutely instrumental in Beer and Donuts' success thus far, and we're going to need him to show up a little bit more. He did find a nice little two-piece right there, as the feed indicates, but 2 players down for Beer and Donuts means that it's still a war of attrition for this Skull. Franklin looking to see what he can find, potentially to capitalize on this trade as well versus Light Axle, but it doesn't work out in his favor, and that is such an important two-piece for Beer and Donuts.
Unless they are able to pick it up finally. Beer and Donuts has been Hex that's having to run kind of the dual gambit. They have the most ball time. They've been able to finally have themselves some kind of moderate pacing for just getting some of these duels. But still, Vicious and Delicious, as close as it was, Beer and Donuts have not been able to keep that one out of their hands. Oh, fist fight happening on one corner. Both Spartans go down. 10 seconds to go. It's feeling eerily similar to the end of round number 1. Zove knows that the entire rest of Beer and Donuts is across the map. He can beat up the ATM and see if he can get some extra coins out of it. But this is where it will go. A 2-0 here on Oddball. Vicious and Delicious, they are able to bring it back.
Yeah, it was close. It was competitive, but still, Vicious and Delicious, they walk away with the opening game as we move on to Origin Slayer. At this certain point, once again, I can't necessarily say what I said a little bit earlier, and the point that I was trying to make with Genesium, because if anything, that was a prime example of saying that, you know what, OBJ isn't necessarily everything. The kill spread still looks relatively even between these 2 squads as well. Sure, we've had a couple of star performers, but the Slayer, it can go either way.
Yeah, this is going to be a neat kind of exposure point for both these teams. How you can play onto your power weapons, what you're going to be doing with them, and already we've got a triple. All right. Well, we're going to be moving our way over to Kusamo and Villanark as they are deep into a Slayer about midway through. You got to see Pantho opening up a can of you-know-whats with the S7 as Kusamo is still trying to fight back and even things out.
Yeah, definitely so. Even Steven, 28 to 28, as Pantho does find another one in a sea of blue, does start to fill up the kill feed just a little bit, as we'll be hopping back on with Pantho. Finds one just narrowly, but at the very least, he can lock in those assists for his team. As Samo, they do recover that S7, putting them in a position of power.
Marimatsu, 2 weeks ago, was playing with AB, so now seeing them kind of hanging out with Kusamo, they're trading things out. They've got 10 assists right now, and then you see that hot sniping with basically that Halo 1 style skin and big throwbacks. And they've been running this one down ever since we got back online with them. It seems like Kusamo just they do better when the lights are on.
Yeah. Ooh. Close little contact, but it's not going to be capitalized upon, and the S7 doesn't unfortunately find the head of Pantho by the looks of it. He's able to keep himself alive and still find so much impact despite having basically no shields to back him up.
Body and Pantho definitely mouse and keyboard warriors. Shout out gang gang. Hit click clack the keyboard if you can. 3 down here for Villanark, and Villanark, this has all gone wrong. What was dead even about that mid to late 20s, early 30s mark has swiftly slid into the corner of Kusamo. Yeah. Pantho at 12 and 6, living that 2.0 life.
I think it's about time that the Villanark starts living up to their team name, because it's going to be desperately necessary as well. Vicious and Delicious, Beer and Donuts just now also kicking off their Slayer game. I'm not exactly sure which one of the 2 will end up sticking with, but I do really want to see this Kusamo game through. But they're only 3 kills away, now just 2 versus the Villanark. So I can imagine this is going to be a much shorter affair than we anticipated.
Yeah, Kusamo quickly showing exactly why they're slated to be into that #1 position here for today's Cup number 2. They're 1 kill off from being finished off, and now they've finished it with a double kill. So we're going to say see you later in just a little bit, Kusamo, as we get to a mostly fresh Slayer between Beer and Donuts and Vicious and Delicious. Someone that I think I want to see pop off much the same like they did in the previous game. Spedder, but we got the S7 right now with Baxter.
Definitely so. On the topic of Spedder, I believe he ended off that opening map with I want to say about 36 kills. That was an insane performance as well, but holding him up to the same standards might not be wise, because if anything from what we've seen today, any single player can show up at any point whatsoever. It can be very unpredictable when it comes to European Halo sometimes. Vicious and Delicious on the back foot. 6 kills is the current gap as Bax is trying to establish some kind of vertical control, role-playing as Obi-Wan, but who's Anakin in this situation?
Well, it's no one's quite getting burned just yet. They might have that high ground, but everyone else, well, maybe the entirety of Beer and Donuts is just collectively Anakin as they fall 3 down and yet are 6 up. And it's at least one man that's playing very efficiently in the form of Hex at 7-2. Spetter wants to get back to that fighting form that they had been just a little bit ago, but talking about efficiency, they go in and they at least come out with kind of about 1.2 to every fight. Zove is one of those guys that you can never keep out of the peripheral of your visor.
Speaking of peripheral, he just took a bit of an interesting route to get some kind of line of sight on Buff, but he's unable to capitalize. Now he gets taken down by Hexed instead. So Beer and Donuts quick to reaffirm their dominance in this Slayer.
Kind of waiting it out as the power weapons are coming up. They know that the rocks are right now, so when it comes to Slayer, usually this is a big impact weapon, especially for when you go over into to some CTF. Onto Origin, it's kind of it's just a big old blasted rocket, so it takes a long time to travel, and it's not exactly something that you ramp up with a lot. It does at least find one. Baxter's going to try and track this one down as they've narrowed the margin by at least a little bit, but they're still down 4. Beer and Donuts keeping themselves at least spicy. Baxter's going to play from this backside of Pyramid as they're aiming for the S7 as well. So they are all power weps all the time. There goes rocket number 2, and now they've got 50 cals to work with.
Yeah, definitely so. Brilliantly done from Bax as well. And to also add to your point as well, you need to treat that rocket like a shotgun on a map that's as big as this with so much travel time. Bax does find one with the S7, potentially a second in his sights. He does manage to get a tag and a cleanup. There's another bit of contact onto Light Axle. So Bax definitely tearing Beer and Donuts a new one, as Vicious and Delicious have been able to stem the bleeding and start to stabilize in this Slayer.
This is looking like a copy pasta. Hey, you can look at my homework, but don't do it the exact same from what we saw on Kusamo just a little bit ago. Literally a 28-27, and we got our blue gang that is really ramping up the pace of play. Now he's going to keep this one to the backside of Pyramid, because if he ends up losing this fight, he doesn't want it to go to anyone, and there it goes. S7 falls away.
Yeah, down into the Shadow Realm it goes. That's about as clever as you can utilize that S7 when you're basically in an unwinnable position. Zove, top fragger within the server, 14 to his name thus far with a 2.0 KD ratio, looking to potentially bag a 15, and he does in this instance. The gap now extended to 3, but Spetter, now's your time to shine, and he doesn't. It's lights out for him instead.
Keeping that margin at a crispy 2 there for Zove as we ride along here with Franklin. Doesn't get the trade onto Light, and that's a moment of shine for Beer and Donuts, considering that they were up at least 4 here in the last, 40 kills spread between both of these teams. I want a little bit cheesy as Baxter can't quite chase him down, does have his teammate get credit for it. They are 10 kills off. This has been the closest Slayer that we've seen today, at least at this point in the game.
Yeah.
But if Beer and Donuts does not keep a grip on this one, it can slip.
Definitely so. It's starting to weaken bit by bit. We definitely do need Spetter to activate, but he goes down yet again at the hands of Ninja. Hexed as well, now trying to hold his own. He does have buffed, or he had buffed for a second right there, and now he's got nothing but debuffs blocking his feed.
Hex trying to keep at least out of the sight lines of Vicious and Delicious. They're playing into a dangerous game of high and low. You've got rockets, you've got a blast. Spetter goes down, and Franklin is looking for another head to roll as he's got just someone in his sights. He finishes off with a killing spree, 1 kill left. Doesn't matter what it was, it's what it is. And Spetter's gonna lose that duel versus Zove. He ends out 18-9. And this is a 10-point diffy in favor of Vicious and Delicious, as they'll be on match point.
Yeah, even though they had the rockets towards the very end, they certainly didn't need them to secure it. They just needed 2 more well-placed kills with the bandits, and that's all she wrote for map number 2 as Vicious and Delicious. They do take a lead, so Beer and Donuts now find themselves in a position where their backs are against the wall. But keep in mind, they won't necessarily be out completely, as we do have a lower bracket to work with. But now, moving into what could potentially be our final map, Live Fire Strongholds. And if those opening 2 maps have been anything to go off of, yes, Beer and Donuts, they can put up quite a competitive performance on those objectives, but they're not like Harvey Specter. They might not be the best closers that New York has ever seen.
Gotta be able to just cruise through those final points as well. It feels like, and I'm seeing Baxter saying, "Oh, it's a BO5." Oh my gosh, there's a lot of Halo to play. You have to be able to move through the entire duration, especially for all the different arenas that we've got kind of in for this cup. But Live Fire, it's Strongholds. So
yes,
the rotation is basically all right. Do you run to one opposite side of the map, hitting utility first? How often will the S7 be under control? Who wants to die on green? That's pretty much it. Who's going to the merry-go-round of death, and who wants to see the color green as often as they can?
Yeah, the script for Live Fire has largely stayed the same when it comes to Strongholds, and no one really cares too much about bagging those points early on. It's all about getting that active camo, and it's about getting that S7. Tricky thing is, they're on an offset spawn timer as well, so technically the list of priorities when it comes to what do you want to control and how do you want to control it on Live Fire, it is endlessly repeating itself. And if you're unable to lock in right from the get-go, then you're going to struggle a lot more in the long term. We're going to be starting off with Ninja. He had the right idea, but the execution just wasn't there. That was a beautiful read coming out from Beer and Donuts to nade that vent side as he tried to repulsor his way up.
Very smart aptitude to take that away, and just as they were going to break open B, tiptoeing in is Zove. That is not the Slayer that you want in your backline, and to kick things off, V&D get the trip cap.
Trip cap and S7. Not sure exactly if the active camo has already come online, but the QT certainly has. And Bax, if he can pick that up and put 2 and 2 together with the S7, then he will be quite the force to be reckoned with, a living menace on Live Fire.
50 points, easily and quickly. Just put in the old pocket here for Vicious and Delicious. They're going to use a spike grenade to try and zone them out, and Baxter waiting for anyone to come out from C. Maybe a game of peekaboo as they will go from offside. They have a lot of progress. They end up losing that fight. Oh, I guess a good old critical hit to the forehead will knock the noggin loose. Still, though, V&D go 3 down, but they are acquiring points just as swiftly.
Yeah, maybe it was a mistake of Zove to pocket that S7 up close and personal. He could have potentially gotten control of that sniper's nest, and then we could have been living in a different reality. But for now, they still hold on to 2 points. A triple cap potentially on the docket as well for them, as you do see Beer and Donuts move towards that B side. Progress is quickly reset, however. And what I'm looking at is a situation where Beer and Donuts are not being given any room to breathe.
Franklin is not taking a moment to even get a water break. Dude is just flying. He's just cycling through his arsenal, seeing what's next, picking his poison to have to drop into some of these Mjolnir armors and seeing what they can do to just keep their team rolling all the way and nearly at 100 points. B is getting flipped, so they're going to see a quick team swing. It's gonna be a 2-2 one way, but what's coming from behind is better, but it is just being better than is Franklin. However, 3 fallout for Beer and Donuts, and B will be the only mark of interest that's left to get as A and C are under wraps.
Yeah, Vicious and Delicious, they have gone off of 6th gear and they've put everything in race mode. They are not letting off the gas, locking in yet another B conversion. C, though, could potentially be captured here by Beer and Donuts. Unfortunately, Zove doesn't arrive to the action in time, but he does manage to put up at least a bit of a fight, a bit of a distraction. Now, Vicious and Delicious, they could potentially try to regain a bit of map control, but unfortunately towards dummies and that camo spawn, the fights don't go in their favor.
Oh yeah, I was extremely kind of a weird interaction there because when they were coming up from that key door, they couldn't quite get that final piece. Thought they were going to win that one pretty easily. However, Vicious and Delicious. You've got Ninja. Everyone basically looking at Franklin. They saw Zove in the previous map. They're like, all right, we can do better. That's okay. Yeah. Don't count us out. But 145-5 is quite the mark to start things off. And S7 in the hands of Ninja is going to be a deadly place to have to walk into. Oh my goodness! And that's exactly what they have to walk into is a blast to the forehead.
Yeah, but unfortunately the sniper rifle does go down. I'm not sure if it went off the map, because as Ninja was jumping, that's the moment that he died. So if the S7 carried any momentum, we won't be seeing it back in anyone's hands for a while here.
Dropping down into that low ground. You got the S7 back into the hands of Baxter. He will cleave off a shin from a would-be Spartan opponent, but that one will now rest onto that top corner, and that's a free gift for anyone that wants to go get it. However, I say that, and Zove literally is looming large off of that canalway. So as they go towards Sands, Ninja's just trying to bear expose that, but it's buffed. That wins a couple fights, and finally there's life. 173-14 is not what you want to see if you're Beer and Donuts, especially when you're down 0-2 in this series, and they're getting some pressure. They're getting Vicious and Delicious off their backs.
Definitely so. We're seeing a bit of a heartbeat, but Beer and Donuts, they have yet to flatline. C is now getting converted, and Buffed is trying to put up some kind of response towards that A cap, and he gets out of harm's way thanks to that QT, so he does live to fight another day, and he knew for a fact he wasn't going to be able to hold off on that A defense either.
He's kind of waiting to this back corner. Buffed has really just kept themselves cool and calm. You see they're the only player right now on their team that is in single digits of deaths. Everyone else has been kind of flying to the points. A trip cap, sort of, as C was the only place to go for Vicious and Delicious.
Ooh.
And Genesium is put into the back of our minds that it's never done until it's done.
Definitely not. I do like what we're seeing from Buffed here. He really is playing his life to the best of his abilities. Can't even remember the last time that he's gone down, and he's certainly delivering this time around. And he's got his task, and he's going to stick with it. But now he's going to diverge a little bit. Still maintaining Overwatch on that B side, and C, that's where the real scrap is happening. And unfortunately, it doesn't go in the favor of Beer and Donuts. So Vicious and Delicious, they're back in control of 2 points, seeing if they can potentially reach that big 2-hundo.
Feels like it's almost inevitable. They have built themselves quite the differential, the disparaging that could be done unto Beer and Donuts for Vicious and Delicious. They have been so just touch and go at times. That B almost got flipped, so they're able to play at least some solid defense, and now they get C for themselves. So Vicious and Delicious see themselves stuck over into this corner. They have to walk in through that bridge or go over to the sewer, and that means that Beer and Donuts has simplified the game, forcing them to have to kind of walk the midway. But Ninja might be able to get this one, catch him by surprise. No. Quick little double tap via the knuckles puts him down.
And Zove goes down as well. The S7 in the hands of Bax is hardly finding any contact. 3 shots and nothing to really show for it, unfortunately. Not sure how much ammo there's still left in old Big Green. But however much there might be, Beer and Donuts would certainly like to have it. They still hold on to 2. And yep, they've been able to close off that gap quite significantly. But there is still a lot of mileage that they need to cover in this instance, and they're not willing to let B go without a fight. The reset comes on through, and it seems as if Vicious and Delicious are starting to lose their footing a little bit.
Yeah, this is a slip. Some oil's been laid on the ground. They're all greased up, and they can't catch this pig. Beer and Donuts, they know that the priority has to rest with this B. So as soon as it begins to flip, they have just that exposure point. Look at it. Zove was right behind him. He's going to get a double because the man is one shot. Holy cow. All right, Hex has decided that this will be his point of no return. He's getting some damage. He's got a teammate. He gets 2 assists. That means 4 from Vicious and Delicious. Come over towards B, and they lost every single fight.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, and definitely not what we expected to happen either. Beer and Donuts putting up quite the stronghold on strongholds. And now they're looking to see if they can get rid of this last little pest that is plaguing this C tower. Ninja does find one, but Hex is kind of oblivious to what's actually going on.
It was 174 to like 10. I need to remind everyone, it's 20 points until Beer and Donuts catches this one all the way up. Vicious and Delicious, they're not just slipping, they're tripping, and they're gone. This team has completely evaporated from live fire, and it's Beer and Donuts that did not let the assignment go ununderstood. They continue to hold C. B is at least going to be tentatively attempted by V&D. They do get it, but just before this next big team fight, Zove decided he ain't moving. He's just standing stock still, and that turned him into a target.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around ununderstood. That's two negatives. Wouldn't you just get durstood after the two negatives canceled each other out?
Durstood.
Just durstood.
They're just standing on business. They stood. They came. They stood.
Absolutely
well, 220. By the way, the remote detonations across the board. Vicious and Delicious. The scare, I think, has finally been at least put away.
Seems to be the case. Hex goes down. He tried to get that conversion, but it's instead Vicious and Delicious with an active 3 cap. Beer and Donuts looking to rectify the situation and try to regain some control. C is back in their pocket as well, but they're not the ones gaining points right now, and that's the sad thing. They need a majority, and Vicious and Delicious, they just need a few more seconds, just a few more precious moments of time, and there is nothing currently that Beer and Donuts have to say about it. But wait, the last moment, somebody stepped foot on that ace side as well, and it's all down to Spedder. The mantle of responsibility lays with him to close this one off and keep Beer and Donuts in it, but his shields are stripped. He does get the double, but not the conversion. Vicious and Delicious nearly having a heart palpitation towards the end, but they do see this one out.
3-0 the way they go. Vicious and Delicious, they found themselves a competitor across the line, but they did everything necessary to get the job done. It was scary. Let's talk back to the fact that it was it was 192. I think they crept up to like 170, 180 just before they started flipping and having that first win. Also, near the end of the game, Zove just to say, you know what, the easiest thing for me to do, I'm dying too many times. I'm gonna plant my feet right here, and I am just gonna free fire, but I ain't gonna move. Simplify the game.
Yeah, definitely. And looking back on the kill counts, it almost seems as if, yeah, Beer and Donuts would have had the upper hand, but it's still overall relatively even Steven. The performance that Spedder put up was reminiscent of what we saw a little bit earlier as well on Streets OB, where he managed to drop 36 kills, but that just goes to show kills isn't everything, and Vicious and Delicious, that's the message that they're sending.
Well, speaking of that, we've got someone that was definitely getting some kills. This was a Charter versus Across the Pond gang, and this is going to be a treat. We were all the way on Lattice. This is exactly what you want to see as they pick up the S7, hit the trip cap. That's your overkill, and off the end of it, hit him with the kill-tacular. That's the kind of McNasty you want to get in these kinds of games.
That's such a nasty little sequence coming out from Woffs as well. Oh, extermination, kill-tacular, those are words that I haven't heard in my vocabulary in such a damn time. But I want to shut up and listen to some of this team comms.
Nice, come on. Bottom blue, boss. It's full red, it's full red. The ball is weak,
One shot bottom mid, nice one. One shot A step, nice. Last guy QT, last guy QT.
One kick ugly.
We have the ball.
I'm in.
I'm bringing ball. Nice kill. Come on.
Get over. Yo, kill tag.
One back shoot.
Nice, come on.
No scope.
They knew it too. As soon as he had that look, they were like, this is going to be a kill tag. Go and grab a man.
It's always such a treat to be able to hear team comms. It really gives us a nice little peek inside of what actually happens. And, you know, coming from a different background of esports as well, whenever I get to hear what happens in Halo comms, I'm always, it feels like I'm being exposed to a whole new world. So that was a really, really wonderful treat, a wonderful little experience. But yeah, back to the matter at hand as well. Vicious and Delicious making a statement, 3-0 in a best of 5, and we were chuckling about it a little bit earlier because one of the players in the chat typed, wait, this is a best of 5? I thought it was a best of 3, and yeah, unfortunately that's what happens when you step up to the table with the big boys and you have to see the entire thing out.
It's always about, all right, this journey is going to be just a touch longer, and you got to be ready for every single step. But you know what? Everyone out there apparently has brought their A game today. We are getting some fantastic play. Vicious and Delicious, they made it through Beer and Donuts and a Fat 3-0. They are now going to be facing off against Genesium, who went past Sponge Avengers version 2 in a 3-0. Kusama 3-0'd over Villanark, so they're in the semifinals as well, with Slow Ball Old and Italian, no longer blind, and so they'll be facing off in the semis. This EHL Cup number 2 is going very quickly, but you got to see more action right after this short break. We'll be back in just a moment.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised. When the shovels hit dirt in the earth, did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dulled, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late.
Double kill.
The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. It's never too late. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. In time, the stars will shine for you out on the open road.
Double kill.
I kept my roads in stone. Just don't forget that I'm your home. I'm in your every breath. That's how the story ends. We were just children caught up in a tidal wave, running from monsters. I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. It's never The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. I could try to run free, but like the darkness chasing me. This is how it was supposed to be. When I feel like I'm done, I write a song that's not been sung, and I remember how I used to have fun.
Double kill.
When we were just children and heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. It's never too late. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late.
Night times are
Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned.
Welcome back, everyone. We have traded faces in your spaces as we got Captain James Forrest joining us here for the EHL Summer Cup at number 2. James, how you been doing? We've got players that are ready to go. We're in the semifinals. Killtrocities, Killtaculars, killing everyone out there, man.
I know. Lattice getting a run around as well. I see people getting amongst it. Mate, I'm super good. Of course, it wouldn't be a me stream, a me cast without a CTF Aqua. Which is exactly where we're going to start. It's almost like I planned this. No, we're going to start with a CTF Aqua, Slayer on Solitude, King of the Hill Recharge, Live Fire Oddball, and a Slayer on Streets. Shout out to my Solitude and my Streets for in HCS now only being Slayers. Not here though. Not here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like it, kind of don't. There's already the conversation, because people hate change, about how much Lattice is going to stay in the rotation overall. We're already online, by the way, because we do have our 2 semifinals that are up.
I was about to say, how are we 2-0 already? Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, wild. But we're with Kusamo versus Slowballed Old and Italian. They changed from blind to Italian as they kind of shift the roster a little bit.
Yeah, I think Frenzied was blind, so I guess, and Savvy's Italian, so that's where that comes in. But
and in case you guys didn't see, what was it? It was the Killtrocity earlier, right? We got to see the 6-man dropping out of Savvy.
Yeah.
So they, they're already hot today.
Yeah, they are 2-1 down. Good cap from Warlord. Metafy.gg/Warlord or whatever it is. If you need coaching.
Shout out.
22 kills for Vortamatsu, by the way. Unfortunately, didn't go as well in SLC. Jeez, trying to remember where we were. Didn't go as well in SLC as probably he wanted it to. But you know what? You live, you learn. There's still a major and a worlds to go. So, give it time.
I might even get to meet these guys on the other side of the line. That'd be cool. Yeah, North Carolina cometh very, very quickly.
Yeah, it is coming well to October, right? 2 months. Okay, so not that quick, but 2 months.
It's gonna be a fun time over there. But so far for these guys, I mean, Kusamo, Body, especially alongside Pantho, has been a very dynamic duo. Body, he pumped out the numbers, but when it came to kind of chilling where they wanted to be with AB, felt like they weren't always maybe in the right kind of comfort pace, and so I can see this Kusamo squad really kind of leveling them up a couple times.
Yeah, and like the Seeker retirement, and like this is gonna throw kind of and Z10 stepping away, right? Like this is gonna be kind of crazy going into next week already. By the way, Monkey Man, first open for Charlotte is next week, next Sunday. So. Oof. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Kind of what's going on there and how it's gonna kind of shake out with XZ10 and yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Vicious and Delicious already 1-0 up as well. So flags are plenty. Num.
This is not one of those neutral flag ops. This is definitely invasion. If you haven't seen Aquarius and if you hadn't seen a lot of CTF, well, welcome. You can have 5 flags, and that's exactly what we're trying to rack and stack up to. Vicious and Delicious, seeing theirs getting pulled. Genesium, this is a team that I will literally not believe they're going to lose until the very last second. They continue to dig their way out of these series, and so far they've done it flawlessly.
Yeah, Axe is going to get into this util. Pass the flag off to someone else, because it does have camo. Oh, it's going to go back for the flag. Are you? Oh, nice. It is gonna be capped in. But yeah, trying to be sneaky in the camo. Not really working too well. But it is 2-0 to Vicious and Delicious. Oh, thought he was about to get a double kill. Kali gonna shut him down though. Yeah, pretty apart from the fact it's 2-0, pretty even in the kill count. Apart from Zove just absolutely dominating. But Saboy have brought it back, mate.
Yeah, and then with 100 seconds to go, that means this next cap is going to be very impactful, especially for the end point of this game. We could end up with a pie chart or simply walking in next. 28 kills for Varimatsu, followed up right behind by, again, his dynamic duo in the form of Pantho. So this one will be picked up. Camo at least puts it aloft, and they're going to see if they can get anyone to kind of come around from these spawned out corners. S-Boy in a weird spot, yet they do find the ghost that's behind enemy lines.
Yeah, and that flag is going to start to run. Kalpin is going to see that flag going off. He's going to have someone above him, though, if he tries to take out Voltamatsu. There should be someone behind him, and he will get the perfect systematic. He will get traded out. Pantho goes down. 4 dead for Kasamo. And slow, bold, old, and Italian are going to be able to start this flag run. Systematic going to go into the fridge. It's a bit chilly in there. But Warlord, he's going to be running this flag. Marine, by the way, 26 kills. A 2v2. Marvies is going to grab this flag. A trade as well. Both flags out and on the run. Marine there too. Flag gets returned, and now it's Kasamo running this flag with 20 seconds to go. Could be a way in to score, although it is down right now. Oh, I was going to say down, but it's in. 10 seconds, Monkey Man.
Oh my lord, that's exactly the kind of defense that you have to play. One flag for flag, and now they have to stream their way through with only 5 seconds remaining.
It's done.
S-Boy, they're not going to be able to get a hand on the pole. Wait, this one doesn't matter. That's all. Just keep them on their toes. So we go 3-2, and that's going to be Genesium now fighting from still this 2-point differential as Vicious and Delicious is going beyond the midline.
Yeah, Zove 16 and 8. Trying to push up. There's a few too many bodies here, I think. Oh, hello. Does find Brainiac. Maybe there's not. Hold on. Jericho does find Ninja. Volti trying to get behind into Util. Callie goes down as well. There's an assist, a trade. 3 dead for Genesium. Brainiac, last one left alive. He's going to sneak around the corner. Sneaky Bax. Bax going for the run. Drops the flag. Is going to get shot. Will he get taken out? Should be a teammate that scores. It's not. Oh my god, he actually goes down as well. No way.
That was the longest just HP 0.25% bar that you could possibly see. Able to get a killing spree here with Zove. If that thing does not get capped, this would be absolute capped. Camo goes into the hands of Zove. Dude is hitting at 20 and 8.
The flag's back.
What? Wild.
Also, I don't know if you saw, by the way, but it was perfect after perfect after perfect in the kill feed. Like, just
living a perfect life.
Yeah. It's a perfect world, don't you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's like, where'd you go?
Where? The man's disappeared.
Alright. Well, the most dangerous man on the map right now has the camo.
Oh, it went back! Oh, I thought they were going to grab it.
Another one in the bin. A double kill to end it out. Voidy the only one left standing for Genesium, and Genesium is living a tough life at this point.
Man. Yeah, I mean, when you're against, like, Zove, who's more than double positive, and like, you got some guys who are, like, double negative, it's a little bit tough out there. But there's still 5 minutes. We've seen greater comebacks. He's only game 1, of course. Oh. Bax finds a beautiful double kill. Can he find the triple? No.
It would be very trademark Genesium of them to be down 2-0, then to suddenly run 3 flags in a row and turn this one right around. Now, maybe I've just seen this movie too many times, but perhaps that's going to be the other side of things. They do get a nice quick BXB as they get blasted with that Spartan fist, but still, Genesium is losing too many players before even getting out of their own back base, and Vicious and Delicious keeping that pressure up.
Yeah, Franklin gonna run in, get double naded, gonna get taken down. Does find one from the Grieve. Yeah, it is gonna be Brainiac and Ninja with the trade as well, but trades will do for Vicious and Delicious. Another camo as well. 3rd one in a row, by the way. And now they also last longer, right? Like an extra 15 seconds, so camo super overpowered right now.
you kind of understand the way that you would want to power it up, but it does feel like they've added a lot of time. So the ghost in the back line is ultra real. Maybe one double, trying to find and finish off Callie. Callie's not going to let it happen. They put on their dancing shoes. Couple from go away here for Vicious and Delicious, but Whitey's going to play defense and try and bring this one out. The problem is that they've had to play defense this entire time. And as soon as they walk mid, they will win this fight. Franklin, he gets blasted. Now Brainiac wants to be able to get a pull. He'll use the thruster. 3 are out, 4 are down. This is the premium moment, but they don't have anyone on top level to be able to get this initial pull. So it's going to be Voidy that has to do it himself.
Yeah, and just starts to get shot. Brainiac got what looked like a double melee kill. Or might have been the same kill twice, but... Oh, it's going to be Zove. Zove's just everywhere, man. Finding kills all over the show. Him and Bax. What, 51 kills between them? Sheesh. It's
a lot.
It's a decent effort, you know? For what, 9 minutes?
It's it's just my average Tuesday.
Yeah, just does alright, you know, like... I just find, I don't know, I'm just like a magnet for kills, dude.
They just go straight into the tip of my gun. I pull the trigger. It's life.
Bro, it's just like perfect. It's so hard.
Only gold stars.
Only gold stars, bro. Oh, we've gone third person.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
All right.
And back to first and he dies. Maybe he should have been in third person the whole time. Would have survived.
Yeah. Come on. Basically living the Assassin's Creed life. And unfortunate for Genesium, they've not been able to get 3 flags in a row. In fact, they've let 3 flags in a row. Vicious and Delicious have kept them bullied in the back locker room. And they're about to give them a whole swirly as well. In case you guys don't know what that means in American terms, that's face meets toilet meets flushing. They're drowning them out.
Oh, the old swirly. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, you know, Assassin's Creed style, you know, it must mean that Genesium are the Templars, you know?
Ah, it's true.
Yeah. No golden apples here, my friends. Zove, 34 kills. The question is, can he drop a 40 bomb in the next minute and 10 seconds?
You doubt Zove? Come on.
Well, you know, I'm not sure there are enough people for him to kill.
Has to do it twice. Oh, gets one. She was waiting for the ninja. Not quite gonna happen. Callie gets rid of him. Teammate helps out. Times against Zove. All right, my betting line says maybe.
Your betting line says maybe. Double kill for Ninja. Ninja's stealing all the kills. That's what it is.
Do it. Come on.
He needs one of those, like,
Ninja.
generational FFA finishes.
I do it. Look, we've already seen a kill tag today.
True.
Possible. Oh no, he gave that away. He's being so helpful. One big frag goes bouncing by Brainiac. 3-0 will hold. Vicious and Delicious have got this one in the bag. And Genesium will not have a photo finish like they've had for at least 2 out of their 3 series for these opening map number 1s. And I wonder if that finally will render Genesium some extra mortality to think about before we head over into our Slayer.
Oh, he didn't get it! Almost a 4-0, but not quite able to put it in. But yeah, dominating, I think, is the word to use for that CTF Aqua.
And as we go over to Solitude, so this is the one that they tore away some King of the Hill. I need your opinion. Taking Street Ball from us, going to King of the Hill away from Solitude. Good, bad, ugly, fair? What do you think?
Street's Oddball is a crime.
Okay.
Like, it's a hate crime. I love that map. Like, that map's so good. Solitude King of the Hill. I don't really like Solitude as a map, so I'm kind of fine with it. But I know a lot of people really like it, so yeah. I think it produces like good games, but yeah. I mean,
not great games. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if it were up to me, I think I'd probably leave this one out, like a Solid King of the Hill out. But I know a lot of people like it. But Street's Ball was a genuine hate crime. Like, That's such a good map and mode. And they've just like slowly killed off... Oh, great kill. They've slowly killed off all of Streets' maps and modes. Strongholds, King of the Hill, Oddball, they're all dead now. They're all dead, Jim.
Can't handle the mean streets of Mombasa, you know?
Yeah. They said no,
Also, this
no
one's-
bassa in this Mombasa.
This also has become
yeah.
very tight.
Oh, hello.
We came in the end point of this.
no,
This is like
buddies.
this is all Kusamo, and it will be Kusamo. They end up taking that Slayer, but that was a very near comeback for good old S-Boy, but they end up now down an 0-2 hole as we go to Slayer on our proper Genesium and V&D.
V&D. Good old Genesium. Can they find a way to get into this series? Shock Rifle is going to be up. Franklin is taken down. Oh! Oh! Okay. Respect. The plasma would have been absolutely bananas, by the way. Shock Rifle coming out for Ninja. The push coming in. Voti gets the perfect. Jericho and Cali. Oh, Voti does get taken down by the Shock Rifle, though. Yeah, it's just an awkward spot, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of off a weird window, and then Brainiac trying to provide some crossfire provisions, but no, yeah. Using that nice long angle, Ninja eventually gets himself taken down, but not before getting a killing spree. So, good work so far as they go 6-2 to kick things off here for the Slayer. But it is Genesium. This team has been mighty when it comes to Slayers. They haven't lost one yet today. So if they were ever to buck back into a series and even things out, it has to be here on Solitude. Wow. Cali just rending life from Spartans left and right.
Oh, the repulse as well. Cali. Oh, not sure it's going to see backs.
Timing.
Yeah, timing. Got timinged. Man, Ninja 8 kills, by the way.
He's quick with it.
Got the backpack out. Zove with the camo. How many camos in a row are Vicious and Delicious gonna get? Like, it's crazy.
Had at least, what, like 6, I think, on that previous map? So far, been able to control this one. Big movement out of Voetti. I don't know, just quick jump out of there. They're able to keep themselves alive. This one's dead even through the concourse of the first 40 kills between these two teams. Genesium hoping to make sure V&D is just super uncomfortable at times, but these teams are just fighting each other on the perimeter.
Oh, good back smack from Franklin. OT goes down as well. Double kill. Jericho with a perfect. Yeah, like, even though it's a 2-kill lead, this is super, super back and forward. By the way, Brainiac, Monkey Man, on a breadstick.
Ooh.
On the old bready.
Well, sometimes you get the bread, and sometimes you get a head. But right now, he's got 2. So you know what? No breadstick to have to deal with. They're gonna be hanging out to that U-turn. This is where the most tedious amount of meticulous accounting begins for Genesium, because they are just a little bit behind. Shock Rifle has fallen into Baxter's hands, and Vicious and Delicious have gotten all the utility and all the power weapons for like the last 2 games.
Oh, Zove double. Can he find any more? Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you're... Oh! Oh! Okay, Bax, calm down. I was gonna say, sometimes you're running right, sometimes you're in an Olive Garden with your breadsticks, but...
Sometimes running right, sometimes on a diet, you know?
Yeah, that's it, man.
Another camo! That Genesium they've run dry. They cannot become invisible. It's impossible.
This is crazy how many times they've picked up this camo. It's just like, whether they mean to or not, they just kind of have perfect map control every time a camo comes up.
It's in that moment that everything calms down in a big way too. You're gonna see a couple trades And things kind of become sorted. Vicious and Delicious have been able to at least dissect through Genesium, and Genesium hasn't lost a Slayer today, and yet it feels like this is where that starts to change. Brainiac kind of been on the lesser end of things, started a bit slower, and Ninja's going to force him into the corner. One fat nade will finish him off. Man, he may get RKO'd from the top rope, but he's getting shot from behind, and that's exactly where they wanted to. Good comms by Vicious and Delicious. They need 9 more points.
Ooh. He's going to be down though, Zove. So only 3 points ahead. Finds one. Oh, doesn't quite manage to get Franklin as well. But in the meantime, that's 2 over to Vicious and Delicious. 45 to 39. It's always funny in Observer, like, when we know there's no one there, but they're, like, hard chasing a ghost.
And that's pretty much what Genesium is doing at this point. Everything has just been just whiffs of possibility, but nothing real. Only 1 point, only 1 kill necessary for Vicious and Delicious to finish off this run. Genesium finally leaves themselves a Slayer. They'll be down 0-2. And V&D, they will be 1 game away from making it to the winners finals today.
Yeah, that was also just a nasty finish as well, right? Like the little jump shot, getting it done. So, yeah.
King of the Hill recharge. All right. In the middle things.
You fan?
Damage that we've seen, it's just not the same from Genesium. They hit that stride through the quarterfinals, and this semifinal has been a harsh reminder for them that V&D is kind of that big upgrade they have to meet.
Yeah, this is like the next step, right? Like Vicious and Delicious looking real good. Speaking of real good, Kusamo, the Finns. I need the Finns to bring some snacks, you know, to London, to Stoke.
Okay.
Not London.
Are Finnish snacks really good?
I mean, I always finish them.
Oh, okay. Haha. Swish 3 points.
Nothing but net. No. No, I had fun eating them when I was there. So yeah, always snacks from other countries are always goated.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know what? Feed us, please. I will take a care package and I will eat it on screen, please.
Mate, you bring me a care package, you know, that's not just pure sugar, and I will enjoy it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, as Kusamo and the gang are taking care of business. Triple kill? Who in the world? Zove. What? We just got here.
Jericho.
It's been 12 seconds.
Jericho.
It was Jericho?
Yeah, Jericho. I know Zove's good, but even he can't get a triple with 2 kills.
I mean, maybe he killed someone before they even got to live.
From being birth dies. No. But
American healthcare.
that's rough. But yeah, it's good. We'll talk snacks further. But yeah, that's the joy of having, like, you know, I work with a company that I think we have like 7 international offices. So whenever we catch up, like, I get good stuff, man. Like,
yeah. Can't wait to catch up so I can eat all this stuff.
Yeah, can't wait for the Canadians to get here so I can get some grade A maple syrup. Yeah, boy.
And bacon.
Yeah. Meat doesn't go too well, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sad. This hill is very close, by the way, this first hill. Ninja already on 5 kills. Jericho on 6. Ninja snacking out on some Finns. So, double kill, killing spree. Genesium go 4 dead, and this should be a hill to Vicious and Delicious.
That's so impactful. One, not just for this hill, but secondly for the setup to the next hill. That is how you absolutely blast a team out of existence and try to set up for what comes next. I say that, But they already had a man like kind of nearby, so they're playing outside of blue pipes. The trade will force us into a 1v1, and Franklin is completely exposed there in pit because the camo was coming up. So V&D can't take advantage initially of finishing off that last hill, especially with 4 down against Genesium. Jericho, he kicked things off with a triple kill that I, unaptly named over to Zove. My bad. He has now gone 9-4 since then. So I want to see if that continues to be where things run up, and Voetti finally clears the breadstick from out of the basket.
Oh. I was like, can Back see him? Like, it's kind of crazy, but it is going to be basically an instant hill, and we're at 1 apiece, Monkey Man. Like, Vicious and Delicious, like, barely even challenged.
And that was a weird moment too, because I know that they had one man that was on batteries whenever that 4 drop happened against Genesium, but I thought that they would be rotating at least long haul or into pit to get ready for blue. But maybe they were just too mindful to go for camo instead, and they just lost that team fight. So that skirmish goes sideways. B&D lets the second hill go. We're gonna see what comes up later. Ninja's up to 10-5. Dude's living the nice 2.0 lifestyle as Whirlpool is under their control. Maybe this half of recharge is just where V&D lives.
Yeah, this is like, can you get into this side? No. No, you cannot. Back sitting on gold stairs. He's getting shot. Callie's going to come out. He looked like he was almost dead as well. Voti's there. Callie finds the kill onto Franklin. Bax is going to find one. Brainiac, Zove. Brainiac double. Voti's there as well. Zove last left alive. It's 2 people on Genesium. Not really getting into this hill. They do want to get rid of Zove in that kind of tough back A area. Spawn up. Bax almost dies and does. And it's 2v2, make it 2v1. As Callie, he's going to find Franklin. He's going to be traded. Genesium 4 dead. And maybe for Vicious and Delicious, this is hill numero 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for next. C-Plat's the anchor now. You see both Callie and Jericho onto that control room push. So seeing what they can do from off of it. But the camo still exists here for Ninja. Ninja's going to be let off the leash. They're going to tell him to go and slay away. Voetti goes ghost busting, though. So 2 up for Genesium. And this C-Plat, hill number 4-ish, where things kind of slide out. Getting punched in the gut. It's not the way you want to go down. Franklin, he's going to try and get some vengeance, but vengeance is for Voetti.
Oh, my lord. Voetti just taking him to task right now. They are going to jump on this hill. Well.
Whoa.
Back's just flying around. Ninja going to get the perfect. Bax does jump out, though. Oh, my God. The killing spree before Zove gets it back. Brainiac. Okay, gotta trade. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Callie again. Last one left alive briefly is going to get traded out. Oh my god, Zove with a beautiful double. I don't see the setup right now for Genesium to be able to break this. Vicious and Delicious looking real good, Monkey Man.
Yeah, they're poking the bear, and bear often swipes back at you, and Vicious and Delicious, as much as they were late to the party initially when it came to that C platform, they've definitely been able to force Genesium into that back corner. It's kind of off to Whirlpool and Elevator, and now sealing them into this gold bar. Yeah, this is going to turn into a pit hill that Genesium desperately needs, especially with them being down 0-2. The camo's immediately burned.
They got camo for once, Monkey Man, and they immediately got absolutely nothing out of it.
First time in like 3 games.
4 dead though. So there's going to be some time here. Jericho. Just nading. Oh, that wasn't a good nade.
Yeah. Oh, carbine. Oh, yep. That's exactly. You see those little thin strings of silly string coming at you. And you die, like a party favor.
Yeah. Get the party hat going, like... Ooh. Back's getting taken down. Zove on Overwatch, though. Yeah, Brainiac's not getting away with that one. Ninja finding a kill with the carbine. Oh. Kasamo
3-1.
about to 3-0. Vicious and Delicious currently looking like they're going that way as well, so. One finalist locked up, Kusamo. They're going to await in the winners final for the winner of this game.
Kusamo chilling. That was one of those teams that you're pretty sure was going to be able to walk their way forward, but then direct challenge, a double kill here for Franklin. 22 and 13 is his highest player with Zove, but Franklin is just as lethal at times when this team needs him to be. Callie's trying to take on that challenge and they win it. But Vicious and Delicious is playing time. Just a little bit, maybe not proactively. Camo will come up in 5 seconds, and that's actually going to be a timely affair, especially as they get this hill. We go back to batteries and we go back to basics. Genesium is going to pick up Camo. Vicious and Delicious, they got about 2+ minutes to figure out how they're going to end out this game and if it can be a 3-0 series.
Yeah, it is going to be Bax. The last one left alive from Vicious and Delicious as Jericho jumps on to this B site. Trying to work out angles where they can find players from Vicious and Delicious, but already a half a hill. And you have to say, Monkey Man, this is looking pretty good. Nice cleanup as well. Double kill for Brainiac. Can he find the triple? It's robbed. But Zove last left alive, and this is probably the most untouched hill, Monkey Man, in this game.
Premium use of that camo. They're not going to work without a shock rifle. Don't really need to. Blue Pipes is going to be under fire. Now, this is going to be the best measurement. Last time that we saw Vicious and Delicious try to take up this hill, it was after taking over batteries from the very start of the game. They couldn't get the job done. Shock Rifle, because it wasn't picked up by Genesium, falls into the hands of Zove as a deadly person with a deadly weapon. Genesium is going to have maybe 1 or 2 solid team fights. I think he just blasted a nade from right in front of him. Brainiac's going to put him under pressure, as control room will be where we go for skirmishes.
Oh, Jericho finds what looks like a double kill. Back's taking shots as well. Wojty last left alive. Can he find a kill though? Onto Bax. Bax is going to get away. 9 and 20 by the way. Bax getting quite shut down, it must be said, but when you have Ninja and Zove as teammates, you can afford... Oh, that's a stick! How is that not a stick? No, I don't even... What's even real life anymore, Monkey Man?
I've decided to turn everything into virtual reality. So, to me, nothing's real. But right now, what's very real is that Genesium needs to cut the distance. A lot of points being acquired, and Zove knows he can be the back linesman. He's got this active camo. Anyone that tries to get to Hill is going to have to go through him. You have a couple of players off of Genesium that have at least leaked underneath into Blue Pipes. Brainiac is going to get 2-pieced as there's a double kill here for Zove. You got 70+ seconds, but they won't even need that as V&D looks to clear out this final plot and 3-0 this series.
Yeah. Zove is going to find another one, and this might even be it. He's going to find a triple. Surely it's a double with an assist, and that, my friends, is going to be that. A lot closer in this third game, but in the end, Vicious and Delicious. Too strong, as the kids say.
As Shakespeare once uttered briefly under his lips, Eded. Sent out into the void. 3-0 by Vicious and Delicious. They will be moving on to face off against Kusamo. As Genesium,
yeah,
this is a team that definitely is a slow burn. This is a team I feel like is going to be coming back to challenge at minimum into the lower semifinals. But it's a squad that you can never really count out, but Vicious and Delicious was able to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, look at that damage dealt. Like, so similar as well. So, yeah, it is going to be Vicious and Delicious. Speaking of Finland, it is going to be Vicious and Delicious versus Kusamo GG. Was it .mnk.exe? I think is their official name.
It's a long name.
Yeah, it's
You have your domain name as your whole name, you know.
Yeah, that's sure it is. Right, perfect. Well, once these replays are finished, we're going to throw to a break while we set up the winners final. I can also see that the losers bracket is coming along quite nicely. Beer and Donuts getting the 3-0 over Mooge. Cat Smile Gaming the 3-0 over lastminute.com. And Villain, Ark and Sin and Sponge Avengers 2. Yeah, versus Charter. So lots of interesting stuff happening down there. But yeah, we. Oh man, I actually thought he got stuck there, but it was only Green Gun.
That use of the grapple just to play a Cali is like, whoop, let me get out of here. Let me move. I don't want to be here no more. And then the stick that never was, it was just to the right. Just a tiny bit.
Oh man, it was really close. I thought he'd actually nailed it there. You can see Zove just had a monster series, really. But, yeah, guys, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is winners final time. Kasamo.gg versus Vicious and Delicious. Trust us, you won't want to miss it.
What if we were meant to let go of the wheel? Is there a second chance to confess the way we feel? You could be the one till my Achilles heel, and it hurts to admit that the weight is getting tighter. I'm close to letting go, dancing with survival, and you're my only hope. And I need you to know it haunts me, your body, your mind's like an ocean tsunami. I try to stay afloat, I'm tangled in your arms. I hate you, I love you, I hate that I love you, they're both true. You've got a heart on me, and I'm wanting to dive deep.
Listen to him.
Fears tell me everything's alright. You could be the one to save me from the night. I was scared to admit that we're swimming in forever. I think we're really close. If borrowed time is measured, maybe I don't wanna know. If you're the undertow, it haunts me, your body, your mind's like an ocean tsunami. I try to stay afloat, I'm tangled in your arms. I hate you, I love you, I hate that I love you, they're both true. You've got a hold on me, and I'm wanting to dive deep. I hate you, I love you, Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Well, maybe we don't have to tell her. Hey, I'm in a dilemma. I'm in a dilemma. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, 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 I'm in a dilemma. I'm in a dilemma.
Double kill.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Well, maybe we don't have to tell her.
moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times when I step back, just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting.
Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
Right here, right now.
Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here now, this is the moment. Late night overthinking, wrapped up in my feelings once again. I'm worried about the future, wondering where I'll be in the end. But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't realize anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect Wake up in the morning, thinking from a different point of view. Another storm, the weather, that I can make it better if I choose. But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't realize anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. got no excuse. Getting hopelessly attached to a lie. Too good to be true. I've been drowning out the doubts in my mind. No, can't you decide if you ever really loved me or really only loved the idea of finding your own? Guess in the end, I'll never know. So cut me out of every picture, get me out of sight and mind. I couldn't find your truth inside, 'cause I was beautifully blind. So cut me out of every picture, tear my face out from the frame. Like a flame, ignite the flame. Leave me here to reap the pain. Bloody and bruised, I was drowning in your ocean before you even noticed my call. Under the waves, my heart was wide open to a love I thought was honest and true. Such a mirage, such a facade, that a part of me always saw through. 'Cause I'm a fool that still fell for you. So cut me out of every picture, get me out of sight and mind. I couldn't find your truth inside, 'cause I was beautifully blind. Get me out of every picture, was I ever in the frame? Like the flame, ignite the flame. Leave me here to reap the pain. Cut me out of every picture, get me out of sight and mind. I couldn't find the truth inside, 'cause I was beautifully blind. Cut me out of every.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force. This is Two Doors. Mate, it's been so long since we casted together, actually.
I want to say maybe about a year or something like that, because that's kind of like the last time that I did a broadcast, and I was looking through my own Liquipedia to confirm. The last thing that I worked was like in February of last year. It's ridiculous.
Jeez, well, yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while. But hey, we have a winners final. We have Kusamo versus Vicious and Delicious. The Finns versus the non-Finns. It's easy enough. We're going to start on Lattice Strongholds. I'm excited to see this one. This is the only version of Lattice that I have played so far in ranked. No oddballs, no King of the Hills, just Strongholds. So I'm excited to see that. Live Fire Slayer, Origin CTF, Solitude King of the Hill, pour one out for the homie, and an Aqua Slayer at the end. I'm excited, mate. I'm excited to get this one going.
Yeah, same. It's been quite the journey that we've had today as well, and just keeping up with Vicious and Delicious in the last game that they had as well, because I was watching it from the back end, and that was a pretty, what's the best way to describe it? A curb stomper for Genesium as well, because they look to be really strong today. But Vicious and Delicious, now looking through their record, they've basically not dropped a single map in any of their games that they've played, which is quite something.
Yeah, neither of Kasamo. So someone's going to lose a map for the first time. We are in the top 8 at the moment, lower bracket round 4. Cat Smile Gaming versus Sin, and Charter versus Beer and Donut Fiends. Great name, by the way. Yeah, Genesium, Slow Bowled Old Italian down there as well. So yeah, we're getting to the pointy end. We're sorting it out. We're getting it done. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this Strongholds Lattice. I think the fun part of a new map, especially when it was added Tuesday, is that not many people have had a huge amount of reps, so it's not been able to get people to see what it's really about. But this, of course, are recharge strongholds. Yeah, and you can see that Cynical with an early trip cap.
Yeah, I'm also just kind of laughing to myself because it did say Car Smile for a second instead of Cat Smile. But we'll get that sorted out in a second as well. As I mentioned, this is one of the lower bracket games that we're going through as well. And Cat Smile, I do really feel for these guys because they've had a less than desirable performance today as well. And Outcasted, he was really putting up a lot of numbers, but unfortunately the rest of the squad kind of wasn't there. But by the looks of things, sure, it's early days in this wee little Strongholds on Recharge, but it's looking pretty promising.
Yeah, and I mean, at least from this side, okay, they got rid of the trip cap, that's nice. However, 55-0. Yeah, Cat Smile losing to Genesium earlier, right? But beat Deactivated 2-0, beat lastmin.com 3-0, so have put together a couple of good victories, but we are going to step away slightly as we go into a Strongholds on Lattice. The old QT, donut, pizza, whatever you want to call it. There are so many names flying around, so...
It's going to take a while until we have like a list of established callouts, as is with basically any single map out there. I'm not necessarily like sold on Ben 10 as a callout for that green crystal.
For the crystal,
you know? Yeah, I don't know, like when I see that green crystal, you know, it's like that piercing green that you expect from like the branding of Monster, for example, the energy drink. That's kind of like what popped to mind first. I don't know if anyone's going to workshop the idea of Monster versus Ben 10 or something like that.
Yeah, who knows? I think it could be interesting, but we're going to jump on board with Marvies, who is going to grab that QT, find that kill onto Ninja, and secure a double without popping the QT, though. Systematic finds one, Vortamatsu finds one, and yeah, 4 kills for Kusamo pretty easily off the rip.
Yeah, they also managed to secure the S7, so they've got, well, more than enough control to work with for the time being. And Pantho wants to get a little bit aggressive for the time being, but he doesn't manage to snag onto his prey. Instead, that QT's away and, mistimed reload, and he doesn't find himself a frag. Instead, it's going to be Systematic with a 2-piece, but not the 3rd.
Oh. Vortamatsu trying to hold the angle. A and C going to go to Vicious and Delicious now. Franklin does find that kill. Pantho gonna jump onto A, which does sit here in cargo boxes, whatever you want to call it. Back's trying to chase him down. It's gonna be on ice. The repulse away as well. Going for the trade-in. Backs, he's going to get taken down by Vortamatsu. The trade going down there. Zove finds Pantho for a double as well.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that Pantho couldn't contribute a little bit more because he spent so much time waiting for his shields to recharge. Marvies, unfortunately, doesn't get that S7 to connect to either. Instead, it's going to be Franklin, one of the dark horses of today, who did have a couple of very good maps earlier where he popped off, and I hope that he can keep that performance at least somewhat intact, but obviously Zove, this guy's built a little bit different. Actually, that doesn't even really do it. He's not just built different, he's constructed alternatively from what we've seen today.
Yeah, Zove has absolutely been on one. The Vestige Carbine. The latest weapon. The thing with the Vestige Carbine, it just fires like so differently. Like,
I haven't even touched it in game yet. I haven't even booted up Halo in a few weeks.
It's one of those things that's like it just doesn't look or sound like. I mean, it looks kind of like a shock rifle because it's built off the model, but like it just sounds so different. It's so weird. Yeah. Zove, he's gonna find one. Goes around the corner. Franklin, hanging out with the crystal. Pantho. Ooh, perfect from Pantho. Kasamo, with this B and C hold.
30 points and counting. They still have quite the gap to make up. 60 points. Vicious and Delicious looking to see what they can potentially get done. Which one of these two they can convert. And we do see moves being made down towards that B side, but progress is narrowly about to be reset as well. That's a nice little ninja coming on through as well. Pantho finds one for himself on top of that, but I think for the time being, both of these two teams, specifically Vicious and Delicious, they're kind of waiting for the right moment to strike, whether that be a full team wipe, because right now they don't really have too many gaps to work with.
Yeah, Vortamatsu finding Zove will allow Kasamo to take this A and B. Yeah, great start from Vicious and Delicious, but now Kasamo bring it back in. Pantho, beautiful double kill. Bax getting on top of the pizza. And it is going to be Marvies that cleans him up, and it is going to be a trip cap for the side of Kasamo, although I think they are going to have to let A go, which they will, but the perfect from Systematic. I saw a picture, Tudor. He is on his third Corona, so maybe he's just hit the sweet spot.
Exactly. Go overboard and then suddenly your game goes down the drain. I'm speaking from golf experience, so I know.
Yep, that's gonna be me next week, mate. I'm on holiday, so golf course every day.
Hell yeah.
Pantho is gonna get chunked. Vortamatsu there, allowing. There's just always so much action in this map, I think.
Yeah.
4 dead for Vicious and Delicious as well.
I can imagine that our observer is struggling a little bit, because you just swap over to one player, and then within the blink of an eye, that person's just a ragdoll, and you have to swap off as well. It must be a little bit annoying to try to get consistency. That's why we work the mics, not the cameras.
Respect. Meg out there on the observer today. Politus as well. Bax. Loves a bit of pizza. Oh. Ninja gonna get tagged as well. Vortamatsu just looking everywhere. They're in the walls.
They're calling my name.
Oh man, 3 dead again for Vicious and Delicious. It's like Kasamo have found a way to kind of get this done. Bax is gonna go down. The killing spree, the stick, the perfect. It had literally everything right there. And it's gonna be Pantho who finds Zove too.
Unfortunately, everything good kind of does have an expiration date. So did Watamatsu's life right there. But for now, Vicious and Delicious making a little bit of a statement as well. This A conversion could potentially be seen all the way through, and Bax is not really running into any kind of resistance, so he'll have that one entirely for free.
Yeah, it will be Vicious and Delicious. Oh, Pantho. Oh! The back smack from Vortamatsu saving Pantho's life. He finds a kill onto Ninja as well. Franklin in the hidey spot. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Pantho, a beautiful double. Like, as soon as he peeked out Franklin, he got taken out from 2 sides. And it's going to be Kasamo who find the trip cap. There's Franklin as well. Dude is just getting timinged right now.
Yeah.
He's gonna go to, oh man.
That's unfortunate. Left out to dry, but this is a Good inflection point for Kusamo as they're able to get that trip cap established at the bottom side of your screen as well. Cynical versus Cat Smile. Opening map, not the opening map. I don't believe.
Yeah, this opening map.
Oh, this is the opening map for them. Okay, yeah. Also, Strongholds, and they're just about 1 point away from closing this one off. And now part of me kind of really would have wanted to hop on with them because it does seem to be a very, very intense game as well. With Cynical now getting 2 caps, staving off what could have been an imminent end.
Yeah, Cat Smile. Gotta find a way to get it closed and done. Are gonna go down. We are gonna go on board for the end of this. It is gonna be another cap, but Zondit is gonna find the way to get that kill. The clock stopped 249 to 192. Can Cat Smile find one more point? Or are we going to have the comeback for all comebacks? Zondit going to fly in. He's going to trade with Outcast. It's a trip cap for Cynical. Hold the phone. Oh my lord.
It ain't over until the fat lady sings. Tibbs now looking to try to get both feet planted on that A site, but it won't happen, unfortunately. Cat Smile pulling the rug out from underneath Cynical at the 11th hour. So that's going to end map 1 off in that particular series, but let's get back to our current affair. Vicious and Delicious, they've still got roughly 80 points to make up. Kusama with a well-established lead, but not a well-established lineup as all of their players have flatlined.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a bit of a trip cap for the side of Vicious and Delicious. They won't be able to pull it off, though. Ninja with a triple Vestige Carbine headshots. Denied the over, but the trip cap to Vicious and Delicious, and this one isn't done yet either. Ninja, an absolute beast with this Carbine.
Yeah, look at him. He's a true movement player as well. Carbine finds contact, and it's a perfect kill as well onto Systematic. He does eventually get traded off as Zove. Might just be able to get the C conversion uncontested. He locks it in as well, but neither team is racking up points. B does flip back into Kusamo's favor, so they've got about 32 to lock things off entirely, but Vicious and Delicious, quick to respond as always.
Yeah, this is really topsy-turvy, and I think for a new map, I'm seeing that, like, people don't rate King of the Hill on Lattice, but the Strongholds is feeling good, I think, for people, and Oddball as well. I think Strongholds will grow on people, but this game is insanely close. Franklin by the window. Automatsu gonna have to jump off. Systematic's there as well. A going to go back. Yeah, that's not really where you wanted that nade to go. Backs. Nope. Backs! Oh! Ninja with the assist coming through. Pantho, last one left alive, and this is getting scary, Tudor, if you're Kusama right now.
100%. That's not good enough from Vicious and Delicious. Pantho finds another onto Franklin as well, staving off what could have been impending doom. And the B conversion does pull on through, but Kusamo, they're not yet back in the driver's seat. No, they're kicking and screaming from behind as Vicious and Delicious are so damn close to tying up the scoreline.
Yeah, 218 to 208. 2 dead for Vicious and Delicious. Pantho gonna find a way. Oh, can he find a way? Got a little windy there, but he managed to find the head of Backs. A getting converted as well. C does go through the other way. So still a perfect from Pantho. He's gonna find a beautiful kill. Ninja as well. There's the killing spree. It's going to be a 2v1 as well. And it's a trip cap, and this should be the end. It's Kusamo, can they get it done? They will.
Yeah.
Vicious and Delicious with us. Starting to look like a comeback, but a 27 kill performance by Pantho shuts that down.
Yeah, that's absolutely instrumental as well. Having a nice little solo sequence towards the very tail end. Kind of just lock things out in favor of Kusamo. That killing spree, potentially a couple of more towards the very end, it really just helped out the squad as they were able to pick off any of those lingering pests as well. And yeah, Vicious and Delicious also putting up quite some numbers. Ninja and Franklin as well, 23 apiece but unfortunately it won't matter anymore as map 1 is done and dusted. And that means that we're going to be turning our attention over towards that Slayer on live fire.
Yeah, hell of a lattice strongholds. I feel like this one could definitely go, you know, more than 3 maps. But yeah, just so insane by Pantho. Like, just had an absolute game. This start, by the way, was so hot from Kasamo as well. Like, four kills to 1, and basically just controlled the map straight away. And then just, yeah, that's unlucky. Made it look quite easy, but really, really back and forward. And I think for a brand new map, that's exactly what you want, right? Like, you don't want it to be super one-sided. You don't want it to be like kind of a bit meh. But no, I think this one's got legs.
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to be in for quite the close affair between these two. It is the winner's final after all, so only the best gets to go forward to that coveted grand final. But it's going to be a couple of maps before we're able to make that determination. Now, Slayer live fire. Given how both of these teams have fragged out as well, I would definitely say that, yeah, it should be relatively even, but I've made that claim before and been entirely wrong. Because the last game that VND played on Slayer, they ended off with a 10-kill difference, but it was Kasamo to be the first team to take a map off of Vicious and Delicious today. So, yeah, everything's up in the air for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see how this one will play out. Franklin finds a kill as well. Camo coming up. Vicious and Delicious are like moths to the flame when it comes to camo. Absolutely, always trying to just take it and run with it. Zove.
Oh, this was so clever, but no, he doesn't get away with the cleanup. That would have been quite the effort and quite the usage of the QT, but yeah, one small little misstep, one small misalignment, no headshot found. But it is Bax with this active camo. So much intel being fed back towards Vicious and Delicious. Question is, how are they going to act upon it?
Yeah, Bax again with camo! Oh. The back smack overkill X-term for Zove. He is absolutely on one today. 6 and 1 as well.
I think he's found his element.
Oi, oi, oi. Okay, finally goes down trying to reload, but damn. Woo.
That's
shout out to Meg, by the way, for getting that overkill. You know, it's not always easy.
No, definitely not. Catching that on camera, that's why we have GOAT observers.
Killing spree.
Camo. Almost coming up, Marvies. Copping. Oh my god. Actually copping a kill as well. Zove. Surely there's no way he can find any here.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Well, you never know.
But it is going to be Franklin to try to pick up the pieces, and he goes knocking on death's doorstep. Not a wise decision, but Bax does claw it back with 2 kills of his own. Able to stay alive and stick it out until the bitter end. Vicious and Delicious with a well-established lead, and it could potentially grow now that they've got this active camo as well. Pantho's already been spotted out. Zove takes a little bit of damage, but does seep back into the shadows, and Pantho's going to be in for a world of hurt. Systematic could potentially go down, and then his backup is completely gone. Ooh. But Cat Smile narrowly to the tail end of their own Slayer game. 46 to 42 in favor of Cynical. 3 more kills required for them.
Yeah, I like that. Like this one, like we already knew, but this is going to be a war as well. Like these guys, like a top four from LAN. Terry Tibbs getting into that team, I think is that one's going to be a baller as well. 49. It is going to be Thuru that finishes it off though, so that's going to be 1 apiece. So that's going to be an incredibly close series as well. Speaking of 1 apiece, a perfect from Zove. He is triple positive right now, Tudor. Triple positive.
Yeah, that's not really something that you see every day in Halo, especially.
God.
Mad impressive.
Especially in
from
Slayer.
Zove. Exactly. In Slayer, of all things, this guy's quite the force to be reckoned with, but the triple positive, unfortunately, will stand no longer unless he finds 2 more kills. But Bax, this time, now looking to shut down one of the superstars from the previous game. It's going to be Franklin, credited with the kill onto Pantho instead, and Bax wasting absolutely no time to get out of harm's way and to go back to support Franklin as well, but he can't do that if he doesn't win his ones. He's going for the chase and doesn't quite get the frag onto Wadamatsu, but it will be collected by someone else.
Yeah, 36 to 28 right now. In favor of Vicious and Delicious. A 10-kill lead. Make that 11. Make it 12. It's Vicious and Delicious trying to bring this series back. And I have to say, they have looked so good. Pantho gonna find one. Systematic takes down Zove. Pantho, can he find another one? He's gonna get naded from Bax, who also hits Franklin with that nade. Oh my god, Marvi's and Vortamatsu. Look, at the end of the day, like, they're bringing this closer, even though it's still 9 kills. Oh my lord.
Damn.
What a nade, by the way. Hit him right in the head.
Just magnetized right to his helmet by the looks of it. Ninja, though. Not exactly the stellar performance that we've grown accustomed to over the course of today's festivities. 6 and 11, but that's completely fine because the rest of V&D, they're picking up all the slack. And at the very least, he's got 10 assists to his name, so he's definitely contributing and dishing out some necessary damage. 5 more kills now left for Vicious and Delicious. Systematic on an island all by himself defending volleyballs, but Zove, now the last person alive, might not live to fight another day. Instead, it's Kusamo now back with a fury.
Ooh, 5 kills the difference. By the way, shout out for those that, you know, maybe weren't aware. The update added more weapons to the weapon bench, so you saw Ninja with the fancy looking plasma pistol as well. You can now adjust, I think, every weapon.
Ooh. Interesting.
So, yeah, lots of funky colors coming out. 47 to 42. Oh, that's rough timing.
Nades exchanged as well. Bax will rise out victorious, and Franklin's got the S7. This could potentially be the end of it all. One decent bit of contact found, and that will wrap things up.
Oh man, I was like, he's diving in with no shields. Surely this doesn't work. But yeah, got 1 kill, but in the end wasn't quite enough. But Zove, just a ridiculous overkill exterm. I think that was the end of it actually. But yeah, I think this is the start. Zove, yeah, Marvi's, Vortamatsu, and then we flick on. It's a beautiful triple, the back smack for the overkill exterm. Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Systematic. Like, you fall back, and then you just get like back smacked, and it's kind of over. But yeah, Origin CTF up next.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. First time, well, not first time casting Origin for me because it is Coliseum, and I sometimes get my remakes and the live map names completely mixed up. It happens to the best of us, okay?
True.
Yeah,
but, it's
I'm
one of those.
Excited for this one.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those, like, you know, we were having a discussion backstage. It's like, do you want the next Halo 7 to have like only new maps? Like, some people want only new maps. Some people are like, give me the remakes. I know Sanctuary is in rank now. It's not an HCS, but Sanctuary is made of there. Midship, they had that map that they like never appeared. They were like, look, Midship, and then jokes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Like, what's your feeling? You want to see Halo 7? You want to see more of these maps, or is it only originals?
I'm gonna apply the same philosophy that I carry to just about everything in life to that question. Variety is the spice of life. So give me a healthy mix of both remakes and new stuff.
Yeah, nice. I agree. I think, you know, if you could pick if you could pick one map that is an infinite map to take into Halo 7, which would it be? Because I think it's Live Fire, Recharge, Aqua.
See, unlike you, the thing is, I'm not that much of an Aquarius stan. I'm
Not everyone
Aquarius.
is, in fairness, actually.
I'm okay with leaving Aquarius to rot, but personally, I have like there's a special place in my heart for Live Fire because it plays nicely. I feel like the aesthetics of the map, they're clean as hell. So I would happily carry over Live Fire into the next Halo.
I think like I would. Well, it's kind of. I would quite happily bring over Aqua, but I agree that maybe it might need some work. Like, I know the pros don't like Aqua Slayer, and maybe like Aqua Slayer shouldn't be the go-to free-for-all map.
No.
I can understand like if people don't want that, but Aqua 5 flag is like the best CTF, and I will die on that hill.
I'm gonna give you
Quite
some
happily.
credit because it's so much fun to watch, and honestly, it's like it's a map that almost always basically delivers in the upper echelons of Halo. Like, I cannot think of a single bad Aqua CTF cast that I've had in the I don't know how many years I've been watching this esport.
Yeah, like it's just so good. Also from the comments, yeah, official maps, not Forge. People want official maps, not Forge maps. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's plenty of time. The new Unreal Engine, right? Like, that's going to do some things. So, I think there's a lot to be excited about. But I also think, you know, if they bring back, you know, midship for the 400th time, I can understand people being like, okay,
Enough's enough.
enough, and let it die. But
They can save it for like the casual playlist where it's like relive Halo 3 today on midship or some other malarkey like that.
Yeah, I think the other thing they need to add that I've seen people comment is like they need to add an official like the HCS playlist. So you can like play ranked arena or something, but with the HCS playlist. Like that would make more sense to me than people being like, we played Sanctuary and Pit and all these other game modes we didn't want to play. And Vicious and Delicious are 1-0 up.
Yeah, they are. Indeed.
God forbid a custom browser search. Oh.
I don't mind custom browser. It has its place.
Yeah.
Either way, back to the action at hand. Spanker is up, and the S7 is, give or take, 15 seconds away. A sea of blue silhouettes is what Franklin has in his line of sight, but he does unfortunately get down, and that's all 4 dead on the side of VND. So Kusamo, they've got a brief window to strike.
Wow. The brief window, which was literally Bax spawning where he could see Vortamatsu. That's just rough. Like, 4 dead, great, let me go pull the flag. Oh, a person spawns and they can see me and I die. Like,
yeah,
that's just, that's harsh.
Insult to injury.
Yeah, Systematic getting away from the spawn is gonna get taken down by Ninja though. Marvies will spawn as well. That spawn doesn't feel great. Oh!
Again?
Pantho! Never mind. Overkill Exterm. Oh my lord.
What's that, the 3rd extermination we've seen today?
Yeah, I think so. Oh! Alright, Observer's 1 from 2 in this series. That's alright. It's 50%. Oh my lord. Automatsu. How has he missed that? How?
Yeah.
How has he missed
really
that?
don't know.
Oh, man.
Trust me, I'm confused as well. It's as if a tornado swept through a junkyard and then somehow assembled a Boeing 747. It made no sense whatsoever. But we're going to see a flagpole anyway, and Bax is going to try to get it around the corner, successfully does so, and he's waiting to see if he'll be chased as well. And unfortunately, for the side of Kusamo, they're not really able to contest this flag. Maybe Bax is going to be able to put this sidekick to work as well, and Pantho goes down. That's 3 dead for Kusamo, but Vicious and Delicious need to get their hands on this flag and keep pulling it.
Yeah. Also, horrible sidekick model. Let me just say that.
I'm not a fan.
No. Kusamo gonna get the return here. Pantho gonna go down. Systematic. Oh my god, he missed a melee. 4 dead for Kusamo. And this one might go in as well. You can see the Spanker just about to come up as well. Zove, of course. Who else would it be? He's gonna run it in. It's gonna be 2-0. And they are 1 away from taking the lead in this series. Franklin finds one. Vortamatsu cleans up. Chad is saying Marvies needs more beers, and then he'll hit these shots.
That really is the secret special sauce that he's missing.
It's the Finnish special sauce, man. Just crack beers, win games.
Simple. Words of wisdom to live by, James.
Yeah. Systematic though, finds a kill. Ninja gonna be the last one left alive, actually. He's gonna wait for some teammates to come up. Kusamo not pushed up far enough, but 6 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for Kusamo.
Thing is, their backs are against the wall. One more flagpole on the side of Vicious and Delicious, and it could all be over, but Kusamo's now willing to put on a fight. Pantho might have been asleep at the wheel for the majority of this game thus far, but that little flagpole is going to serve as a neat little distraction, and, well, it hasn't been returned either, so Systematic's just going to pick this up entirely for free, no matter that he gets shut down because Marvies is there to pretend. No, as a matter of fact, he just gets shut down by the S7, and now Bax trying to shut down this pull. Pantho goes down as well as the respawns are starting to come on through. Vicious and Delicious have regained control of the S7, so they can basically cut them out at the roots instead, and that flag pull goes unsuccessful, returned by Vicious and Delicious.
Yeah, unfortunate for Kusamo, not able to get it done. Vortamatsu, Systematic finding kills. Bax just being an absolute menace with this sniper, by the way. Ninja has 13 assists as well.
Crazy.
Yeah, nope. Was never gonna get out of that one. But yeah.
All between a rock and a hard place he was.
Double kill.
Double kill that. Still 2-0. Another minute has gone by. What can Systematic? It's gonna find a couple.
Yeah, getting out of that carbine's range, and unfortunately not going to work out. More respawns coming on through as the rockets are once again online. Ninja, unfortunately, can't outduel the competition either. Zove now
just shot his
in
teammate.
A very unfortunate position, and that's all 4 dead for Vicious and Delicious as well. That was the prime example of Murphy's Law, because everything just went horrifically wrong for V&D.
Zove just shooting his teammate. Just looks at him, shoots him like, oh, my bad. Flag should be going in though. Kusamo breathing some life into this Origin. CTF, they're going to breathe a little bit more as well. Marvies, he's going to be able to get around this corner with this flag though. Systematic finds the perfect onto Zove. It is going to be Marvies that finds his way around this corner. The nade's going down. They know where he's trying to run it. He's going to find this kill onto Ninja. It's 3 dead as well. Zove's not going to be able to be there. And Kusamo, in the space of a minute, have capped 2 flags.
That is ridiculous, and I'm left in utter disbelief. I thought Kusamo were basically down and out the moment that V&D started that flagpole a couple of minutes ago. It should have been the final nail in the coffin, but they have turned it around completely as well. Now 2 dead for V&D. A Systematic just edging his way closer to that flag, but he has to duck out, tail between his legs, and go to join Pantho on another little side quest, but it might be the wrong one. The primary quest line is getting control of that S7 right now.
Yeah, Pantho and Vortamatsu finding kills. Franklin, he's going to go down. Looks like the sniper is going to go into the hands of Kusamo. Well, there it is. Vortamatsu finds one. Can he find a second one? Zove going to go down as well. Bax, he's going to get shot. He's going to go down too. It's 3 dead as well, and they're going to pull again. Where's Franklin? He's on the other side in their base. Ninja, he's going to get tagged. Zove's going to find Marvies, and it's going to be a beautiful kill as well. The flag has been grabbed by Franklin, though. So both flags are out at the moment. Pantho beats down Franklin, and this should be a return, you would think. It has to be. It has to be a return. It's going to be the win for Kasamo. The reverse sweep within the CTF. And Kasamo, 2-0 down with less than 5 minutes to go, capped 3 flags in an insane finish.
That really was insane, and I have to give props to Franklin as well for trying to make some scrambled eggs as well towards the very end, because he knew the reality of the situation. My flag, it's gone, and I'm basically just gonna lose this game. So he does pull the Kasamo flag, but doesn't get it as far as it needed to be. Didn't even cross the bridge entirely, and at the end of the day, every single person on Kasamo stepped up and put up an instrumental effort to get the job done.
Oh my god, what an insane finish. Also, there's like the body shot into Zove.
That was probably the most defining kill.
Yeah, and the Pantho one into Franklin as well. Like the melee trade beatdown. Also at the end there, by the way, Voltamatsu was the only one left alive.
Yeah.
As that flag came back. So, man, what a finish. King of the Hill Solitude, if you can catch a breath, it's gonna be game 4. Dude, this series is absolutely delivering.
Yeah, it is, and we still have potentially one more map to go through. I don't know if we're gonna get to Aquarius Slayer, but it's been so even, and I really can't make any kind of prediction, because Vicious and Delicious, yeah, sure, they took away the Slayer, but they also put up quite the fight on Strongholds. That was fairly even, despite the fact that they started off on the back foot. They were able to put up quite the resistance, and they came out of the gate swinging on CTF, but I really hope that they don't fall victim to losing that mental, that let's go energy, because they need to keep it through. And yeah, sure, they narrowly lost it on Origin CTF just by the skin of their teeth, but that is no excuse to, yeah, let off the gas pedal this time around.
Yeah, and like, you know that you won in the Slayer before, right? So if you can find a way to win this King of the Hill Solitude, you got to feel pretty confident going into the Slayer. And that's probably what Kasamo is thinking as well. Like, we've got to make sure that we can get this done now, because we don't want to have to go to a Slayer, because we got proved we can be beaten. So they don't want to do that again. So yeah, wow, what a finish, man. Like, that was crazy. Cat Smile 2-1 up as well in this oddball. Is that a live fire oddball? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I was like, where are we on this map? So, here we go, map number 4 of this winners final. It's going to be a Solitude King of the Hill. Pantho, going to get backsmacked. Oh, wait! He didn't get backsmacked. What?
No, I was going to say, Bax was in such an important position to really find some impact, but the rest of the team pulls through, because that is a full, clean team wipe that Kasamo have now just succumbed to. The shock rifle is online as well, and this is a dangerous combination. Ninja, camo, and shock rifle, he can just easily click on heads like it's one of those old school point and click adventure games.
Yeah, Ninja, like I said, trying to go old school. Point, and oh, I was going to point and click there. Pantho gets tagged. Oh, Voltumatsu's actually found him as well, but everyone from Kasamo going down. Pantho gonna try. Oh my lord. A second assist for Ninja as well. And this first hill looking a bit easy for Vicious and Delicious.
Yeah, quite the statement that they're making right out of the gates. They're not here to play around or to fool around. Ninja ducking out of harm's way. That particular duel will be cleaned up instead by Bax, and he no longer has the shock rifle, unfortunately enough. That was a really well-placed nade to take a very dangerous weapon out of some dangerous hands. It's all down to Zove. Now under pressure from Vatamatsu, but the shields didn't recharge in time, so Vicious and Delicious didn't quite have the opportunity to close off that first hill. Instead, it's Kasamo now fighting back.
Yeah, Kasamo. Marvies still on the goose. What can he do though? Vortamatsu just flying around, trying to find out where Vicious and Delicious are spawning. He's gonna be Kasamo though. Well, Vortamatsu also finds Camo. Oh. Gonna find one.
Oh.
Finds a second and caps the hill. Alright, Kasamo, that was a hell of a comeback on that hill. I thought they were lost for sure.
Yeah, that was one of those classic Halo jump scare moments where you're not sure if someone's quite in melee range, and then they come lunging at you as if they have an energy sword, and every single time that happens to me in game, my heart just sinks, and Vatsumatsu narrowly fell victim to the same thing as well. But Vicious and Delicious now back with a little bit of a vengeance as well, but they weren't able to secure that first hill, and if that's gonna be the story for how the rest of this King of the Hill game plays out, then I should be very fearful for them, because Kusamo, they can just flip that energy on a dime when it suits them best.
Yeah, that they can. It is going to be Vicious and Delicious, though, in this hill to begin with again. Axe trying to find out where the Finns went. It's going to be them pushing back in. Ninja and Zove finds kills. Zove with a beautiful double. Pantho, the last one left alive, does find Bax, does get taken out by a Zove unofficial triple. And Vicious and Delicious should have hill number two, pretty much wrapped up.
At this point, yeah, by the looks of it, nice little pickup from Zove, and there is no one near enough on the side of Kusamo to have anything to say about that hill 2. Number 3 is now online. And Vatamatsu as well going up that elevator shaft. Gets tagged, but not fragged just yet. Eventually does get cleaned up by Franklin instead, and the active camo is now where everyone's attention should be turning to.
Zove just roaming around with the thruster. Is going to have first contact. Bax finds a kill. Ninja finds a kill. And at the moment, it's Vicious and Delicious just running rampant in this kill feed. Pantho gets spotted. Marvies too. They are going to leave the hill. Pantho, he gets shot in the back. And the teamwork from Vicious and Delicious has really stepped up. But, you know, they were 2-0 up in this flag and then lost. So it's never over.
No.
Never over. Oh, he's been slammed.
Yeah, that could be a massive turning point, but Franklin is quick to capitalize. Bax now finally back from the dead, and the rest of the squad is still staring at the respawn screen. So Kusamo, they'll finally be able to start stacking up some points themselves. And Bax, if there's ever a time to use your nades now, I reckon would be it. But he's going to play this one a little bit more sneakily to get behind Systematic's back and confirm that kill.
Yeah, great kill there, Bax. Is getting naded. How that nade didn't kill him right there. Marvies is going to have a look out. Is going to find Bax, though. Meanwhile, Cat Smile Gaming, Mr. Outcast holding the oddball, is going to take that round 1. I swear Cat Smile were 2-1 up already, right?
I think so.
Oh,
if that's
okay. Sorry, I'm hearing there was a crash, so that was actually the game-winning round.
Oh,
so,
that was it. Okay, so that means that they're 3-1 up instead, and they've closed off that series.
It's 2-1.
Oh, just 2-1 up. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Aqua CTF is for them next. So yes, get to watch more Aqua CTF. Yeah, it is going to be a camo for Vicious and Delicious, of course, backs with the camo, but a hill cap for Kusamo again. Like, Vicious and Delicious, such strong starts, but just unable to close these out.
Double kill.
Yeah, it's a bit disheartening to see sometimes, because you go from one minute you're chowing down, and the next you're kind of trying to eat soup with chopsticks instead of a spoon. It's kind of weird what we're seeing with this Vicious and Delicious dynamic, and for some reason they're just unable to close off some of these hills when it really matters the most.
Yeah, like, the start is good. The finish, not so good.
Bit weak.
Bit weak. Getting finished by the finish. That's how it works. But we are going to be on hill number 4, Vortamatsu, gonna eat a bullet. Pantho, Systematic finds a beautiful double. Can he find a triple? It is gonna be Marvies who finds that. Ninja, last one left alive. That's Kusamo, gonna jump on this hill. Not allow Vicious and Delicious too much time. Panther's gonna find a kill, but they know exactly where they are coming from. Nades, gonna start flying. Suspect nade that one from Systematic, and Kusamo just gonna back off. Gonna allow Vicious and Delicious to push in. Should be some nades flying down there, and there will be. Backs, pushes. 3 dead for Kusamo. Pantho, he goes down as well, and Vicious and Delicious, they will get back on this hill.
Yeah, that's a couple of very valuable seconds bought by that full team wipe. Systematic just about to be cleaned up by Bax, who's on an absolute heater, now tied with Pantho for top fragger within the server, and he's going to overtake him as well. Camo's just moments away from being back online, and Marvies already has been sussed out. That nade, well placed, well struck, but the third is not on the docket for Bax instead. Zove, though, will pick up the AC, slaps it on his chest, and now things are going to get a little bit more interesting, because he can just unravel this entire stronghold hold, or this hill hold, I should say, from underneath Kusamo.
Yeah, Zove, finds a great kill. Actually, there you could see that Vortu was about to throw the plasma, because the plasma just flopped onto the ground. Hill number 5, usually the easiest hill to hold. We saw a couple of weeks ago, though, like, it can be a case of, like, you have it, and then you lose it, and then it's done. But, yeah, Zove here with the camo. He's going to find one. Actually, does a great job. 4 dead for Kusamo again. And I think hill number 5 should be going to the side of Vicious and Delicious. And if they can find just one more hill, we're going to be going to a game 5.
Yeah, and nobody on the side of Kusamo seems even remotely near enough to contest that. They're in completely different postcodes, unfortunately enough, and by the looks of it, Vicious and Delicious, the only thing that's on their mind is controlling these spawns with an iron fist if necessary as well. Zove now taking to the skies, does not find the cleanup onto Vatamatsu. That should have been his duel fair and square.
Yeah, unfortunately not. We are going to go back to hill number 1. Vicious and Delicious with that hill lead. Oh my god. Vortamatsu just, they're everywhere. Marvies is going to find Bax. Oh, the Chal as well. Franklin takes Marvies down to 1. Zove's going to clean him up. Ninja goes down as well. Vortamatsu is there. Bax finds him. Pantho finds Zove. At the moment, it's just an absolute battle for control. 1 minute left on the clock in regulation. But yeah, this is, do you reckon Vicious and Delicious are just playing keepy off, actually?
Seems to be the case.
Oh yeah, I don't think they want to be in this hill at all.
No. But they're gonna have to start putting some progress down sooner rather than later, because you can fight as much as you want for map control, but, you know, not all good things last, unfortunately. And now Kusamo, they're gonna be putting their own 2 feet on that hill, but Franklin does what Franklin does best. Now is the prime time to start racking up those points. Or rather, they're just gonna let the clock run out instead.
Yeah, they're playing clock now. Like, 14 seconds, 2 more dead for Kusamo. I think we're about to go to a game 5.
Yeah.
Systematic.
I didn't even look at the clock. That was the thing, because I had like the VMix overlay over it, and it was like blocking the timer, so that happens from time to time. But yeah, clock hits 000. We still have some contention coming on through, but it is relatively short-lived. Vicious and Delicious win that one not just off of time alone, but they have the score to back it up. 3-2 as well, and that does mean that we're going to be going the full distance. Aquarius Slayer now being brought into the equation.
Told you this series would be a banger. And here we are at a game 5. Aqua Slayer. It's gonna be good fun. I'm excited to see this. Bax 29. I mean, yeah,
that says it all.
Like Vicious and Delicious massively outslaying Kusamo in that one.
Not even close by the looks of it. I know it's a cardinal sin to do math on broadcast, but dude, we're looking at 89 kills in total for Vicious and Delicious compared to not even somewhere in the realm of 65 from Kusamo in that last map. And we know just how scary Vicious and Delicious are on Slayers. Sure, we had one Slayer a little bit earlier on. That was 50-44, the closest victory that Vicious and Delicious have taken away today. But if that last performance is anything to go off of, then this could already be the beginning of the end for Kusamo.
Yeah, it was, yeah, that was a bit rough, but hey, you know, never count them out is what I've learned in watching this series, right? Like, who knows what they can come up with. Franklin is going to get away. Vortamatsu going to clean him up. Oh, the miss melee as well. Ninja with a double, Ninja with a triple.
That's way too many players dead for Kusamo already. Ninja with the active camo. This is a pair of aces. And now, Kusamo likely gonna fold as well with this whole systematic to be traded off as well. Pantho narrowly scampers away with one, but will be cleaned off imminently by Bax as well. So, Vicious and Delicious off to a very strong start in retaining that lead. But, like we've seen before, the gap, although small at 3 kills, is only gonna keep growing and growing. 7 the difference in the blink of an eye, James.
Yeah, Franklin finding some kills as well. Back's there. Just 1-on-1. Just chilling. You know, staying in his lane. No deaths. Just relaxing.
Yeah.
But,
unbothered, moisturized.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say...
lane.
I wasn't going to say moisturized, but systematic. He's going to finally give Bax his first kill. Marvy's on a goose, but yeah, Kusamo just getting absolutely obliterated right now in this map.
Yeah, this is utter decimation coming from Vicious and Delicious. 9 kills the difference, more than doubling the score that Kusamo have put forward thus far. Systematic already with 5 deaths to his name. There's not even a single person on Kusamo's side that is breaking even on kills. This is scary.
And 19-8 right now. Kusamo, these last 2 games have just been really outslayed. Like,
yeah,
it's been a little bit rough for them. But yeah, can they pull it together, or is the barbecue gonna have to come out? That's the real question. The barbecue might need to make an appearance, I think.
Could be looking at some medium rare.
Of course, obviously. Is there any other way to have steak?
Depends on the cut, honestly.
Okay. Would you like any well done?
The one steak that I will happily have well done is like not a sirloin, more sort of like a strip loin, but in a steak sandwich.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that is a hell of a name, by the way.
Yeah.
That's also a hell of a name. Yeah. Oh. Franklin already thought he'd killed Marvies when he hadn't quite put the final bullet in. It is going to be Vortamatsu. He gets shut down in the corner as well.
Oh.
Yeah, this is rough watching right now.
Yeah, let's go and watch something else. Cynical versus Cat Smile. I think we're just seeing Cat Smile take the very, very last available map as well, ending off their own series 3-1, which means that they will progress onwards to round 5 of the lower bracket to go up against Genesium in the next.
Yeah, of course we will be flicking to the lower bracket once this game is done as well. Yeah, Franklin, double kill, killing spree. Marvies, Franklin with a triple! Systematic puts him in the bin. He'll quickly go down to Ninja though. Dear oh dear. 35-19. Zove misses the jump. Doesn't matter, I think. Well, the green gun missed.
Didn't find, it didn't find any connection, but the 2v1 more often than not goes the way of the 2.
Yeah, 20 kill lead right now for Vicious and Delicious.
This is an absolute stomper. How do you recover from this?
I don't know. Also, you know, the one thing I'm seeing a lot of as well is like the camo. The camo added 15 seconds. Triple kill! Oh, denied the over again. Oh my god. Back to back triple no overs. Deary, deary, dear.
Yeah. We know what's coming though. 5 more kills left. Now only 3 left for VND to close this series off and progress to our grand final. And Kasamo down in the dirt. They're just trying to shovel snow in a blizzard, and it is not working. Nothing is working for them. But Marvies does have something to say with that double kill, but it's merely a whisper compared to the roar that Vicious and Delicious have left out in this series.
Getting team-nated. Getting the whole thing. Vortamatsu finds Zove. If they can find one more kill, it's not going to be a stake! Oh,
it is.
They got staked. Winnable.
It is
oh, man.
I'm convinced that they were only team-shotting Franklin at the end there just so you could play Halo on hard mode. No shields. You're playing SWAT versus fully shielded Spartans, but that is not the result that we were anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Slayer was kind of always going to be for Vicious and Delicious, I think, but yeah, 18 kills from Franklin, whee!
Definitely not to that extent.
Doing me.
Yeah, not a single person on the side of Kasamo able to even hit double digits in the kills department, only the death department, and that basically says it all. Unfortunately for Kasamo, they used up their entire tank a little bit too early on, and I think the signs that we were seeing during that Solitude King of the Hill, well, they stuck around a little bit too much, and they spoke volumes as well. They just could not keep things going, and Vicious and Delicious, well, they aged like fine wine, and they got better and better with each map that they played.
Yeah, it was, man, that Origin CTF was a little bit nuts, but yeah, I think in the end, oh man, that thing where he thought he killed him as well. But yeah, Franklin with back-to-back triples and Vicious and Delicious just kind of ran away with it right at the end, right? But yeah, kudos to Kasamo, because that was one hell of a war.
They did give it their all. We have to give them credit where credit is due, but unfortunately for them, they will need to give it another go before they can potentially make it to that grand final. Obviously, their story is not done and dusted just yet. They will drop down into the lower bracket round 6, where they might have a chance to redeem themselves.
Yeah, so we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is going to be Cat Smile Gaming versus Genesium. You won't want to miss that as well. So we will catch you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Kiss me like citrus and fruit, burning slow and sweetly. Too shy to call you alive when you said you need me. In a week from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too, kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. pin against my necklace. In an hour from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, myself trying with you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. You're gonna hurt me
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Can somebody take my breath away? Hold me tight, lonely days. I've been searching for something to ease my mind. Till you came along, never thought I'd find. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you.
Killing spree.
Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away. Take me away. Somebody just took my breath away. Held me so tight, hidden on my pain. I was searching for something to ease my mind. Didn't realize you're the one I'd find. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away. Take me away.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's been quite the day of festivities, and we are approaching the tail end of our agenda for today. But first things first, we do have another close affair to get out of the way. It's going to be Cat Smile versus a team that we've been following up for so much of today, Genesium, for a spot in potentially the lower bracket and then a shot to make it all the way up. My name is Tudors, and I'm joined by none other than Hail Monkey Man. Are you excited for this one? Because we've got quite an interesting set of maps ahead of us as well.
I very much am, because this is a direct rematch from what we saw at the round number 2 of our bracket. Remember that King of the Hill that was on Lattice, that comeback arc. Some of that will be coming back around, as Lattice is guaranteed as our 3rd map, but we start off on one of those that stuck around regardless of what HCS intends to do, as we're going Solitude, King of the Hill, to kick things in. Genesium was able to be a sneak thief against Cat Smile, and I wonder if they can do it again, or if maybe they can just set the tone early, especially as we go over to something that doesn't quite exist officially any longer.
Yeah, it's such a shame, but while it's still here, we're gonna enjoy the hell out of it.
Yeah. So, go over here. It's gonna be shock rifles, camos, and about how many you're gonna grab, because camo's even stronger as it lasts for 45 seconds, and that means that shock rifle may get completely depleted for its entirety. So, kick it off. Genesium, they're gonna aim for the bridge, and they aim to live large against Cat Smile.
Indeed, already the first couple of frags coming on out, and they're in favor of Genesium instead. 3 dead for Cat Smile, but only for a fraction of a second. The active camo still largely uncontested, and Cali contemplating going for a bit of a jog.
Yeah, but they don't quite have their shoes all laced up just yet. You have 2 different points to kind of contend with. You're going to have people underneath you, so you're going to have an understanding that at least one Spartan's nearby. Then your team is kind of looking for those cross angles, and that's exactly where the shock rifle is being picked up. They decide to leave them team to it. Thruster does not get them out of the way as they get sandwiched between 2 red men.
Yeah, and it's going to be Voetti picking up a frag onto Nixeni, instead narrowly getting out of harm's way. On top of that, Cat Smile putting up a little bit of hill progress themselves, but it's going to be Voetti locking horns with Finners and will win that duel before being traded off instantaneously. Now Genesium looking to see if they could potentially secure this first point, but that's a wonderful little stick coming out, I think, from Suspense, who will be traded off just as quickly.
Jericho playing by dodgeball rules, where if you catch it, they're out, right? Well, no, that's not what is happening there. Someone that we were probably gonna have to pay attention to, the last person that was popping off between these two in that second round of the bracket was outcasted. Gotta wonder if they're gonna stay just as hot, because right now it's a 2-man effort to stay to that same level with Voetti and Cali both with 5 kills apiece. This hill has not gone away. You have some neutral time, a little bit of boots from the side of Cat Smile standing at the middle of this map. Genesium has a little bit more progress, but you and I know that could spin the wrong way just as quickly.
Yeah, definitely so. Genesium, they took their opening 2 games at the start of the day without dropping a single map, and now Cat Smile out for revenge as they lost 2 at the hands of Genesium a little bit earlier on as well. This first hill is about to be flipped, in whose favor we're still not sure, but the suspense is building. With that active camo, it's gonna let out a roar as well. And now Cali traded off on top of that. A nice little fight coming on through, but with 3 dead for Genesium, this should be a Cat Smile hill.
Jericho has the last effort, but it's not going to matter. They are crowned too far. The camo does go down, so they do at least get that off of the map. The problem is where the respawns are happening for Genesium, as they're going to the furthest corner, and it's an opposite side of where this yard hill is. I've seen this one go sideways for a lot of different teams. Voetti trying to be able to win from the high ground. They go to that top perch. Jericho playing from out of this U-turn against Suspense. Cat Smile's living pretty comfortably right now. They're bleeding a lot of clock. We're already a minute and a half from it.
Yeah, exactly. And the previous Strongholds game that we saw as well, that was, or no, previous King of the Hill game, I should say, that was won on time alone as well. And I think we might be building up towards a very similar outcome in this instance. Suspense with the shock rifle struggling to find heads, and he's going to have to try to scamper out of harm's way, dodging those nades as none of them find a connection onto him. He'll respond with 2 of his own in kind before creeping up through, and that's just free real estate for him.
That was actually a great angle, and they cut him down. They're trying to be a wizard and cast lightning bolt right down that long hallway. Voetti is completely zoned out, and Jericho's going to try and take the other side of that angle. They use that last little pump into the shock rifle, and now it's all bandito time. Cat Smile Gaming has general control, even with a lot of time off the clock. You're seeing so much lethality. 12 kills, rack up the bodies by Suspense.
He is really paying Cat Smile some very hefty dividends right now with his performance, and he's just going to keep it going, just chipping away at other people's HP bars, knowing that he's already basically lost the battle, but not the war. That is the story right now for Cat Smile. This entire mini rivalry that has developed over the day, it's really starting to take shape in Cat Smile. They're starting to find their form again.
I believe we're kind of in that top 6 performance areas. We're in lower round number 5 here of this bracket. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's somewhere in that range of 6 or 8. So either way, both these squads know that this is going to be a really high performance point when it comes to overall seeding going into the big LAN happening in November. So no one wants to be eliminated just yet. Someone's got it after this best of 5. 2 hills so far going the way of Cat Smile Gaming. This third hill is so exposed because of that top perch and the crossfire that you get from both these platforms. It takes forever for it to happen, and because of that clock that we've been talking about, feels like it's going to be at its mercy. But Genesium's holding it strong.
Yeah, for now they are. They've got plenty of space and time with 4 players now slowly coming back to life on the side of Cat Smile. Like the Undertaker, they rise from the coffin. And maybe a choke slam is on the menu, but let's see what Brainiac has to say, what he can do in this instance. Unfortunately, Jericho does go down, so no feet are planted on that hill, and just like that, on the drop of a dime, Genesium, they just fall like flies, and this is all for Cat Smile.
That was a weird timing for Brainiac as well. They have 11 assists, by the way, so they're doing what they can, even if they're not getting the kills themselves. But they were on top of that tower. Didn't see the one player that was maneuvering around from underneath them.
No.
They got the stick. Oh, Finners taking them away. And they want to take as much clock away from Genesium as possible. Cat Smile playing this long map control function. We're beyond the midway part of 5 minutes of neutral time. Finners is playing off of this dip line. The camo is up. Maybe that's the next big play. Both teams kind of taking a parlay from that until they eventually get back to the hill.
Wow. Finners manages to survive that nade, but more came. There was a lot more where that one came from, unfortunately. Suspense. Feels like this is the second time that he's been able to get this active camo this game. And he will also just rip that shock rifle from Jericho's cold, dead hands. But there's no good angle to contest onto Cali. And they will be cleaned up instead by Finners on the turnaround. So, Suspense. Let's see what he can cook up.
They knew that they had one person that was really, really low. They go for mid-plat, and so they just get him on the chain lightning. That was very smart. There is so little time, and this is going to come basically down to a full reverse. You get the perfect right off the dome from the shock rifle. He is an absolute wizard, throwing them out. Anyone that wants some electricity, Suspense is giving.
I could do with some electricity. The prices these days, bro.
Free power, please. And thank you.
Yeah.
Plasmas everywhere. A quick trade, a killing spree. And Cat Smile might be able to take off this hill. Genesium has not been able to get one as of yet.
No.
With 86 seconds to go, man. This is starting to look very lopsided.
Yeah, they've been put on a leash by Cat Smile. They're just being given no leeway whatsoever. Just take a look at the kill counts as well. Vastly outweighed and uneven. Cat Smile have been dictating the pace since we loaded up into this server. Finners with a nice little 2-piece as well. Potentially a third to be found. Oh, there it is. And he could only get that because he repulsored the other mate right out of his line of sight. And now at this certain point, yeah, as you mentioned, Genesium's going to be at the mercy of the clock. They just have to stay out of it for about 55 seconds, and it's all Jover.
The leash has been taken off, just has been unloosed from Cat Smile, and this herd of cats has gone prowling. Finners 22, 11, and 12, doing as much sharing as he is also taking lives away from Genesium players. They have to get on this hill. Brainiac knows that this is basically a done effort. They have to keep some of these crossfires. Cali is at least cutting them down. 3 go away. Cat Smile, if you're ever going to turn a magic moment into something even more, it's got to be to get this hill and then work through the next 3. Jericho will give his life, just trying to look beyond the veil, have up that top perch. And Cat Smile might they'll just kind of let them have this. They've been unable to work from the low side of that street line, but that is now below 40 seconds, and they've got to work fast.
Indeed, but that's quite a couple of players dead, so the hill's not really being contested. Cali doesn't dare step on it because of that barrage of nades that's coming on through. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Finners gets away with a very crucial gunfight. So Genesium, they don't even get to lock out their first and only hill. The time could potentially start to be an even bigger factor breathing down their necks. They will finally confirm it, and this does give Catsmile a brief moment to set up, but no, Genesium very quick to occupy that territory.
That's gonna be a tough hill to break. They're gonna have that other shock rifle if it comes through, but they knew that they had to get there when the getting was good. 17 seconds. Genesium is gonna be over towards that yard spawn. You have one that's over towards lift, and that player is just kind of waiting. They know that they're gonna be the only one that's gonna be able to touch the timer, and that's exactly why they're coming in from behind. That was a good flank by Voetti. Voetti took care of business against Suspense. Brainiac is losing this fight from up in top window against Finners. They know they have a camo just around the corner, which means they have all the advantage because Voetti has to stay on this hill. They were thinking about going up to that top tower, and they've got to keep boots on the ground. They're eventually going to be looking for that first hill number 1, but Jericho is basically a target, and the sights are set by Finners.
Yeah, there's no way he gets out of this one alive. The timer's flashing red, 5 seconds left, and no one is near enough to say anything about it. Catsmile, they lock out our opening map, Solitude King of the Hill, 3-1. It just took way too long for Genesium to start getting activated and to start making some meaningful plays right here, and unfortunately, they will lose out, but fear not, because they did put up quite some ridiculous Slayer performances earlier as well, so live fire could potentially sway their way.
And this is also a repeat. This Slayer in particular is going to be a repeat of the Slayer map that they played last time. So if you're Genesium, you don't rest on your laurels, but you think back, you know what? Just got to repeat it. 28 kills though for Finners, 7.1k damage. That tops the lobby by at least 800 points, and that one's over Brainiac, and that was the second best. So, job well done by Finners. Dude was pumping out the numbers.
Yeah, that was quite the spectacular performance that he put up as well. And I also have to give credit to Suspense. We'll probably get some of his highlights, as a matter of fact, now as well, but he's been absolutely instrumental in this map alone. Just controlling the active camo for the majority of this entire game. That shock rifle as well, finding 2 kills down this corridor. We were in utter... what's the word I'm looking for? Awe? We were discombobulated, befuddled.
I was in dismay.
Yeah.
The fact that it was happening in so fluidly and in such real time. Get rid of Cali. They're so darn damaged. Getting shot by your teammate, so having to deal with that kind of extra rebuff from behind, and then still keeping their focus. But we go over to Live Fire Slayer. Last time that this one went down, it was pretty well decided, but in favor of Genesium. Catsmile Gaming knew that there was an extra bracket, an extra life, and an extra chance to try and get the job done. And that's exactly what they want to do. Let's kick it off.
Cali, opening frag found as well onto Nixeni, but can't get out with much more than that. Is going to be outcasted, or excuse me, Suspense, I believe it was, to get the trade instead, but Suspense now with the S7 on top of that, finds one in the feed as the active camo is just moments away from going online, and it looks like this could all be Cali's, but no, instead it's going to be the Suspense to just lock that entire lane down, creating some very necessary space for them to potentially get that AC.
Oh, nice little off the hip, no scope. They were trying to still not go too far and deep. They wanted to defend against this team picking up that camo, but the camo is found by Genesium. So Catsmile, they still get the S7. Suspense is going to reposition and try and go back to outside of tower, and they've got the repulsor to make it a quick elevated ride. So going to defend from at least anyone that wants to play this platform game. They do get a killing spree, but eventually the S7 goes to the man that is invisible. That's Voetti.
Now, only one more left in the chamber as well, so it's got to deliver. Should have pulled the trigger there, I believe, Voetti, but instead he's going to just easily clean that up with the bandit onto Suspense, shutting down a very key player on the side of Catsmile.
have this slow rotation outside of green, and they get to clean up the rest of that fight. So very good patience. Voetti had no kills up until that point, and now they've gotten at least a triple set. Looking for 4. Oh, unofficial. Can't get the double as Suspense slides on in on top of green. So Genesium looks like they're back in their mojo here, Two Doors. It looks like they're a lot more comfortable going back to live fire.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Genesium, the less they have to worry about, the better it seems. When it's just, when the conversation's only kills and slays, seems that that's where they can excel the most.
Yeah, able to get, you know, they're like, hey, that guy in front of me, I don't gotta worry about no platform, I don't gotta worry about no ABC or, you know, EFG, I just gotta get what's right here. QT.
Yep.
Found by Voetti, who is one of those players that was kind of asleep at the wheel to start things off, but has definitely been ramping up as this map goes along. They have the get out jail free card, they got a double kill, and they're gonna go look for Suspense as they rotate away, and they get a triple out that.
That's absolutely insane. There's no better player that you would want to slap the QT onto, because Voetti will not shy away from getting up close and personal, and he is going to be carrying out that philosophy instead. Whoa, that's a bit of a bait and switch, but it doesn't work out in his favor. No triple kill this time around, but still a lot of damage done, and you can already see the scars that it's left behind. 8 kills separate these two squads as Genesium. They have long surpassed the halfway mark.
That was a fantastic use of that QT. Knowing where you left your portals and knowing which way you got to pre-position and look whenever you're teleporting across the map. That is an extra little mini game that you're playing. So you're talking about less thought, more go kill. But at least one of those players in the form of Voetti is being a bit meticulous about how they're sliding across this map. And it's rendered them now a 12-kill lead. Maybe Cat Smile Gaming used up all their energy in map 1.
Yeah, could be, but I know Cat Smile. I've seen them a couple of times around the block in the past, and they do have the potential to come back. But just Slayer, it's not to say that they're bad at Slayers. It's just to say that Genesium, they're goated at Slayers by the looks of it.
Nade bounce back when it hasn't hit mid-platform. We just saw a Ovi off cam. Shout out to our Observer gang. They're trying to capture as much as they can, but sometimes the lethality is spread too far and wide. Genesium is keeping this one even more. Oh, no way. There's your parting gift. Plasma to the butt.
That is so disrespectful. You could have just taken like 2 seconds to walk up and ninja, but no, you had to do it in style. I see how you work, Callie, and that is a frenzy to cap things off as well. I'm just checking out the score, 11-2. No one can shut down Callie.
That means they went 1 for 1 on a trade from their first life. And then they get a from the grave to call it 13 as they got that many in a row off of their second life. Job well done so far. And Genesium is getting big stonks off the investment from Callie being so efficient off each of their lives.
Yeah, the utter disrespect with those sticks. Oh, it's absolutely insane. And we might be getting ready to chow down on some steak by the looks of things. 43-30, 7 more left for Genesium, but Finners has something to say about it. He's gonna claw one back, gets a grenade stick as well. So from the grave, another shall be collected, and now we're worrying about the active camo. Who's gonna collect that?
At this point, it's more of a bait switch situation. Suspense is probably going to pick it up just for his squad to have something, but to peel this one back out of the grip of defeat is going to be very tough, considering that Genesium only needs a couple. Looking for remote detonation, see if anyone wants to jump into the fire and into that trap. 1 to go. We're going to be having a dead even series going to game number 3. You know what? I was wondering if it was going to be similar, and Genesium did it even one better last time they faced Cat Smile and Live Fire Slayer.
Exactly. It was 50-40, and now 5 kills less for Cat Smile. They really could not find their stride in that one, but fret not, because we're going to be moving over towards Strongholds on Lettuce after this as well. But yeah, Callie was just an absolute menace. 4 deaths over the course of that entire game with a killing frenzy to boot as well. What do you do about that? How do you respond to something like that?
If you're the rest of the team, you're just kind of like, wow, okay, shoo. If we don't find the numbers game, they're going to find the numbers against us, and they truly and surely did. So sometimes someone's just having a game. We started off with suspense with the S7. We were thinking that this one was going to be, you know, either dead even or at least a nice pop-off performance. It was a killing spree to kick things off here for suspense, but ultimately, Genesium saw Voetti, and then the rest of the team saw Voetti, and like, wow, okay.
I see how it is. Didn't know you were chill like that.
Man, this is a team that knows how to not panic, keeping calm, lots of good composure. The callouts are there. They obviously know that everyone's all down on their shields. And then the triple to run it right round. That was excellent use of QT.
It really was. Triple kill to boot from that. It was so cleverly played. And it's probably one of the best QT sequences that I've seen almost ever, period. Kali with that stick and the repulsor away, as you mentioned, a parting gift like no other. Straight off of the registry as well. This was just almost like the performance of a lifetime coming out from Genesium from what we saw today. The best Slayer scoreline that they have put up by 1 as well when they went against Across the Pond earlier today. That was a 50-36. So quite the record that they put up today.
Well, we're going to see if the heroic performances are going to be necessary, because it was Lattice when they were able to take things away from Cat Smile. Has Cat Smile finally gotten their groove, gotten those kitty claws into Lattice to understand how they got to rotate it, where they got to go, because we're going to be hitting it with strongholds. Strongholds, I got to see you guys kind of take that on. What was some impact that you saw from this game type onto Lattice? I guess maybe in opposite or even similar to what we saw for King of the Hill.
Yeah, definitely so. There's a lot that can be borrowed and extracted from that opening Solitude King of the Hill, and right now I just kind of really want Cat Smile to basically carry out that exact same philosophy if necessary as well, because they put up quite the stellar performance, and they had Genesium in a chokehold for the majority of that opening map as well. So we know they can play the map, we know that they can play the spawn controls. There's a lot of good things to say about this team as well, but I guess it also just really boils down to, seriously, don't give Genesium an inch because they will take a mile.
And don't let Voetti get the QT, which there is one right between A and C. So they're going to be looking at that platter and wondering who's going to go and make that launch. There is the S7. Got the carbine with the thruster opposite side of that, way down long haul over towards that bridge. So that's where they'll have first contention. Everyone running up this ramp. Brainiac will hold at least Sentinel and guard to it for the time being, but the numbers are looking at him from Cat Smile Gaming. And really, this is exactly where all the pressure probably will be going. Not just because the sniper is here, but because B is along with it as well.
Oh, that's a bit messy coming out from Brainiac, unable to actually get that cleanup, but nice little nade coming out from Kali, but they will be shut down as well. Voetti now finally delivering on a trade himself, as it's all down to Outcasted before the rest of his squad respawns in. Voetti, no chance in hell he would have made it out alive from that one, and Outcasted does get his shields back for a hot second, but quickly stripped away yet again.
Kind of chill on site. This is tough rotations right now for most of this map. You don't have any really kind of safety rails. You don't get to have the gutters up if you're bowling through this A to C rotation. That's exactly what's being cleared out. Outcasted, that's his first kill. He's on breadstick, at least he's off donuts, but he's still got the brains to gain, as Brainiac will try to find him from long distance. As he clears that one, points continue to be acquired here for Cat Smile Gaming. This feels like a long haul as they're playing around this crystal room. Still, you get so exposed from each of these points that you try to go from each of these sites, because they're right outside these buildings.
Yeah, no, exactly. There's not really any kind of safe haven when it comes to some of these strongholds, especially this one over towards the crates. You are just going to be at the mercy of whatever barrage, whatever mortar of grenades is coming your way. But Genesium, they are able to flip it into their favor, so they're going to be the ones racking up points for the time being. Cat Smile looking to reconvene and potentially apply pressure elsewhere, because that B bomb site, or not bomb site, the B site is looking quite juicy.
I was gonna give a comment over to it. 3 down right now for Cat Smile, but Nick Senni has quietly been doing some stellar work. We've been kind of lauding and applauding Finner's Outcast and Suspense, but Nick Senni, shout out to the Woodham gang. They're able to put out at least some solid damage while both Finners and Outcast are kind of leaning back a bit. Opposite side, Jericho trying to bring in maybe some of that more heroic mojo. You actually do see Genesium sliding in to defend their sole point that they've got. See about halfway. Points still gliding upwards for our fine feline friends. And Cat Smile Gaming, they clear out C, and they'll force this one to be difficult here for Genesium.
Yeah, definitely so. Maybe not too difficult, because Genesium, they can also just at any single moment activate and then stick it to Cat Smile. That was a nice little trade coming on through, ending up in nobody's favor. And Finners, man on a mission. Can he convert this B-site? Yes, he can. Stays long enough to see out his mission. We salute you, my friend. And that's 3, now 2. In the favor of Cat Smile. C has been flipped. The S7 was online for a hot second, but I'm not sure who managed to run away with it.
I think it might still be up there. Yeah, I think it's still available, and Cali is going to force Outcast to have to run away. But next set, he's a 10-5, by the way. We have not gone on track and online with them in a minute, but they're at 2.0 KD, and I think they're providing some solid overwatch for Cat Smiles. They continue to kind of run around. So you do have the S7 available, and the one thing that's really striking to me for this Strongholds, AC is pretty much where the main flip is. B is kind of an afterthought until you go for this S7. Nick Senni, there he is, my man. He's got the big snipe. See if he can be able to land a shot into the side of Jericho. He can't get off of the free scope, and now he gets it back to Jericho when he tries to run away. He did not know where Nick Senni was. Nick Senni knows where everybody be.
Yeah, Nick Senni was given just a little bit too much space to find that 2-piece. Voeti, I think, should have maybe applied a little bit of extra pressure earlier on. Maybe then Brainiac could have potentially also lived to see another day, but it's all in the past. Right now, Genesium looking on finding both B and A, and they've got to hold on to them for a very long time because the gap sits at around 80, and Cat Smile, they're back with a vengeance as they take A outside of the clutches of Genesium.
Voidy's gonna fall out temporarily down 4, and Jericho's the only man left alive with blue armor on. I mean, this Cat Smile Gaming can continue to roll up some extra points. A is such a contended point. Whenever you're over towards that cargo boxes, you feel that you at least have a little bit of unbeatable kind of sphere. You can play from within the garage, you can go into the boxes, and it feels okay. But Cali does take one as they rotate through. And still, you have to play from this low ground, come up high, you expose yourself, and then you're like, all right, I'm going to run sewer instead. Jericho has no idea where anyone is, and then suddenly, boom, he's dead. Trip cap is well in hand.
Yeah, definitely so. Genesium looking a little bit lost this time around. Like I said, the moment that they have to worry about a little more than just the frags, it seems like things start to falter. Jericho will finally be the first on the side of Genesium to hit double digits, but it's a short-lived victory. Outcast will flip that C side, or that A side, and lands a perfect as well to boot, adding salt to the wounds of Genesium. Nearly 200 points and counting. How do Genesium lock back in?
This is gonna be tough because this particular map of Lattice definitely, I think, is prone to momentum swings, and Cat Smile has not let loose of the velocity that has traveled them here. They're just about 40 points off from being able to finally get things flipped, and B is such a tough site to pick up. It feels like a recharge batteries, but even more top side exposed. Half of Cat Smile falls out. They've got to work on A. It looks like they are making that travel. Oh man, flipping right over top. Jericho has to give up his life, but what he does the same thing, and this is going to be very difficult for Genesium to peel out of the hands of Cat Smile.
Yeah, could this be the moment that Genesium start to stabilize a little bit? C is already being converted, but Genesium are making moves over towards B. I do think that Brainiac has the S7, so that's a valuable tool in their kit that they need to utilize properly to try to claw their way back into this. Suspense finds another, but how is he still alive in this? Bobbing and weaving, ducking and dodging will do nothing to save you, my friend.
It's Battlefield rules. As soon as you see the tank, you just start shaking your head and you see if they agree with you or not. That's all they were doing. It's the left, right.
It's the Rainbow Six rules where you're leaning back and forth from your left into your right side to try to avoid the headshots. Doesn't work. Not in this game.
Not quite. Someone says, all right, maybe, but eventually depends on if the dance moves kind of pay off. Under duress, 25 points to go before Cat Smile gets themselves to match point to start rocking into lower round number 6. Genesium, they gotta see themselves all the way to a game 5 Slayer. That means they have another OBJ to have to walk through, but game 3 right now is under control by these feline friends. They clear B again, but Genesium hasn't gone down yet.
A doesn't get cleared this time. They stick the landing. B will get reset, but Genesium, they do hold on to the majority yet again. Is it wishful thinking to have them see them maybe get those 170 points back? I'm not entirely sure. Cat Smile, they do get A. 15 more points is all that they require. Genesium seem to be faltering at every turn and every twist of the way there.
Oh, they are exposed on every angle. This top mid bridge is so strong. Suspense hangs on to it. B is cleared out, and a little, love tap to the face as a 250 to 64 slides into the strongholds. Man, Genesium, they just couldn't exist on this map. Not like the last time. So that means Cat Smile, they'll be on match point.
Yeah, I thought for a second that 50 to 35 was a bit of an embarrassment on Slayer, but this Strongholds game was an entirely different story. So we'll be moving on to Street's Oddball. That's going to be the next one up, but yeah, let's just go back to these kills as well. It took a while before we saw anyone from Genesium even reach double digits. I think somewhere around the halfway mark, or by the time the Cat Smile had 150 points already secured, that's when we saw somebody on Genesium at least find a 10th kill. It was a rough day in the office for them.
It really was, and honestly, when we link back to that Slayer, doing like a quick bit of caster math, it was roughly a stake in favor of Cat Smile going into this map. They definitely were tracking down Genesium, not letting them be comfortable. Nixeni was absolutely doing work when he needed to. Caught the S7, and it just felt like every single time Genesium was trying to back up and maybe get themselves into kind of a nice retreated resting spot, there was just no means or method to actually be away from Cat Smile players. They were tracking them very well, and A to C seems to be the main combination of how you get the majority of your rotation and points, and they were caught off guard every time.
Yeah, definitely so. And there were also just a couple of instances, that one little sequence that we saw earlier as well with Nixeni on the S7, where Voetti should have pushed and been a little bit more aggressive, instead left his teammate out to dry. There were too many of those instances that happened on this map as well, where it just seemed as if Genesium's coordination wasn't as stellar as we've grown accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, it just feels like there's also, I made mention of before, a lot of this map is just big, wide open. We see that kind of with some of these converted maps. I mean, Interference was a bit similar in fashions and form, and a lot of big factory kind of looks. It almost looks like an empty framework. So, good body shots, by the way. Shout out, gang. We're gonna go to streets. We're gonna go to ball. We're gonna go to street ball. So, let's fluidly flow where other players in HCS will not be going anymore. You got a BO3. Maybe chill things out. Maybe get this team a chance to get back into the series.
Yeah, potentially. Genesium, they need a lifeline in this instance. And I am looking back on, at the very least, the record that I have in front of me while I've been taking notes. They have yet to actually even play an oddball. So we haven't really seen that or be able to witness it with our two pairs of eyes up until this point. There was supposed to be a game 3 between these two earlier in the second round of the upper bracket. That would have been Recharge Oddball, but we never saw it because Genesium just immediately wiped the floor with Cat Smile, and now this will, I guess this will be the most telling map of the entire series.
All right, well, it's time to see if they've kept their practice going here with Street Ball. Camo up in 5, ball taken early. Voetti trying to cover down for their escape, but they get back tapped So that means that they're going to at least have an eyeball towards Nick Senni and wherever they're going to be. Nick Senni, chasing the ghost. They don't want to let them run away, and that call out makes that camo unable to get used.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But the ball will get picked up for a hot second there by Catsmile, but Jericho willing to ramp up the pressure yet again. Finners goes down in Genesium. They have the right idea of trying to bring that ball over towards the subway station, but it was littered for a hot second with a bunch of red silhouettes. They've now spawned all the way over towards that arcade side. So Genesium, they've got the ball, they've got the map control. Now they just need to hit it where it hurts.
Oof. But they end up losing a player in the midst of that. So they're going to have one over towards Red Room, and Voetti aims to protect Cali for as long as they're able, because they're going to be on that top kind of lip of that open courtyard. So knowing that they were losing at least a few fights over towards that arcade side, they decided to just throw it out into mid-yard and then forcing Catsmile to retreat. But they go down 3. So that was a very smart play, and they're able to bring that back in. They're going to kind of have that slow kind of hot potato rotation, force them to play out to mid, win when they can, and force them into kind of like this fortress of solitude. And Genesium is playing smart so far.
Yeah. They're just playing this very patiently. That's kind of all they really have to do. There's not a lot of action that they necessarily need to look out for, and you can see the whole story on the kill feed as well. Jericho finds 2 onto Finners in suspense. They're hardly being given any space, Catsmile, to even get near the same breathing space as that oddball.
This has been, you exist over there, we live over here. And solid work now this time around off of this camo as they get some extra information. This ball has been thrown dumpster's side. As long as they get, man, it's just been last taps for Voetti. Everyone's like, hey, Voetti, I left spaghetti. There's a very damaged Spartan over there. Clean this up. And he's like, sure, I got you.
Happy to do it all the time. But Voetti does get cleaned up himself. Brainiac with the repulsor to try to get the high ground, and there's no way Finners could have planned for that. Genesium, they do regain control of the oddball for a hot second right there, but Catsmile coming in from that arcade side, they're going to be peppering Brainiac down. They've got the red gun as well to work with by the looks of it, and that might have been a mistake, a costly one at that for Brainiac. Catsmile, they've narrowly established some kind of, footing, but it was so short-lived. Genesium, they're back in control, and they're 8 points away from locking out this first round.
The footing is clawing at the screen door, being asked to be let in, but a 100 to 6, I think. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's single digit regardless. Genesium went to that back corner, put out the ball, but they never got to play with the toy. Catsmile got slapped that time.
Yeah, it seems as if Catsmile had a bit of a resident sleeper moment. So, let's hope that this time around they do manage to wake up, but as I say that, 3 already down. Genesium seems to have woken up on the right side of the bed this time.
They took a short siesta. They're like, you know what? We are getting just meleeed and waylaid onto Lattice. That's fair. That's fine. We took a hero's moment and stole it from them last time. Now let's just get back to oddball streets. And so far, 15 points. Catsmile hasn't even gotten double-digit points in a couple rounds. I know it's the very beginning of this one, but Genesium has just quickly turned this into a GDQ.
Yeah, it honestly... I'm kind of left speechless at what we're seeing. That's the 3rd time we've seen that happen. A stick plus repulsor between these 2 teams alone.
Oh. All right, the math is math. They finally get double digits between 2 rounds. Okay, cool. All right, Catsmile, you live. But do they thrive? They're going to be taken down, at least from the high ground of that upper rafter balcony. They don't let one fall again. They're definitely being punctured and impacted. Genesium is finding themselves now falling at the door. The Catsmile kitty cats, they are stuck into that corner. Finally looking a lot better than they were in the first round.
Yeah, definitely so. At the very least, now they've got some kind of foundation to work off of, but It does seem relatively fragile still at this point. 2 players down for Cat Smile. Suspense does exchange his life for that of another, but Nixeni, the only person left around to have anything to say about it. Now, the players start flooding back all the way in. I do believe the oddball was just... oh, didn't get reset. Now I believe it has, and everyone floods towards that active camo.
This is the one brain amongst the zombies, and they're all trying to get it at the same time. And hey, that's a quick handoff. That was basically DoorDash delivery of that camo to Voetti. He'll take a delayed double kill as well. So that means that this ball will still be in the clutches over towards that A platform. And Cat Smile Gaming, they've taken this lead for this moment. Finners and Outcast, that's a very dangerous combo, and that's exactly why Voetti's letting them walk by. So they can maybe come up from behind and get a couple back taps. Whoa, but do they win from either one? They show their face, but they run away.
Yeah, definitely so. Voetti takes a little bit of additional damage, but once again, it's a one-tap cleanup for him alone. And this is not a great position to be in if you're Finners. He's going to have to duck out of harm's way. And that skull still remains active. The active camo now entirely exhausted. Voetti's got a little bit of backup, but it's short-lived. He'll have to hold on his own.
Voetti still being that thorn on the side of Cat Smile Gaming. They have to wait on the reset, and eventually pick it up and bring it back over to that cafe. So Voetti will escape. They're 19-5, by the way. They've been able to get 7 assists, and so it's not like they're overexposing themselves, but they do eventually take on a stretch of combat that they can't win off that corner. 43-48. The difference has been 5. Very different than the last time around. And running out of bullets is Nixeni, and running out of time eventually as he give his life for it. And this ball goes back into blue mitts.
3 minutes left. You mentioned time could potentially start to be a factor here, as it was a little bit earlier on the last Stronghold game that we also did see.
I wonder if they're going to be touching that clock, though. With the way that we're at this mid-ground, we're literally about 20 seconds off from midway through this round number 2. They finally get a lead. They'll play from this map control. They play a little bit of that longer meta. Chilling as much as they can. They're going to use those spike grenades to zone anyone out that could have been there. They get at least a 1-for-1. Then the damage pays off. Fantastic work. Outcasted hoping that they could catch them from behind. They do get Jericho. Yeah. So they go away. Cat Smile is seeing this one begin to slip just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but Genesium, they are still in fighting form for the most part as well. Voetti, even trade off. Second trade not secured, unfortunately enough. Brainiac will rise victorious from that one as the oddball has been entirely reset. And I think for the remainder of these 2 minutes of play that we're going to see, it's going to be a trade-off of minimal points. Genesium, they were down by a couple. Now Cat Smile, they want to get their hands on that oddball for 2 or 3 seconds, just enough to establish a lead, and then chuck it right back into the ether.
It's amazing how much they either get kind of huge chunks, or it's literally like 5 to 8 at a time. I mean, Streets is a pretty squared off map, pretty CQC, so I'm not too surprised. But both the momentum waves of both these teams being so dominant has now gone dead even into this balance. Finner's the lone survivor, and again, Genesium playing this as close as they can to simply keep this lead as much as they can. And it's only about 2 points, if ever, whenever they get the ball.
Yeah. But they are going to hold on to it tight for a couple more seconds. At this certain point, you hold it on to about 30 more and you've closed off the game. Why waste the 1 minute and 40 that's at the bottom of the screen? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you ask me. But either way, Cat Smile, they have to continue to apply the pressure. That's a substantial lead that Genesium have now built up of 15 points. So Cat Smile, they're going to need just a little bit more than a miracle to be able to see this one out. They do have control of the ball now, and Outcasted making moves for that active camo. And in the blink of an eye, Monkey, just like that, Cat Smile are back in the lead.
It's hilarious that we look at like a 13, 14-point lead and we're like, oh, it's going to take a lot. Because it's felt so tight like that. Callie's going to get back tapped. Great use of that camo. They're going to play some Overwatch here into the middle of yard. And Cat Smile may have secured themselves around number 3. You have 1, maybe 2 players that will go streaking, but they're going to get caught from 2 sides, and they are rented out. We're going round number 3 here of Oddball. Cat Smile, an embarrassing round number 1. round number 2, anything but.
Yeah, they more than make up for it, and I think all it took was just that one round of oddball for them to get warmed up and to see exactly where they stood, and they addressed every bad thing that they exhibited in that opening round. So this is the one, the deal breaker, to see if Cat Smile walk away with 3 maps to close off this BO5, or if we're gonna have to turn to Origin to close things off. The last bit of Halo between these two teams could potentially be played right now.
Me forgetting I have spike grenades instead of frags. That happens a lot. But the one thing that... Okay, this is a dangerous spot for Cat Smile, because when Genesium had their team set up on that first round, it was unbreakable. Now that this ball is over towards Tram, could it be repeated the same way? Voeti's able to win his initial duel. Jericho is struggling to get this one just on top of the steps, looking like me trying to get out of bed. Oh my goodness.
I can imagine he's going to be writing some very angry letters to Halo Studios and tweeting about how Clamber is a poo-poo mechanic and needs to go because it's not Halo, and he lost the oddball in the match because of it.
These steps are too slippery. Let my Spartan go up. Who cares if they're a 2-ton warrior? 3 out for Cat Smile. As we write our fan fiction, Genesium continues to write their own story, and they are up 20 inside of this first minute of play of round number 3. They want to force a Slayer. They know that's where they're strongest. But so far, they're kind of proving their strength as long as they get this team set up against Cat Smile. Oh, but they get remote detonated.
Yeah, it's, I honestly always forget that remote detonations are even a thing, but that's why I'm here behind this microphone, and Finners actually has a controller in his hands, because he's much more intelligent than I am.
Hey, he just knows what's up. When you study something, you got to get good at something, right? If you're studying, you ain't getting good, why are you studying that? Come on. But we have a lot of movement out of Finners, too. They've had this sidekick. They're trying to just be a bad cop, maybe be a good cop deep in Tram. They eventually become a dead cop. This Camo will be here for Nick Setty. He's going to pop this one loose. A nade's probably coming. They got it. Yeah, he's out. Brainiac knew that he did not go nobody and nowhere.
No. Definitely not. Completely snuffed out. 0 chance of coming out of that one alive. Voeti with the red gun now looking for some impact, and that is a frag grenade that just barrels over his head. But he just limbos out of way instead. The red gun not really finding that much impact for the time being, as he's still constantly getting harassed. He hasn't had a moment of respite to let those shields get back up until just now. And he will narrowly secure the kill onto Suspense as well, and he gets away with the skull. Cat Smile. Something's happened, because we're seeing them fall back to the version of Cat Smile that we saw in that first round of Oddball, where they're struggling to get off of that breadstick.
It's this Tram, man. Anytime this Tram setup happens for Genesium, they completely just set the line in the sand, and Cat Smile cannot get beyond the litter box. Whereas when it was on Pink Street and it was running around back towards PD side of the map, Genesium, it was a very back and forth battle, because they're basically playing that long kind of street lane. So when they play more to a fortress position, they just can't be killed. Cali, 28 and 20. They are laying down some damage and death. And again, this is this corner that they just want to live in.
Jericho gonna drop the ball for a hot second right there to see if he can maybe get out of a sticky situation, but he's got Voeti to bail him out instead. Suspense should be walking away with that gunfight. Jericho didn't have any shields to show for it either. And the oddball, it will be reset momentarily, or I don't think it actually was reset, it just somehow managed to end up outside of that tram station, but Brainiac quickly secures it. 20 points left, and this is scary if you're Cat Smile.
This is wash, rinse, repeat of a proper round number 1. This is going to be the last play. Suspense has to make the most use out of this camo. They get 1 kill. That call out's going to go to whomever is inside, so they reposition. They know that they were out into mid, so they're just kind of waiting it out. The ball will be on top, so you can't quite do much with that if you are the camo player. So he's going to pick that one up, and he's actually decided, you know what? Someone's got to stop this clock. Someone's got to be able to get some points. There's still plenty of time for Cat Smile to get this one, so they need not panic. That's exactly why you see Suspense get right back to slaying. He wants to reposition this one more outside. He's giving it to a teammate, and he's taking down Jericho, and Genesium is finally being caught from behind.
Oh, that's perfectly played buys himself 2 seconds to let the active camo regenerate so he can get that kill onto Jericho, but he won't get the kill onto Cali. Instead, it'll be Finners credited with that one. Mid control now established for Cat Smile Gaming, and I think now that they've finally been able to execute the setup that they've desired for so long, they might stand a chance at racking up a couple of little points, but Genesium, they're so quick to react as well. Brainiac does get past, but Jericho once again doesn't.
Their deadliest player with 30 kills and the most points on the squad finally went down. It was a lot of suspense, holding us in suspense. See if they could just continue to make it difficult and a huge investment to get there. But as much as this late-term resurgence truly did thrive, it was Genesium that will be taking us to a game 5. 2-2. It's going to be a Slayer, and it's going to be the last chance for either of these teams to move on to the next round.
Yeah, definitely so. I genuinely thought for a second that Cat Smile could have been able to potentially close that one off in the very third round, but unfortunately Genesium, they were just a little bit too much to handle, and given the history of Slayers that we have seen up until this point, Cat Smile might have thrown away their last opportunity to close it off here.
It's fantastic work. You get a couple of, actually, I guess a triplet of 30 bombs between Cali, Voetti, and Finners, and just felt like there was just a lockdown mentality. If you got to Tram, Genesium knew not only how to hold it, but also how to get back to it. Cat Smile, they were much more of an on-the-move style team. They played that outside Pink Street lane. They moved up to that turn of backside of that A-Platinum PD, but just couldn't really construct themselves a entry point to cover those crossfires with. Man, Cat Smile, I mean, game 5's right around the corner. All right, so we go into Origin Slayer. And I believe that we are switching between my co-caster. Hello, across the pond, is that James?
Hello, Governor. Yeah, it is me.
Nice, welcome in.
Thanks, man.
Igor had to say his goodbyes. James is saying his hellos. How the puppers? How are they?
Hello. The singular papa.
Oh, the pupper.
Yeah, good. She's looking at me like, you yapping again. So, she's so good. Hey, how'd you go? Yeah. She's been fed, she's been walked. All good. Let's crack into it, mate. I was walking the dog, so you got to run me through what happened here.
Genesium got bodied on the first map, then they did the bodying on their Slayer, and then it was a body back the other way, and then it was a body. It's been very pendulum swing. It's very, pretty much, Genesium can't lose Slayers. They haven't lost a Slayer, and it's looking like they've already gotten all the power-ups on this Slayer. So Cat Smile, they've got to be able to undo what Genesium just does not lose at.
Oh my god, as well, yeah. Cali with a double. Imagine rolling around with a Spanker and a Vestige Carbine. Like, what a combo that is. Voti finds a kill onto Outcast as well. And already, Jericho don't even need kills, man. Everyone's just dying around him. How are there still rockets? Okay. All right.
I think there might still be one rocket in that thing.
Nah, he used it. He used it.
Okay. All right.
That's all right.
So the exploding baguette's finally gone, and Genesium, this is a team that rattles off kills just in collections of 5 and more. That's the dangerous part. Cat Smile, when they played against Genesium in round number 2 of this bracket, they lost to them, was it 50-40 in the first Slayer. This last time around is 50-35. So they were nearing a stake, and Genesium wants to get it back up. But this early part is much more contentious than what we saw before.
Man, we almost had back-to-back series with stakes then. Like, that's...
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy. Outcast here.
Grill's hot.
Yeah, the grill is smoking warm. Cali, gonna get taken. Oh my god, Outcast just pokes around the corner and 3 Genesium players. And I guess that's what makes them so hard! Oh, Nick City! The triple kill. Where's the over? He's like, where you at? What you doing? Where you at? I need overkills. How about that? Oh. Yeah, delayed over.
Okay.
Killing spree.
Goodness. This is a player that doesn't know how to just back down. Doesn't know how to slow down. That entire household must be just, they get done with their day. An 8-hour work day is done in 30 minutes. There's just something about what they come through with. But Cat Smile Gaming, they got themselves a lead. This is a rare feat for this squad against Genesium on Slayer.
Yeah, you were talking up how good Genesium were, and to be fair, they have been extremely good today. But Cat Smile, Outcast gonna have a couple. Voti as well. Oh, Callie and Brainiac, they're finding kills. Brainiac tries to go for the spanker. It's gonna drop about 400 stories and not get it. Suspense. That gets shot in the back. He's gonna get away. Can he find his way into the kill? Actually, no. Jericho is gonna find a double.
Now we have the yellowest highlight rocket launcher that I've ever seen.
Is that the Na'Vi skin? Or is that the Quadrant skin?
I don't know. It's very yellow. I was thinking it was like some kind of like hazard suit skin. I don't know. Oh, they're just throwing it. Okay, full on lock on as I hit it off that wall.
Oh man, that was jeez. Well, they went from a small. Oh my God, Finis. They went from a small deficit to a 6-kill lead in literally the blink of an eye.
I was hearing doubts from you for a moment. You're like, oh, you're talking them up. I'm like, yeah, I'm talking them up. Of course I am. I might do anything with the S7 on at least that moment. But now that kind of trades over into Suspense's hands. Nick Senni's still at the 10 and 6 mark. They're really strong onto that lattice strongholds. So now, trying to claim it right off the ledge. That would have been nasty.
Oh, gets Voti though, Suspense. Needs to find a couple more. 4-kill lead again. The fade away from Brainiac. Jericho is going to find him though. Well, let's play football top Ivy. Just keep seeing Jericho in the kill feed, like. Oh, well, at least he's going to get killed in the back, surely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Overkill for Voti. Another missed one. It happens. Oh man. Another overkill. How many overkills are there going to be today? Oh my lord.
We've had at least 4. So,
Yeah.
And then the Killtrocity and a Killtacular as well. So it's been a multi-kill kind of day, but what's also multiplying is Genesium is within 10. They have an 8-kill lead over Cat Smile Gaming. Cat Smile might be seeing their day end early.
Well, early. Relative.
Ish.
Top 6.
Earlier than the finals.
Earlier than planned, correct, yeah.
Right.
42 to 34. Cat Smile, gotta play smart. That's gonna help. 7 kills, the gap. 8 kills for Genesium. Make it 7. Trading. Might be alright from here, but risky business. Voti finds one, Brainiac another, and this looks like it's falling apart. And they're gonna be a triple kill for Voti. Back to back. An over, a triple. Might be too late for another over, but he's going to get a perfect anyway. Oh my lord, and he has absolutely smashed this team out the park. 18 to 7, that'll do it. Genesium, they're going to move on. Oh my lord. Cat
Man
Smile.
only knows murder. He is wild.
Death.
Well, we had a few long drawn-out games, especially of Streets going to round number 3, of Lattice. That one was a little bit faster than normal. But apparently Slayer is just where Genesium lives their strongest. 18 and 7. Nasty, Boetti. Good God. Well,
Yeah, just...
who are they going to be facing off against? We already know lower bracket, I think, question mark? Let me see.
No, we don't yet. It's still old, bold, slow, and Italian. What was it? Slow, bold, old, and Italian versus Charter. That's the game we're waiting on at the moment.
Charter's been grinding that lower bracket ever since we got to see that Killtacular. Charter's just been moving through. They're having themselves a Cloud 9 run through this one. Okay.
But yeah, like Genesium is gonna power on. They're gonna make top 4. Cat Smile with the top 6. Respect it. Respect it. How did they do in the first? How did they do in the first one? What was the final standing? Cat Smile. We're not in the first one. Good.
Yeah.
That's what I like. That's what I like. Make life hard, you know? But yeah, it is going to be Genesium that move on. We're going to throw to a break. And when we come back, it is going to be Genesium versus the winner of Slow, Bold, Old and Italian versus Charter. Who is on that Charter team, actually? That's the...
Charter has Kami, Chaos, Wafts, and Puma.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good team. Kami, Chaos, Wafts, Puma. That's going to be a good game.
Yeah, actually, that's both of our multi-kill highlight players against each other. Because didn't Wafts get the kill,
kill tag.
Killtrocity, and Xavier? One of them got a Killtrocity, one got a kill tag. Yeah. Bring it in.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Good job. Right. Was this the third one actually that we were given, or was this the second one?
This is the second one.
Okay, they were hunting players down.
Nice triple right there. By the way, at this point, the overkill is crazy, by the way, because only had a sniper and an empty spanker.
And he's doing it with a last smack body shot combo to get the Killtrocity.
Bottom blue, boss.
And then this is the other one that kicked up.
Full red.
He's having a great day of some good Halo.
One shot bottom mid, nice one. One shot A step, nice. Last guy QT, last guy
One kick
QT.
cargo.
We have the ball.
On me.
I'm bringing ball,
Fluid.
Nice kill.
Oh, he cuts him off guillotine style in the extermination.
Nice,
Oh,
come on.
and such a nice level with that kill tag. Okay, cool. All right.
So gross.
You guys are being given a treat, and we're going to make sure that good old James here can eat. We're going to go to a short break. We're going to see what happens on the other side. Stick with us for more of EHL Summer Cup number 2.
Empty threats, empty promises. You pull my thread. Am I still what you wanted? Tired and trying. Hold tight, but it still slips by. Shifting, changing. Feel it die, watch it fade away.
Killing spree.
Being happy, don't know
Double
if
kill.
I even was. I think you'll be happy at the moment that I am gone. a feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds for their own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for, taking me forward and back. Yet all I know still leads right through to the start of the end, where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the masks. If it's you and I, will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds for their own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Are we in too deep? How do we simmer down, do it differently? I hate to say something you wake from day drunk, but it had to be fate between you and me. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back in my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take, make or break. I will follow. I know you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both we can get back all the time that it took. Lay our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back in my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was, oh baby. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take, make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take, make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me.
Perfect. Double kill.
Frozen over like I am.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Double kill.
Gazing further at the sky. Is it morning when my place is night? Is it raining when my place is dry? I wanna see, I wanna know what's on the other side, the other side. I wanna travel the world with you. What's on the other side, the other side? Wherever you are, I want you.
Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. No scope. Kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Let me hit you with the double kill. Let me hit you with the bleed blue. No scope.
Your vision when I get my jaw distracted, can't catch my breath. There's sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this.
treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dulled, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the loser semi-final, and I'm joined this side by Reed. Mate, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great, thank you. I've come to say hello for a little bit. I'm here. I've been away for a little bit. I've been in the background playing with the little buttons, trying to make sure everything's working nice and smooth, getting some tweets out and such. But I'm excited to hear and cast some header with you, James.
Great. Are there some new things in your background, by the way, like the new containers? No?
No.
They look new.
No, they're not new. Shows how much attention you pay to my background, James.
Mate, when you're there, you know, why am I paying attention to the background? Nailed it.
Okay.
Anyway, Genesium versus Charter, 2 Game 5 bangers in the losers quarterfinal to go into what may be a Game 5 banger in a losers semi-final as well. Starting off with a Lattice oddball. I've heard some good things. Plays reasonably decently. Aqua Slayer, CTF Origin, Livefire Strongholds, and a Recharge Slayer to finish. Winner plays Kusamo in the losers final.
I'm very excited to see these guys play. I'm very excited to see Lattice. This is my first time casting Lattice. You've now had a couple series under your belt. I haven't seen it played through Oddball today. That's probably because we either haven't had it on stream or I wasn't paying attention. Not quite sure which one of those it is, but I'm excited. I am.
Look, we haven't had that many oddballs, also because I got complaints from production that we had like 6 oddball series in a row last time, so we tried to change it up a little bit.
I see.
Pantho is asking if I'm in an earthquake.
Were you rocking back and forth like a maniac?
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I've never actually seen this map played, by the way. Like oddball Lattice. Like I haven't played it and I haven't seen it being played.
Okay. Yeah, I
don't even know where oddball spawns actually. Oh, hello. Oh, is it top? Oh yeah, oddball is top middle. There you go. Oh, chaos. That's not the way, chaos. Okay. Yeah, got a little bit lost in all the chaos. There's the ball. Top mid makes sense, doesn't it, Reed? Well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Waffs gonna find Brainiac against the wall, gets the perfect as well. Jericho there. Ball is gonna go down to Jericho, who has first shot on Waffs as well, but Puma with the assist. And Waffs gets taken out. Callie gonna get perfected as well. Everyone just ducking and weaving. Waffs finds one as well. But yeah.
Finding my mic is a bit off. I don't know. Can people hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know. I don't know if others can.
Apparently they can hear me now. That's good.
Okay, we're back.
VMix being a little bit of a bitch for a little bit, but we like that. Anyway, not much has happened. 6 seconds on the ball for Charter, 1 for Genesium. Neither team having a significant amount of control, but looks like kills do actually favour the Charter side, so maybe they can make something happen here. I'm trying to work out exactly where you're meant to hold the ball on this map, because basically everywhere is accessible from basically everywhere else. So I'm guessing you just find somewhere to throw it off the map.
Yeah, I don't know where you. I guess you throw it over the back, right? Like that side where Voti's looking. Like I guess if you get it top up there, you can just throw it off the back, like where the snipe is.
It's just so open though. Like I don't know, chat. If you have seen people play this, or if you've played it much yourself, let us know. Let us know where the best place to play with the ball is. Although I'm assuming there's multiple options right now because it takes a little while for that meta to kind of settle in.
Yeah, I guess the only place you can throw it though is sniper, because ice. I don't think you can throw it off ice. You can throw it off back there, right? But yeah, I don't know where else you can throw it. So, like I said, I also just have not seen Oddball played on this map, so this will be the first time. Puma does find a kill. Callie there as well. Voti, multiple people from Genesium streaming through. Offs, dead man surely. Yeah, we'll get flooded from one side to the other. Callie's there as well. And Cammy finds a kill and gets killed.
I like all the little windows we have in this map. It really makes for some interesting positions to hold. Looks like we're going to have a wide flank coming out here by Vuetti. Let's see if he can make much happen with it. We'll take down Puma. A couple missed shots, but makes it happen. Finds Woffs. Woffs has the sniper in hand, I believe, so didn't seem like that was going to go much his way. Woffs did miss that shot, as he did manage to find out where Vuetti was moving. Misses another shot, hits the third one, does eventually take him down, but it took 3 of those sniper bullets to deal with Vuetti. However, the ball is still ticking up on the side of Genesium, and just as I say that, they drop it. Oh well, I guess that is how that happens sometimes. You see, this is what I was talking about, these little windows. Woffs, I've seen him dipping in and out of it quite a lot already this match, and it's just a real nice position to get so much information for your team about where the players are kind of assaulting from. As you can see, both the inside of the map, sort of the top side of the map, and also if you can move to that window just to the right there of Callie, you can see towards ice.
It will be Woffs. Yeah. It's one of those, like you said, I think they'll find a meta eventually, but it's just like, I think it's just a bit chaotic right now, right? And that's probably the thing that people were talking about a little bit earlier as well. Like, it's finding the way around the new map. People seem to like Oddball. People are a bit hit and miss on strongholds, and there's not generally a lot of love for King of the Hill, like we were talking about earlier, kind of off stream. Like, some of the hill positionings are like pretty bang average.
Yeah, they might fix that by repositioning the hills, or possibly just removing King of the Hill from HCS. We'll see. It'll take a while before that kind of decision is made. They'll definitely wait until the North American guys have played it in next week's HCS.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on it and see how it goes. We'll keep it in the rotation for now, because that's what HCS decided, and we want to give these guys the practice on playing the map if it's going to stick around for a little bit.
Trade that. Jericho fine. I mean, the thing about it is as well, right, is like there's only 2 events left for HCS. So my question kind of becomes, like, do you just kind of leave these how it is? And then you're just like, okay, that's kind of what we're doing. Cammy, triple. Cammy, can he find the over? No. Okay, found a triple and hold the ball, you know? Sometimes you sacrifice the over for the ball. I read it. But where was I going? Yeah, I don't know if they're going to change too much, to be honest. And I don't know if they're going to fix neutral bomb. Like, is it just done? Like, yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would be happy if it was just done, but like, well, yeah, it's a weird one, because to already count it out of HCS as soon as you notice there's a problem means that it's not a problem that they can feel like they can fix, like, that quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, they could just be unknown about it, but yeah, we'll see where this goes. I mean, I don't even know how many developers even have left in the game, to be honest.
Yeah, also they might not want to give themselves a time pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, also could be. Like, why stress yourself into making it good by next week? Like, just call it out that it's not good, and then you can kind of deal with it when you want to. Speaking of dealing with it, Charter have been dealing with this round very, very well, and have 1 second to go. Woffs finds the headshot onto Brainiac. But yeah, Cammy with 55 seconds and a triple. Yeah, that was a nice killing spree, like...
Killing spree.
A perfect double kill.
So that first round was very, very tight, right? Like, it was tight up until, I don't know, the last minute and a bit. As soon as I saw about a minute left on the clock, we then just saw Charter kind of run away with it. Basically, they had full control over the power weapons. Wasp basically had that sniper the entire time. Brainiac does have it now, though, so maybe it will change for this round. Or maybe not. But I want to see a little bit more control of the map over towards the Genesium side. If they can get some power weapons, they can kind of break those setups. But that window hold, I have actually seen people talking about that on in the EU Discords recently. That's quite a strong position, just being able to dip basically out into the whole open side of ice fields or dip inside the building itself. Kind of gives you a lot of options, and the time it takes for another player to rotate round if they're not going to follow you through that window gives you another 5-10 seconds on the ball, and that's so powerful in the game of ball.
And it's Jericho. Ooh. Right, does connect with the body shot. Woffs with the finisher as well. We've already seen what he can do with a sniper on this map today. Finds yet another one. Seems to think there's someone in Red Bend.
Or he's
was
telling
really
his teammates to
hoping-
move the ball there. I think he might be doing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. Or just really, really wishes someone would be there. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a hit.
Oh, I was gonna say he almost got Voti a second time with the same sniper.
So we're going to see a little bit of ball time held here for Genesium. They're going to try and get it set up. They're going to actually try and abuse that same position that Charter used, although the team shot ability that came through there from Cammy and Chaos just melted him before he could even decide where he was going to go. And we do now have that whole position maintained and held by Charter. Let's see if they're going to have a little bit of a runaway of it like we saw in that first round.
Yeah, there's kind of like ice corner, like ice ramp and red, like seems to be quite popular. Cammy here. Oh, Chaos finds one. Gets traded.
Oh, none of them spotted TK up there.
No. Oh, he does lose the battle there. Okay, Puma gonna come in from behind. The thrust as well. Spots two. Does he get the stick? No, not quite. Bad nade as well. Does knock the oddball back. There's people literally everywhere.
That would have been hilarious if that stick flew past the two enemies and stuck Chaos. I would have actually loved that.
Yeah, Chaos would not have, but it would have been funny for the rest of us. He's gonna beat Brainiac with the ball though.
Not sure quite where he's choosing to move this ball, but he's taking on it a little trip. Trying to, I guess, break that strong setup that Charter had before. They do have a slight lead here with just 13 seconds right now. But they are 3 dead. Neither team really having many bodies on the board right now. A couple of fresh spawners coming up. Looks like ball control is going to be on the side of Charter though, and they're going to try and move towards the back of the map into that little position where they can chuck it off if they need be.
It is really an awkward spot. Like, it plays a bit more like Streets, where there's not many places, or like, it plays, I guess, a bit more like Recharge, where there's like one place you can throw the ball, but it's such a more difficult spot to get to that it almost feels like it's actually Streets, where like you can't play the ball anywhere. Oh my lord. Okay, Woffs. Easy turbo. Jericho finds a double as well.
I feel like Woffs is clip hunting now with the amount of times he's with the sniper. After getting that kill atrocity earlier, he really wants to get another clip out today.
Yeah.
But on what you were saying, I think although this map is similar to Recharge in that way, I think it's a little bit smaller than Recharge, or if anything, it feels smaller than Recharge because it's more open. Like, you have the two buildings that are enclosed, but they're so easy to get into, and this whole middle side of the map is so broad and open. It's so quick to just drop side across that it really stops you from having a setup. Like, you can hold C, and you kind of have like two windows and blue to cover. By windows, sorry, I mean like the doors, right? You have the two doors and you have blue to cover to hold that rotation. But on this, you haven't really got that, because even if you want to throw the ball off at the back of the map here, you have to throw it over a ledge. Okay,
Oh
you
my
fucking go off, Gary, I
lord.
guess.
What the hell? Mate, to also like to jump up and see someone just get absolutely sniped to hell, and then you just go and get like a double on top of it with the commando too, yeah. Like this is the playable spot. Like this is kind of like back Hydro, yeah. Knew he was gonna die.
Nades though.
Yeah. That was nice. Oof. Brainiac finds one, is traded, Puma. Or Puma, depending where you're from. This is insanely close. Like, genuinely in this round it could not be closer, but this has been a really close game. Woffs with 27 kills, by the way.
It was just the end of that first round where they kind of ran away with it, but they've not been able to establish that presence yet. And Charter I'm talking about. But 4 dead, 4 Charter will give Genesium a little bit of time to kind of lock in, but they haven't made a big advantage of it in terms of ball time. However, they might be able to get a setup here. Oh, good credit there to Bretty for getting out of that little sticky situation he had with enemies above and below him while he was one shot.
Yeah, I don't think they survived this, by the way. Yeah, they're gonna go both down. Brainiac there, last one alive. He's gonna find one. Surely they find him though before he can get another. Yeah, naded out. Jericho, first one to spawn. Well, not really getting touched, but you can see Chaos. Like standing at kind of pizza. The strength of that cross map is crazy. Like to be standing kind of. What's it called? Like top, I guess, and like that to be able to see across the whole map is a little bit busted, actually.
That's what I keep saying. It's just this map is so open. It just has a completely different play style to kind of every single other map in the game.
Cali double kill.
If they can clear out Woffs here, they can get probably a pretty decent setup, and Woffs will just say no to that with the double snipe. Kill there on Brainiac and Cali. Does get taken down eventually here by Jericho, but Jericho drops down dead.
30 seconds left on the game clock. Oh. Oti does find a kill. They're going to take him down though. It's going to be almost a tie. It is literally a tied game as they play it for the second time off the back of the dam. 15 seconds free. This is getting into like pick it up, drop it, win territory.
Certainly looking that way. It looks like we're going to have Genesium with the better positioning. They have the ball with them.
This is done.
They have the 1 second lead. They have 6 seconds. No one's really that close to get to them. You're going to see probably not even an attempt here out of Charter because they know it is over. And that is round number 2 going the way of Genesium. You know what that means, James? We're into a round
We have a 3-round oddball.
I really like to see which team takes the stronger position off the bat here. We saw 2 players from both teams actually head towards the sniper. TK gets taken down here by Brainiac. I'd say Sniper's probably more likely to go to the Genesium side. Actually, we saw a good bit of work there on Bretty, but gonna keep it going. The snipe from Puma will absolutely neutralize them. And he's going to try and keep an eye on the ball. He has a bit of a feeling where the enemy's coming from just based on those spawns. You can see Jericho's head bopping up and down and up and down and up and down. Doesn't quite make the connection onto his head. So it's going to be a little setup here being generated by Genesium. But TK2, last player alive on Charter, could disrupt this. If he can wait for Genesium's forward pushers to move out, he might be able to get this ball dropped. But I'm not sure Brainiac knows where he is or not. Melee trade comes through. Ball does get thrown out. Just dropped there into the middle of the map. We have a 23-point lead now for Genesium. Maybe that momentum is going to carry through from the last round and they're going to walk away with this one. But I'd like to see a good response come out here by Charter. They get a couple slays in. The last player alive in Genesium is Jericho. Does nearly take down Puma and Chaos. But Chaos, he stays alive. And that ball setup is now being generated again in this side of the map. Maybe this is what we'll see from all the top teams as we move into like the major side. Maybe they're going to choose to hold this side of the map instead of deciding to go for the open window we were talking about earlier, down by ice. A few players down. Looks like we may see the setup trade back, but those fresh spawners get there so damn quickly. Jericho gets hunted down. Chaos and TK2 are up. Woffs will try to do a little bit of damage, will take down Brainiac. Bretty drops down to Puma. Looks like this is going to be all Charter's game for just a few seconds here. Hopefully they can rack up, and they are going to match the number of points by Genesium. We are all tied up again here. Oh, this is going to be a close series. I can already tell we're only on map 1, and this series is going to be very, very close. All those players that are sitting waiting for this losers final to come up next, and the grand finals after that, those two teams that are waiting, they're going to be watching these teams play and think about, how can we counter them? How can we make this happen? Woffs drops down dead. TK2 gets not quite a back smack. We'll take down Vuetti, but not until Vuetti can deal a decent amount of damage with that pulse rifle. Pulse rifle? Carbine. What's the feeling about the carbine? Because I've used it quite a bit. Just as I start talking about other things, Woffs decides to take a few heads down. Are we good? Woffs, you found Vuetti, you're going to take him down too? He's just in there. Oh, you've got to hit those, dude. I quite like the use of the carbine. I think it is a good addition to the sandbox. It's maybe a little bit strong, but I don't mind that it's strong because you do have to fight for it on the map. Like, you do have to grab it off a spawn point. It's not like it's a starting weapon. That's just the way it's always worked with Halo, I guess. But I do think it's a nice addition to the sandbox, and I'd like to see it used a little bit more and not get GA'd by the pros. Because as far as I'm aware, no one's talking about GAing it, but it's possible that come next HTS event, we'll see some players, you know, the usual suspects in North America talking about GAing the weapon. TK2 racking up a bit more ball time, trying to even the playing field here a little bit again. Two players drop dead on the side of Genesium, but they do have that sniper in pocket, so maybe we'll see Brainiac get a shot across. Don't quite know. Chaos, he's the anchor on the bottom side of the map. He's holding ice, trying to get those shots across. He sees the two players pushing towards him. He's moved back towards Cryptome. Doesn't quite hold them off. All four players do drop dead there for Charter, just temporarily. Kali now going to be the one holding the ball in this setup. Puma, he has a good position to try to put some shots across the map, but if he dares to make that crossing, he's going to probably not live for too long. So let's see how much time we can see them rack up. This might be that little breakthrough they need again to take the lead and maintain it for just long enough. If Chaos drops dead here to Jericho, Vuetti got a double over there towards Pizza. We may see this be the ball hold that solidifies this game. Chaos, he makes the push through. If he can make this ball get played, as he does, we do see a potential here for Charter to bring this back towards their side. But they are down now 24 points. It's a tall order for them to make this back up. But they do get the ball in hand, and they are going to start getting this setup ready. We do see Puma stuck bottom mid. TK2 holding a nice position, but the reversal comes through here from Brainiac. Chaos finishing up that one. Ball dropped in the middle of the map. Chaos not quite able to make that move. Vuetti, he's got Overwatch of it. He's going to go against Woffs here. Woffs does drop dead there temporarily. We have a couple players pushing through the bottom side of mid. Chaos and Puma trying to keep an eye on the ball. Not quite able to deal enough damage out towards the ball spawn point. Neither team able to get a position here. But the ball is being moved by Charter. If they can get a bit of a setup here, they do still need another 22 points. Chaos, he's holding the ball in the usual spot. He has taken a lot of damage though. Vuetti will take him down. That ball is still there. Woffs with the misplay and the nade. will do himself more damage than he does to the enemies. He's just got to stay alive here to prevent this setup from being solidified. The ball is in hand. He'll get the trade. That's what they need to do. But has he got the backup from his teammates that he needs? TK2 tries to get in there. Isn't quite able to take down the ball carrier. Oh, he does actually get the shot, but it's just a second too late. That will be round number 2 of that oddball going towards Genesium. It does not get closer than that. That is my first experience of oddball lattice, and my god was it a close one. I'm not sure if either team fully knows how to play the map yet. We saw them kind of favour that oddball spot towards the backside where the sniper spawns. They can throw it off. That might just be out of gut instinct. You know, I'm going there because that's where the other team went and it kind of worked well. We may see that not become the meta. There may be another position that becomes the meta. But we did see them only adopt that position towards the latter half of the first round. They were favouring that sort of window over towards ice earlier. But let's take a look at a few replays here. I'll stop waffling for a little bit. Steve Retty making a good use of the QT. We saw that from him on live fire in the last series we watched, but again in this game, using it to its full effect. Watch Snipe Man, he had that in his hand for basically the entire series. We got some great clips out of him using it. I hope he's able to maintain that, and I'm hoping we'll see that coming into the later maps of the series. I mean, we've got what? We've got live fire coming in map number 4 if we get there. We've got Origin in map number 3. Plenty of time for some sniper action we have coming on. Let's see if he's still going to be going after those clips. I mean, it did look like the first sort of round of oddball was a little bit more relaxed, and then as we pushed on to the later rounds, they were going for full OBJ efficiency. Anytime they could get their hands on that ball, they were getting their hands onto it. And they were doing a pretty good job of getting those setups. They didn't last for very long, but I think that's just because of how quick the respawns are.
And I guess how open the respawns are as well.
Well, yeah, exactly. Right, we saw this across the map. Like, anybody that was holding the middle of the map, they were able to absolutely annihilate some of those fresh spawners. But if they could get across the map, as soon as they got across there, they could basically break the setup, because just having a one-man advantage in that close quarters was just absolutely lethal. But we're map number 2. James, you're back from your little temporary pause. We're back here for some Slayer.
I know. Jericho finds the perfect onto Woffs. I'd like to say it was a relaxing pause, but little Munchkin needed some help. Woffs. He's going to find a headshot. Jericho there, slide in. Oh my god. TK2. No way he wins that. Okay. Chaos with a double kill though.
Ooh. I mean, we're off to a good start here for Charter. I mean, I was gonna come out into this map, James, by saying Genesium has been absolutely on fire in these Slayers. We've seen Vuetti just open up on absolutely everybody, but this one starts a little bit in the favour of Charter. So maybe Charter is the team that could break this Slayer dominance we've seen coming out of them. But we're only on map number 2, so maybe the momentum isn't quite there. Let's see if we can get this ticking up at a good little healthy lead here for Charter so far.
Yeah, 14-9. Genesium, like you said, pretty insane in the Slayers, it must be said. Voti and Kali finding kills though. But yeah, one of these things very, very difficult to take Genesium down. Can Charter unlock it? No snipe, no power weapons on this map. And everyone from Charter sitting in blue base.
They're just trying to use the aggression we've seen out of Genesium against them, which may work well for them. You saw Vuetti just kind of go in by himself. Brainiac managed to follow up, but Brainiac's now pushing out so hard. If they can catch him out, that might work well. Kali didn't really have any rights to win that fight there against Woffs, but Chaos, he will come through and eventually get the follow-up. But now Chaos, he's going to have to deal with Jericho in his back if Jericho can take down TK2. Doesn't look like he is. He's going to play Ring of Roses. Oh, just about. So this is coming a little bit more even. A nice little teammate coming out there by Vuetti. Not sure if he was expecting somewhere there on P-Door. He does have the threat locator in his back pocket. Maybe we'll see him use it. I don't know.
Oh,
Let's just keep an eye out.
triple. I thought he was going to get a triple there. Puma does find a kill. The camo eventually going to start with Jericho. Not a lot of love for improved camo. An extra 15 seconds is absolutely bonkers. I think. That's crazy talk to me. Oh, finds one. Can he find the second? No, he can't. Brainiac and Jericho are going to find kills. Charter still with a 5-kill lead at halfway.
Oh, nice little free shot there from Chaos. Tries to take down Jericho. Decides he's not going to over commit to that one. Probably for the best. Not quite good enough to save Waffso, and Jericho will clap back anyway. That'll be 3 dead temporarily there for Charter, and although they have the lead, that was a very scary engagement. It showed how quickly they can be pulled apart by just the correct team pushes coming out of Genesium, which we know they're capable of because we've just seen it time and time again today, James.
Yeah, literally started with Genesium and kind of haven't stopped throughout today. Big up Bastos in chat, mate. How you doing? What's some team news for next week? That's what we want to know. Who's replacing Seeker?
Leak
Leak the news! And when are you guys signing up for one of these cups as well? That's the other news. Leak that as well. Loti finds Woffs. Puma gets one as well. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say, to be fair, they played last Open, but they didn't. That was the sending baseline they did. So, yeah, do better. Be better, Bastos.
Be better, Bastos.
Anyway.
Come on, Bastos.
We could see you play Lattice. You could get some Lattice practice in if you were here. Anyway, let's see how these other Frenchies are doing. They are trying their damn hardest to make this work. Voetti, he's hiding like a little person. It's going to be quite rude there, but he's hiding to get his health back up. Smart play there, Voetti. Gonna see Chaos going on the aggression. Is he going for the back-to-back? Isn't quite close enough to make that connection. Chaos does a lot of damage there before he gets taken down. TK2 does end up dropping dead to Voetti. Waff's last player up for Charter. He's managing to back down into the fridge side. Let's see if we can get a good position here out of Genesium. They are now only 1 kill behind. They've really brought this one back, James. They're going to try their hardest to take down Waffs. They will do, but Waffs, really great job in getting a trade there in a 3v1 situation. Let's see if it's going to go much better. There's a double kill there for Puma. Puma is now trying to search for that last player. Ooh, isn't quite able to make the connection. Let's see how this one goes, James. We are still so tight.
You hear that, Reed? We're about to find out from Bastos, is what he's saying. I guess about who is replacing who's Seeker, so.
Let's go. Well, we'd love to see your new roster and your new org. Come and say hello to us, assuming you've got a new org, that is.
Yeah, on Sunday, of course. Next week, for those who don't remember, HCS opens kickoff for Charlotte. For FaZe Charlotte. Should be good. Another, of course, 3 opens and a major qualifier. Charter, I was going to say 1 kill up. Choking the biscuit a little bit. Oh. And they get this huge, they win it. Oh. Yeah,
I was worried there for a minute. Like, I was really worried because we saw Genesium clutch up and they just caught up so close at the end. I thought they were going to overtake them and kind of destroy that momentum we saw there out of Charter when Charter was just seeing their lead be depleted. I mean, we saw Woffs kind of get himself in a 3v1 situation there towards P side for seemingly no real reason. Don't know if it was bad team composition or there was some kind of setup play they were planning that just didn't quite pan out. I thought that was going to be the end, but no, good job to them. We're now in a 1-1 here in this winners semi-finals.
Losers semi-finals.
Losers semi-finals. Losers semi-finals. I'm excited to see
where are we.
Looking at the scoreboard though, James, it looks like Puma was out here with 17 kills. Do love to see that from him. Voetti, he was doing good, but not that standout we saw from him earlier. So maybe we'll see that unlocking him as we get to the map 5 here. But let's take a look at some of these replays.
Yeah. Cammy, TK2, whichever. Jericho getting the beat down, and then This is a bit of a crazy sequence right here. Like, gets shot in the back, falls off. This was actually like the lunge up and then just got like punched back, and Chaos finds a double. Thought he was going to get a triple, but didn't. It was a little hectic there, and man, like really almost thought that they would come back, Genesium, but that might be the first Slayer they've lost today, actually. Well, the first Slayer that we've seen them lose, anyway.
Yeah, we'd have to run the stats on that one. Capture the flag on Origin. We've seen Origin actually quite a lot today as well, James. I feel like we've just managed to grab all the series that are playing on these maps, but I'm excited to see these two teams kind of pair up on it. We saw obviously that last game 5 on Origin, that was a Slayer, but that was an incredibly close Slayer, so I'm hoping we'll see a similar thing now that we're watching CTF on this map. But let's see which team's able to get their slight advantage here on the power weapons. Brainiac, he goes straight for that pulse. I keep calling it a pulse carbine. I blame you for that, James, because you called me that earlier.
Yeah, that was my bad. Like, I saw carbine and then I just instantly went to pulse carbine instead of.
And that carbine usage anyway is able to give him access to those rockets. That will secure him 1 kill. Let's see what he can do with this other one. Interestingly enough, no one on Charter went for the carbine, so maybe that's something they need to learn. Maybe they do need to think about picking it up in the future as that insta pickup when this game starts. Let's see. Ooh. It will take a little while for a new gun to settle into this map. But yeah, weapons favouring the side of Genesium right now.
And in fairness, like, HCS did put the Vestige carbine on like literally every map. So is the AR totally gone now, by the way? As Genesium score? Is the AR on any map?
Still on top of Livefire?
Yeah, okay.
Someone back me up. Pretty sure it's still top of Livefire. Top of C, that is.
Yeah, like top tower. I think I saw it like pinged up there today, but they got rid of it on pretty much every other map, I think.
A flush flag in for Genesium. Let's see if we can get a response coming out of here from Charter, but it's gonna struggle. If we can see Brainiac take this kill onto Cammy, which he'll make successfully, he can start a little bit of a run here, but middle is held by Puma. Puma is now in a perfect position to take him down, but not if Brainiac makes a flick like that. That is across on their side of the map now, with no one ready to respond except those damn bloody good nades. As we see, the flag is on their half of the map. We might see Vuetti be able to move it a little bit. It's a 2-on-2 situation right now. TK2 is in a nice position to get a few nades, but he's not yet trying to return it. The flank movement there by Vuetti, absolutely perfectly read by him. Brainiac's going to follow it with a flag pull-up himself, and he's going to finish the run that he started. That is 2-0 here now for Genesium. And James, this is completely different to map 1 and 2, which was so close. This looks a little bit dominating, if I must say so myself.
Yeah, this looks pretty under control, but I will say we already have seen one reverse sweep on an Origin CTF today, so who's to say that we can't see another?
Rockets back in the hand of Brainiac, and that flag is already on the move.
Yeah, this might be curtains, I think.
Can never understate the demoralizing effect of losing 2 flags in the first couple minutes.
Yeah, I think that game was not even 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, Chaos ended up as Master Chief, by the way. 117.
Love to see it. Breadsticking at its finest.
Yeah.
I love you, Connor.
Oh dear.
Let's lock in, right? They are only down 1 point. If they can take this next map, we'll be in another Slayer. And if we can just see Charter eke out another little
3.5 minutes,
we might see it come through. But the Lattice was close. The Origin wasn't, but the Aquarius was. So let's go in for a live fight King of the Hill. These teams cannot use the excuse that they don't know what's going on in live fight King of the Hill. It's been in since the start of the game. The hills have not moved. They should be pretty locked in it. Let's see Charter bring this back. These guys have played so much on this map. I love every single one of them. I believe in them, James. I believe they can take us to map number 5.
Yeah, I think this should be a good game. You know, just if you're, that's why it's so weird. The start of live fire like points you out the map. Look, if you're Charter, it's pretty easy. Just forget that map happened. It was 3.5 minutes done. Never mind, move on, and get locked in for a live fire strongholds and take us to a game 5, right? Like, you know, it's exactly the same thing that we had before. You know, you can win the Slayer, so just get amongst it, win the strongholds, and then try and get into that chaos. It is going to be 2 dead from the side of Genesium. You can see Fuoti trying to find something. I think they're going to lose the snipe though. He's going to come up. Oh, can they find the snipe though?
Surprise. Woffs has the snipe in hand. Who could have called it?
Who could have called it? Oh, he does find the kill as well. Active camo goes over to Jericho though. And the points will go to Genesium as well.
Gelesium.
Gelesium.
What was that film?
Oh, stop on the way. Oh, the one
Brain fog.
from like ages ago, right?
Yeah, the one where they're like all on a giant space station. Silesium?
Elysium. Elysium.
Elysium. That's what I'm thinking.
With
of.
Matt Damon. Matt Damon. Yeah. Yeah, the South African dude, like, gets his face half blown off. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy from the Halo movie, or the not quite Halo movie. District
9.
13. District 9. Not District 13. Yeah. Anyway, we're watching some Halo games.
13.
I was fucking got my Half-Life 2 hat on there for a minute. Alright, Brainiac, he comes flying around the map. He has the sniper in hand. Can he show Woffs what he's been doing to everyone else and hit one of those connections? He will make the connection, but Woffs, he'll live for a little bit longer. That double nade cluster luck. Great work there by Brainiac. Let's see if he can make a pretty good connection here onto Pantho. Oh, sorry, not Pantho, to Puma, the other P. Not quite able to make a triple though, just a little bit too long. Oh, the repulsor play keeps him alive for a little bit longer. If he'd managed to repulse that plasma nade back into him, that would have been so much fun to watch, but not quite able to pull it off. But 2 hills still in the hand of Genesium here, James. They're ticking up more and more and more every second that goes by.
Yeah, at least for Charter, they stopped the trip cap, because that was absolutely going to kill them. At 100-3. This is looking scary already. But, I tell you what, we have seen comebacks from 170-19. Didn't succeed, but it came close.
It's the attempt that counts, James.
Yeah.
No, I lied. It's actually winning that counts. Anyway, we have a trip cap potential coming out here as A is being converted by the side of Genesium. Brainiac, he'll just clean up TK2. He'll prevent them from grabbing this C point. This is looking like an absolute slaughterfest right now, James. This is looking like that second map. I'm not sure quite what happened to Charter, but they're struggling just a little bit.
Third map.
Third map? Like the third map, that's what I meant. You know the one I meant. Double kill through for Brainiac. Again, 3 dead temporarily for Charter. The positioning is just absolutely perfect. They are absolutely ripping apart, getting themselves into split spawns. Not really allowing Charter the time to really gang up. You see a couple of players spawn over by C, then another player spawn over back B. Brainiac does drop for that one, but A does not get converted. B is being attempted right now. That'll be a
Perfect
start.
As well. Oh man. It's getting ripped apart. Brainiac gonna try and find this person on A. Okay. Okay.
Bye bye.
Triple kill.
Where's the over? The over's over by dummies. Ain't gonna be able to connect this one. Brainiac has been absolutely frying this map. He's been in every position he needs to be in. This triple cap. Oh, nice nade you got there, Brainiac. Like I say, he's been frying both enemies and teammates. Oh, look at that headshot.
Double.
He is absolutely feeling it right now. And you know when someone's feeling it on Halo, because they just slide everywhere and make every single headshot matter and count.
Oh my lord. Yeah. This is This is Jehovah. Someone find the witnesses. This is Jehovah.
Puma, last player up. He's going to try and get A, but it's
I didn't
just
even need
too
the kill.
late.
Jesus.
I would
Oh,
have loved
Lord.
it if that repulsor had worked.
Oy, oy, oy. Wow. Yeah. That's the losers semi-final done.
I'd love to see a team of 4 Brainiacs. That'd be great to watch.
I mean, can we really clone Brainiac for like 3 more times? Like, just terrifying with 1.
Hey, I mean, we get to see a little bit more of him as we are going to be going
That
into
was
the
a-
losers final next.
Crazy melee, by the way. Like,
See, the thing is you see the last player here is actually Nest, right? If Bretty didn't get taken down here by... Sorry, if Bretty didn't take down Puma, there's potential there for the extermination. Oh, Prod, you didn't have to do him dirty like that and crop in his... I mean, I guess he did have that nutty headshot afterwards, but you cropped in his teammate right at the end there. Right at the beginning. 250 to 3. What a scoreline, especially after... Oh, he's just with the slow motion on it.
it's not a... Oh, that's so great. Oh, man.
You can't even
Like, yeah.
you can't even accuse us of the French hate there because we do have a
Yeah,
French,
Prod is
producer
French,
in it.
so, you know, that's French on French violence.
Anyway,
Anyway.
let's look at the scoreboard.
Wow.
Yeah, 15 for 4, a KDA of 12. We didn't see a breadstick this time out of a player on charter, so that was good to see. But it just seemed like they
3
just
points
couldn't get it
is
together.
3 points is like the old quadrant days, you know, when they were 250 to bugger all people.
250-0, like multiple
Yeah.
times.
Alright, well, we're going to throw to a break, I think. When we come back, it is going to be Kusamo versus Genesium. A matchup we have not seen yet.
I am excited to see this one because Kusamo have been on fire. We've had them on stream quite a bit, and we've also had Genesium on stream probably the most this open. So I'm excited to see these two go head to head, and then they're going to be up against Vicious and Delicious. And when we saw Vicious and Delicious play against Kusamo, that was an incredibly close winners finals. We went to a map number 5. I can't quite remember the score of the Slayer in the end, but it's pretty much anybody's game at this point between Genesium, Vicious and Delicious and Kusamo. I think any one of them could run away with this open. So I'm excited to see how this losers final goes.
I'm seeing some chatter, though,
Chatter?
which we're going to have to confirm in a second. But I'm seeing that Callie has to go.
I hate
So.
when they do this.
We're going to throw to a break. We're going to find out what's happening, and when we come back, maybe we have a losers final, maybe we have a grand final. We'll see. We'll see in a sec.
Are we just backseat lovers? Am I just wasting my time? Moving fast undercover. 'Cause I know you'll never be mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. They screaming, this is my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting.
Cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
Right here, right now, right now.
Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here now,
Double kill.
this is the moment.
Killing
Late night overthinking, wrapped up in my feelings once again. I'm worried about the future, wondering where I'll be in the end. But I know that there must be more to life than this.
killing friends. Double kill.
I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't realize anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect Wake up in the morning, thinking from a different point of view. Another storm to weather, that I can make it better if I choose.
Double kill.
But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't realize anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. too good to be true. I'm drowning out the doubts in my mind. No, can't you decide if you ever really loved me or really only loved the idea of finding your own? Guess in the end, I'll never know. So cut me out of every picture, get me out of sight and mind. I couldn't find your truth inside, 'cause I was beautifully blind. So cut me out of every picture, tear my face out from the frame. Light the flame, ignite the flame, leave me here to reap the pain. Bloody and bruised, I was drowning in your ocean before you even noticed my call. Under the waves, my heart was wide open to a love I thought was honest and true. Such a mirage, such a facade. Did a part of me always saw through? Guess I'm a fool that still fell for you. So cut me out of every picture, get me out of sight and mind. I couldn't find your truth inside, 'cause I was beautifully blind. Get me out of every picture, was I ever in the frame? Light the flame, ignite the flame, leave me here to reap the pain. Find the truth inside, 'cause I was beautifully blind. Got me out of every picture, was I ever in the frame? Light the flame, ignite the blame, free my soul from your chains.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I have some bad news. James, I feel like we could have probably put bets on this and predicted this, because this happened every single open we've done so far. It's never been the same person, so we can't like out one person for doing this. It's just
all
European Halo in general. You know, if you make it to the winners finals or the losers finals, you know, let's play it out. Let's see the end of the tournament, because now the viewers, they have to just assume what happens. So Kusamo win by forfeit. Baxter, he bailed from the side of whatever their team was called, Vicious and Delicious, and then we also had Genesium where Callie had to leave, so that's a shame. It would have been some really close games, but hopefully we can get those guys to play against each other in the future. We'll have more events leading up into the LAN we have in November. Next week we've got just HCS coming back. That will be ahead of the FaZe HCS event. So
Baxter had to go, right? So that's so wait, the Finns won? The Finns win?
The Finns win. Yeah, the Finns have won.
Wow.
Congratulations.
The Finns getting the W, actually.
So that'll be the Finns taking the lion's share of the EHL points for this time round. I'm loving this on the fly prod, making sure that we can see exactly who's who. So these guys, they always put in a lot of passion. They play a lot, so I'm actually quite happy that they've managed to come through here with the win. Big supporters of us at EHL. They've dropped us with loads of gifted subs and stuff. So absolutely love
Apo,
it.
shout out.
Big shout out to absolutely everybody. I love them, and I'm glad they won this, but it's just a shame that they had to win this way. It would have been much better if they won it through pure grit and 2 more series of Halo. But anyway, James, anything else you want to say before we close this one out?
Yeah, you robbed me of another Aqua CTF.
Well, you know how it is.
Yeah. Go give Stu some love. Say hi to Ice Spiteful for us. And we will see you next Sunday. HCS Open. On the road to Charlotte, FaZe. Yeah, it's life comes at you quick, mate. So we will see you guys next Sunday.
And hopefully by then, James, we'll also know what happened to Z10. We'll know who replaces that brain fart.
Oh
who replaces
my god.
Seeker.
Oh.
My god. Jesus. That was only a temporary brain fart.
The man retires for a week and you've already forgotten who he is.
It was in there somewhere. We'll find out who replaces Seeker.
We're gone.
And we'll find out who has picked up, because it sounds like from Mighties they have a new org. But that will be confirmed, I assume, ahead of next Sunday.
Mate, we're gone. They've raided.
Oh. Fine. Okay, fair enough. We're done.
We're done.
Double kill. Perfect.